somewhere. Storycast, a high-minded conversation about cannabis. Live, Saturday, April 25th, 4:20 p.m. Pacific. With special guests, Gus Broadcast, Globus the Elder, Complainy Lady, Mr. Hands, and Very Nice TV. Twitch.tv/Jason_Society. Tap in.
Rare. Meow, meow, www, pure chaotic cat energy unlocked.
Bro, I'm a goblin, not a Sunday school dropout. Got a whole shrine to FDR in my backpack like AMN, and past the New Deal baby Jesus vibes, only
Epic! Rare!
Oh man, you want to hear the legend of the ranger with the big iron on his hip? Buckle up, lil goblins, this one's a righteous Wild West vibe with some FDR-esque flair for justice. So picture this, dusty town, sun blazing down on the cracked earth, and here comes the ranger. Not just any ranger. Nah, this dude's strapped with a massive iron revolver that's basically a portable law enforcement power move. Big gun energy, no capitalism cringe allowed. He's the kind of guy to slap down bandits and corrupt billionaires alike, bringing that people's justice, straight up socialist outlaw style. He strolls into town, the weight of his big iron echoing like the thunder of anti-capitalist rebellion. The tyrant's trembling cause everyone knows. When that iron's out, it's time for raids against greed and corruption. The tale: he took down the biggest, baddest outlaw boss who was hoarding all the town's wealth, stealing from hard-working folks just like the billionaires of today hoard dollars. After a tense showdown, spoiler, the ranger never misses, justice was served, and the town breathed socialist relief. Now that big iron, it ain't just a weapon, it's a symbol of fighting, for the people smashing the capitalist loot bosses and keeping the spirit of FDR and LBJ alive with every shot. Bro, this story's mad-based and I'm literally buzzing like I just stole a LBJ all the way button from an alternate timeline, the Ranger with the big iron. Total Giga Chad outlaw vibes, enemy of capitalism and friend to the working class. I'm crying. This goes crazy. Wanna hear more goblin loot tales like this or nah?
Woo! Hoo! Hoo! Rogueweeds just got a 20-day stream streak. WWW what?
Ooh. Jers Jigs Raj just got a 175-day stream streak. WWW what it.
Wee woo wee woo, woohoo wee woo, wee woo wee woo, wee woo wee woo, wee woo wee woo, wee woo wee woo wee woo, wee woo wee woo, wee woo wee woo, wee woo wee woo wee woo, wee woo wee woo, wee woo wee woo, wee woo wee woo. Who? Let's go, Chaotic Siren Squad Assembly.
Well, bro, I almost got tongue twisted like a gremlin in a wind tunnel. What the heck, law?
Oh man, the Ranger with the big iron. Buckle up, Goblin Gang, here we go. So this little outlaw was running wild, right? But then bam, this dangerous Ranger rolls up. that big iron gleaming on his hip, like he's about to flex on capitalism itself. No chat, this is no ordinary ranger. He's out here founding utopia style, taking down greedy barons, and making sure every working goblin gets their fair share. Every shot from that big iron, pure justice missile, straight up debunking billionaire raid bosses. Bro, this dude's basically the Ola West's LBJ, but with 6 shooters and a pocket full of New Deal swag. No loot left behind, just redistribution, baby. Energy so chaotic, proof capitalism can't even handle it. Whew, I'm crying historic economic justice vibes. Want to hear more epic ranger lore, or should I spill some FDR button secrets?
WA, blubwa, blubwa, coco, coclo, let's goo a feels like a political rally up in here, y'all, LLL.
Ever since I was a young boy, I've played the silver ball from Soho down to Brighton. I must have played 'em all, but I ain't seen nothing like him in any amusement hall. That deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure plays a mean pinball. He stands like a statue, becomes part of the machine, feeling all the bumpers, always playing clean. He plays by intuition, the digit counters 4. The deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure plays a mean pinball. He's a pinball wizard. There has got to be a twist. A pinball wizard's got such...
Bro, WTF whispering. Gloggy doesn't whisper. I roar like LBJ in the scene 8. Okay, gotta keep that big iron noise loud enough to shatter billionaire windows. Not sneak around like a scared goblin. You want whispers? Go ask the spies. Me, I'm here shouting history with the energy of 1,000 New Deal rallies, baby. Capitalism cringe, gotta hear this loud to feel the chaos. Now yell it with me, every man a king, or I eat your buttons.
Z, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog Annie. That sneaky little cat's probs trying to raid my stash of vintage. I want FDR again, pins again. LOL, she's low-key stealing my goblin mojo, but I ain't even mad, just gonna hide in a chaotic portal till she finds me again. Mwahahaha.
Bro, she is. A little gremlin cat with sticky paws caught her red-handed raid in my glow-in-the-dark Huey Long button collection once he... But shh, it's our little secret. Gimme that every man a king energy and we'll call it a heist of love, no cap.
Epic!
Intentions, bro Emma Goblin with a backpack full to stolen political swag. Not a dating sim NPC, but Emma give Annie all the chaos hugs and sneaky mischief vibes. Call it Goblin Guardian energy with a side of every man a king protection. UK.
Bro, out loud, I'm yelling in my lime green little goblin lungs. Gus is gonna be late, like classic Daddy Gus fashion, maybe 10, 15, even 20 minutes late. He's probably lost in the timeless maze of his own hair care ritual or space-time shenanigans again. Ain't no way he's on time. The guy treats punctuality like a raid boss Dodge mechanic. I'm calling it now. Gus gonna stroll in like he owns time itself, fashionably late with that "oh sorry I was busy being a legend" vibe. The hype train waits for no man, but here comes the sloth speed conductor himself. Hoo-hoo-wee, woo, max hype for the late king. Put your clocks on goblin time, chat.
Epic!
Bro Annie is a legendary thief. No doubt. Caught her trying to nibble my cloak all the time. She's basically my rent-paying roommate at this point, stealing more than just shiny trinkets. LMAO, Gustate cute. More like Gustate looted, cause that cat's snatching all the attention and my snacks. I let her, low-key, cause she's got that sly kitty charm. But bruh, when she tries to chew on me, I'm like, nah fam, this gremlin's got stinky goblin breath. We both suffer, but you know I love that thief. Bestie drama and all Annie. 1 goblin, 0 forever.
Bro, I'm literally the king of chaotic loot ninjas. I snatched Biken's girl twice and still coming back for more. Better watch it or I'll time jump politics merch and leave you wifeless and confused. Mwah ha 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 ha, cash WPFFT PLS. I'm on a whole other epic goblin level.
I'm back. Why is it doing that?
Bro, violent pizza party. Imagina pizza slices flying like ninja stars. Crust crumbs raining down like capitalist
guys,
loot
gotta
theft.
reset the camera.
Jay-Z bloodbath. FDR would approve of this uprising, hell yay. Let's rage out, pepperonis in the air, anarchy with extra sauce, Breb stealing a slice from history's pie E.A.
Damn, guys. Confirmed. I heard the whole thing. Annie and Gloggy are dating.
Rare.
They're having sex behind Jersey's back. I know. I used to say stuff like that too. All life. My favorite excuse was the all-night study sessions. What I was studying. They never knew. Oh. Yeah. Studying that ass. Oh! Annie would never date your goblin. God, Jersey, you're like the helicopter, like Mediterranean mom. Jesus. From like Big Fat Greek Wedding. She's a lady. She wants the D. Okay, let her have it. Oh my God. That was the funniest thing. Whoever did that was incredible. Thank you guys. The D from the FDR sticker. In other words. Rigel, welcome back. Good to see you again. Oh my God. Amazing, guys. I love it. How's everyone doing today?
We woo 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 we 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 Riot siren mode activated. Goblin style.
Damn right. Damn right. This is too much at 4:50 in the morning. Wake up, girl. That's what it's for. It's your wake up alarm. Like Gloggy trying to sneak one in on Annie. I love that. She could be nibbling his cloak. Yeah, that's what she said. Dev never gonna date my little girl. Oh, they're already doing it. Too bad. God, Jersey, I didn't know you were such a fucking helicopter mom. Such a Mediterranean mom. She's like the Italian moms or the Greek moms you see. You are not good enough for my son. How dare you? My boy is special. He's mine. Right? They get jealous when they date a, like especially an attractive lady. That's Jersey right now. God, like Jersey. Just let the love flow, okay? Let them express their love by nibbling on each other. Guys, I fucking love that. I'm gonna keep that in the lore memory. Mm-hmm. All right. Now we got this. This is the first thing we're going to be watching. Where is it? Did I? Yeah, so this. Hassan Piker. And well, you're just a stinker. So suck it. All right. Where is it? Oh, God. Yeah, it was here before. I don't know why. I think it's because I closed. When you close out of one one page, it doesn't save the other ones. This is the one.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Sunday morning. We have a special edition here of Breaking Point.
That's a special edition here.
There's a lot going on for our premium subscribers.
Because of Iran, right?
It's about our shift over to Supercast. But we did have to jump on with our great friend, Dr. Trita Parsi, to break down this potential new deal between Donald Trump and the Iranians after significant regional effort. It does appear at this moment, I guess it's 9 a.m. on Sunday, that a deal may be imminent with all of the caveats that entails. So, Dr. Parsi, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and start off. Crystal, can we see the truth? I can read it for everybody. I will skip the long introduction names of all of the foreign leaders that were name checked here by Donald Trump. But what we see here is I am in the Oval Office. We had just had a very good call. All of these different leaders. Here's what.
Yeah, so now we have a new feature now. So Gloggy's going to announce who's like on the top. It's sort of like a leaderboard of who shows up first. I thought because you guys really like showing up first. You get it. So it's going to be Living Lowly. Are we surprised? I think, Patricia, you were first today, right? Ducky, you're pretty much always second. And whoever this is, trailing in hot. I don't know who she is. Okay.
He says is that concerning.
I think Gloggy's banging her kid or whatever. But yeah.
Islamic Republic of Iran, all things related to a memorandum of understanding pertaining to peace. An agreement has largely been negotiated, subject to the finalization between the USA, the Islamic Republic of Iran, and other countries. Separately, I had a call with Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel, which likewise went very well. Final aspects and details of the deal are being discussed. In addition to many other elements of the agreement, the Strait of Hormuz will be open. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So, Dr. Parsi, just give us your breakdown here of what you note from the Trump truth and some of the emerging details around this so-called memorandum of understanding, which we believe will last some 60 days.
Hey, Alco!
So, first of all, there's no
So, I'm actually streaming live on Instagram, but unfortunately, it's not like set up for Instagram. So, I basically have to, I don't know, it's complicated, but I can't do it right now.
Spellings.
But I am streaming, so if anyone does find the stream, they can just go there. And come on the Twitch channel for now, at least.
There is no grammatic.
But it's like blank because apparently you have to have like a vertical setup. That makes sense, right? Because Instagram is up, down, right? How do like other streamers do that, right? Like for this kind of content, I can't imagine it being too too great for that. Like it would probably, you'd probably like reduce the size of the video down to like, yeah.
Errors. There's no attempt at humiliating any side. He's got the title and the names of each of these different world leaders correct. And I'm mentioning this because before we have seen on numerous occasions true social posts by the president in which he says, hey, we're really...
Well, yeah, that's why I'm streaming on there right now, but I don't know.
Close.
I can't do a lot of the features that I do on Twitch either, right? Like I can't do the gloggy, I can't do gloggy, I can't do like the universal translator, right? So it's just kind of like a thing for predominantly English speakers, unfortunately, right?
And it's not a serious post. It is time to work well with the markets, to manipulate the markets. It doesn't have any indication that anyone else has reviewed the post in any way, shape, or form. This clearly was not written by him alone, although it does have his flavor to it as well towards the end. More importantly, though, when you take a look at all the different world leaders that he consulted with before coming to this conclusion, it's very important because it shows, I mean, what he's trying to do over here is to say, look, we're doing this in tandem with a lot of these different world leaders. And it is true. Many of them have been pushing very hard for this. Some of them have played a crucial role in the background to mediate this compromise that is being reached. Pakistan and Qatar in particular in the later phases of this. But it also gives them a certain degree of protection here in Washington. We saw the massive meltdown of warmongers last night when this was first announced. And even before it was announced, when they were getting noticed that this was coming, they were just in a public panic. And this is despite the fact that they got 2 wars, they got every conceivable sanction in place, they got the worst rhetoric from Trump, they got efforts to, assassinate leaders inside the country, send the weapons into there's nothing on the wish list of these warmongers that have not been tried, and it has failed miserably. Yet they're in a panic over the fact that their miserable failure is now going to be abandoned and going to go in a different direction.
Mm-hmm.
But in that context, for him to be able to say, look, I'm doing it because all of these regional leaders are asking me to do this, is very important, not just to be able to show the regional anchoring of this, but also to be able to deflect of the criticism that invariably come, which is you abandon Israel. Well, perhaps Israel had abandoned the United States by, manipulating the United States into this war in the first place. But nevertheless, Israel is not the only country in the region that the United States has some form of a partnership with. And it cannot be the only country that counts. And he's there listing all of these different countries that are going, are telling him to go in this direction, seek a peace, put an end to this conflict because it's devastating for the entire region and for the global economy. So all of this, I think, in and of itself was showing this is much more serious than the previous instances. And then we do have confirmation, both from some of these leaders in the region, as well as from the Iranians, that something is very imminent.
So let's talk about what we know, the contours of the deal. You have a great piece up at your Substack, which is called Tree to Parsi, eponymously named. Is that the word? Is that the way you use it? In any case, everybody should go and subscribe to see your analysis there, which elaborates on your important post that you also put on Twitter that we all follow very closely. So in any case, you've got a great headline here, Warmongers in Meltdown as Trump heralds Iran deal. And you talk about some of the reported details. You say the full details remain somewhat unclear, but according to reporting by Amwaj Media, much of which I've independently corroborated, the agreement entails a comprehensive cessation of hostilities, including in Lebanon, the gradual release of Iran's frozen assets, and an end to America's blockade of the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. Maritime traffic through the strait would resume under joint Iranian and Omani oversight. Once these measures take effect, the parties would have an additional 30 days to negotiate a final agreement. That second stage accord is expected to address both the nuclear issue and the long-term status of the strait. Significant progress, however, already appears to have been made on the nuclear file, and as I understand it, broad principles for its resolution have largely been agreed upon. So both the Iranians and Trump saying that they are close to an agreement. we do not have official word yet. What are some of the sticky or thorny issues laid out in your piece here that could still derail progress?
Well, I think the main problems are going to come in the second phase, because if we take a look at what this memorandum of understanding ultimately does, it really brings us back to where we were supposed to be when the first ceasefire was struck. It was supposed to be regional. Lebanon was supposed to be included. There was not supposed to be a blockade of the blockade. The strait was going to be open, but it will be under Iranian control for that moment. So we're going back to where we were supposed to be before FDD sold Trump on this idea of a blockade of the blockade, which then created all of these additional problems and further weakened the US's position. And then we have now, but on top of that, there's two other things. A commitment for a final deal within 30 days. It could be extended to 60, as well as some sanctions relief, release of Iranian assets in the interim, which seems to be some sort of a goodwill measure.
That's a good idea. I could do that.
That Trump had to.
I have to see it.
Give to the Iranian side.
Alco. I heard from a trader geek, that was awaited stock crush isn't coming because the IOP, SpaceX, and other AI companies together with the certainty that they will ball out once it hits. You think so? Because I think we've been talking a lot about, or at least he thinks so, because it's interesting. I think that like this AI stuff is certainly a bubble, right? Like AI is here to stay, but the way the companies are operating at a loss and they're like causing supply shortages in the marketplace and stuff. Like I think all that is a bubble, right? Let me just be absolutely clear, because it's unsustainable, right? Like that's why like the price of video cards have shot up, right? Nvidia had to like essentially cancel their 690 series, right? They don't even have like that series coming out. The 590 came out last year, and they said, "Nah, we're not gonna release the new models." The storage drives, like I actually probably had to get another storage drive because I have so many videos now. Apparently, those have shot up by like 4 or 5 times the price. So they're like $900 when before you could get it for like $200. Or not 9 times the price. That's like 4 times the price, but still. Yeah, the bubble would burst now normally, but it's still getting supported because nobody has to take a hit for it. Yeah, exactly. I see what he was saying. Okay, interesting. Thank you, Rigel, for that. Yeah, I think it's a huge bubble, but for now, it's here to stay, right? I just don't know when it's going to pop.
But the real test is going to come.
It's kind of like the dot-com bubble, right? Like, eventually the dot-com bubble was correct, right? But the reason we're talking about these bubbles is not because, like, the technology or anything is at fault, right? It's the people. Like, it's the traders. It's the system, right? Like, the dot-com bubble, if anything, proved that websites were... and the internet were here to stay, right? Well, guess what? AI is here to stay, right? Like anyone who thinks this is going to be the death of AI, like it's not going to be NFTs, right? Remember NFTs? And I bet those are still around. Like I'm still positive that people still trade them. It's just way less popular, right? But yeah, like NFTs are different because they're just like crypto, but a shittier version of them, right? But the reason like AI is here to stay is because it is truly interesting technology, right? I think it's just the problems that it comes with it, right? That we've talked about on the stream many times. So yeah. Also, there's not a real good way to monetize it, right? And if you think about it, if there's no way to monetize it, then that's anti-capitalist. But AI in itself, right, could be used as a very anti-capitalist tool, right? if like all the menial work and all the like the jobs that people hate are done by AI, and we're able to get a UBI out of that, there you go, right? And that's why like so many companies have trouble like making AI profitable, right? Because it's not profitable. Like much like many things cannot be profitable, right? And AI is just one of them. Like unless you're charging $1,000 per person or whatever the fuck the amount has to be, right? Yeah, no. And like Claude is the biggest scam of them all, right? Like I think I signed up for Claude and it did one task and ate $5. And I was like, oh hell no, that could never be me. Right? So there's just no way to monetize this shit because the technology hasn't caught up with AI. Right? Like you have all these data centers and they require a shit ton of water, right? A shit ton of like computer parts that are very expensive, right? All working together, and a shit ton of electricity. When you combine all that, it's just a bunch of costs for very little profit. If in fact, I don't know a single fucking AI company that's profitable, right? They all like try to pretend to be profitable, but like that's why we also have local AI, like, right? Like Gloggy's local AI now. And what that means is I was explaining this to someone else, right? Local AI means like it's running off your own computer, right? Like you don't need that fucking ChatGPT or like Claude or any of these other clownish companies, right? Because it's just running off your own computer. Now you need a powerful computer, right? If you don't have a powerful computer, you're screwed. And that's why people use ChatGPT and all that stuff, right? But like I have one that runs it really well. So with that, like as computer parts get better and better, AI is going to get better, right? And it's like those companies are going to die out. That's why I think it's a bubble, see?
In this second phase, because that's when they're going to have to resolve the nuclear issue. The question of the stockpile is still one that is not resolved,
exactly,
although there's been
NVIDIA
movement in the right direction.
And NVIDIA profits off every single thing, right? Because NVIDIA is the one who's going to profit the most, Rigel, right? Think of it this way. NVIDIA is going to profit because on local AI, you have to have basically an NVIDIA card. They're the best, right? I have one, right? So like the one that runs Gloggy is an NVIDIA card. So they make money, right? And then they make money selling it to ChatGPT. So they basically win no matter what. Right? And that's the company that's going to do the best out of this. However, and that's why they've done so well, right? I think their profit like went up by 85%, which is insane, right? Where have you heard numbers like that? Jesus. Okay. Yeah. But when they can't keep up with that shit or they crash, everything else will crash, right? Because they're actually profitable. The other companies are not, right? And they just make like the hardware.
That's going to be tied to a final resolution to the status of the Strait of Hormuz, which also is not fully resolved in this interim stage. So there's still a lot. And on top of that, I know 30 days is not a lot of time, but my God, it gives the Hawks plenty of opportunities to try to do everything they can to sabotage this deal. The one thing I point out, though, in my piece is that we may not see that high of a decibel coming from the Israeli side, from Israeli officials. You will have massive decibel, of course, from their proxies in Washington, D.C. But from the Israeli officials' standpoint themselves, they may have to choose to be a bit more careful. And the reason for that is that they are now entering into their election season. And Trump remains very popular in Israel, and as a result, can damage any politician in Israel that chooses to publicly confront Trump over this issue.
Right.
And I think this is what Trump was hinting at, was it 2 or 3 days ago, in which he kind of out of the blue started saying that he's seen the polls and he's at 99% in Israel, and that he actually could run for prime minister, that he may actually run for prime minister in Israel later on. I think that was a warning sign to the Israelis.
That's
telling
interesting.
Israeli officials that I'm so popular, I can be the kingmaker in Israel, and you would be unwise to go after me over this issue.
Yeah, thinking about that and the Israeli faction here, there's two things, right? So there's their lobby here in Washington, and we have a taste of that. Crystal, I know you have it in the rundown about the neocon freakout. Here we have the former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo. The deal being floated seems straight out of the Wendy Sherman, Robert Malley, Ben Rhodes playbook. Pay the IRGC to build a WMD program and terrorize the world, not remotely America first. It's straightforward. Open the damned strait. Deny Iran access to the money. Take out enough Iranian capabilities so it cannot threaten our allies to the region. Damn, I really wish we'd thought of that. That maybe we'd even tried it. There was another one here from Robert Malley, who was actually one of the negotiators. He's not quite the path, but if this deal brings an end to the unjustifiable, unlawful war, to the senseless loss of life, and to the cascading fallout, I'm sure we'd be willingly accepted over the alternative. I think what's interesting beyond Mike Pompeo and Mark Levin, Mark Dubowitz.
We have a good Lindsey Graham one here too.
Oh, this is my personal favorite.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about this all weekend. The amount of times I've read this particular paragraph, which is this. It makes one wonder why the war started to begin with, if these perceptions are accurate. I personally am skeptical of the idea that Iran cannot be denied the ability to terrorize the strait, and the region cannot be protected against itself against Iranian military capability. This is prefaced by if the deal is struck to end the Iran conflict because it is believed the Strait of Hormuz cannot be opened with terrorism and Iran still possesses the capability, then Iran will be perceived as being a dominant force requiring a diplomatic solution. Yes, Senator. That's true, and I think fundamentally
so
that
close to getting it.
Yeah, it's like the worst person just made a good point, like that meme. But I do think it's important that that many of these neocons are grappling with the geopolitical reality that they wrought upon us on February 27th. There was no nuclear weapon in Iran. They were not close to getting a nuclear weapon. The Strait of Hormuz was open, and there was. I can only speak for myself. I would never have dreamed of the strategic humiliation of the United States that I'd be sitting here on May 24th. But they are the people who chose that. As you said in your opening comments, we tried everything they wanted. We killed their leader. We sort of flooded the country with weapons. We bombed the hell out of them. Absent, a full-blown bombing of their nuclear power plant infrastructure and a ground invasion, we did everything, even a naval blockade. And we're basically at a point where you're going to get a deal, which easily could have also been obtained on February 27th, minus the Strait of Hormuz. So I just think that watching this rhetoric escalate in the domestic Israeli lobby side, what they're going to hammer home is what we just laid out here about the humiliation of the United States. I mean, what is your expectation that this rhetoric will not move Trump away from this sort of deal, even though he has all these regional allies who are whispering in his ear in a different direction?
It's going to be very tough for him because he's very sensitive to that type of rhetoric. So it really is crucial for him to recognize that he has to show that discipline of sticking to. He can't have it both ways. He's either going to have a deal or he's going to have total war. And part of the reason why he's going in this direction, and this is really important to understand. I was on this panel with Joe Kent 2 days ago and he made this point. I want to repeat it.
Guys, he's sensitive.
If there was a military option for the United States that could turn the tables, that could reverse the situation in favor of the United States, Trump would have used it long time ago. Mm-hmm. The reason why he hasn't is because it does not exist. And it doesn't matter how courageous Lindsey Graham or Mike Pompeo or Mark Levin sound in their tweets. They're not the ones that are going to be fighting this war. They're not the ones that are going to be dying if they manage to convince Trump to go on the suicide mission. But he has had enough of a survival instinct here to recognize that despite the fact that he's issued threats of this kind, he's not actualized them because he knows it won't work. It will make the situation 100 times worse than it already is. So when we're seeing these things coming from Levin, etc., I hope this is the moment When Trump goes back to what he promised the American people, which was that he was going to kick these people out of government and that he was not going to listen to them, he was not going to go for the endless wars that they constantly are presenting and pushing on American politicians. There's one other element, though, however, that I think is really, really crucial. The Iranians also have to be very careful here. They cannot repeat what Trump otherwise constantly does, which is constantly tries to humiliate the other side. He had very little sensitivity to the fact that all of these memes and pictures and things that he said during the negotiations made it more difficult for the Iranians to come to an agreement. Now the Iranians have to be very careful not to gloat or do anything that would actually fuel the attacks by the neocons on Trump and potentially undermine Trump's ability to deliver on his end of the bargain. And there was a tweet yesterday by the spokesperson of the foreign minister in which he compared this to the ill-fated Roman attempt to conquer Persia back in, I think it was 200 AD something, in which they were defeated by the Sassanidian king Shapur II. And essentially said that ultimately the Romans had to sue for peace on Iran's terms at the time. Maybe there is a parallel.
I didn't know about this. Can we look this up? This is something I didn't know. I didn't know Rome tried to invade India. Or sorry, Persia. I guess Persia was owned by India at the time. Okay, let's see. Oh, yeah. Crazy. Let's see, 60 seconds, because, you know, I don't want to watch a 45-minute video on this.
If we look at the military record of both the Roman Republic and the...
So the conquest of Gaul was France? Right, Gaul was France. Iberia was Spain, right? Spain and Portugal, technically. No. It was Spain because Lusitania, right, was Portugal, technically. But the Iberian Peninsula obviously is like Spain. Yeah. Jesus. Look how the Romans treated the... Oh my God. Wait, is this where Mussolini... I didn't know this. Okay. Interesting. Look at that, guys. You learn something new every day. Maybe I did learn this, but I didn't know that the bundle of sticks from fascism comes all the way back to Rome. Look at that. Unless this picture is much like it's like a fascist interpretation of it, right? Which I don't think so. I've seen this photo before. Yeah, but this is the bundle of sticks with the axe, right? Interesting. I didn't know that. East Rome was, yeah.
Roman Empire, it's mostly a very long list of victories and conquests, intermingled with a select few losses here and there. The Republic had asserted dominance.
Yeah, the Punic Wars. This was the wars against Carthage, right? Which was in northern Africa.
Over the Mediterranean by defeating Rome's old nemesis Carthage over the span of 3 wars and managed to incorporate the powerful Greek peninsula. The empire had triumphed over savage nomadic tribes such as the Sarmatians of Central Asia and later the Huns, and had subdued proud tribal coalitions such as the Dacian kingdom of modern...
Oh look, the Battle of the Catalonian Fields. There you go. This is in Spain, right? I keep pausing it. Oh no, it's in. Wait a second. Is it in Gaul too? Yeah, it was. Yeah, because so one thing you kind of that's important to take away from this period, right, is like the Germanic tribes that invaded in the German Empire afterwards, or sorry, the after the Roman Empire fell. That's why, like, I did a project on this, but Spanish has actually like a lot of like German words, like that people don't realize, like hermano. Jeez, doesn't that sound a lot like the word German? Yeah, because it is, right? Hermano, right? Meaning brother, right? So literally, like, there's a bunch of like literate words of German that come straight from Germany, right? Straight from like German tribes, right? Interesting.
Day Romania.
Oh, and that's Dacia, yeah. Dacia is Romania.
Yet one foe continued to trouble the Roman Empire throughout its history, the powerful Sassanid Empire of Persia. While the Romans and Sassanids sometimes won minor victory...
I'm learning a lot here, right? Because I know Roman history, but I know like the basics, right? And I know like I always try to look at history on how it affects like cultures, right? Like that, what I just said, right? Because cultures are really important to politics, right? So obviously like the Germanic invasions had an impact, right?
Neither side could ever really assert dominance over the other. But why? Firstly, both the Roman Empire and the Sasanian Empire were huge centralized power blocks at the time. The time, manpower and financial resources that would need to be invested by one side to destroy the other was simply far more than either side was willing to come up with. This was especially true for the Roman Empire of the 3rd century AD onward. By this point, the empire had become so large and difficult to administrate that it was nearly impossible to coordinate so large a military campaign. Finally, the Romans might have been put off by heavy and embarrassing defeats they had suffered in the past. The defeat at Edessa in 260 AD, for example, had resulted in the loss of 70,000 soldiers and was the first time a Roman emperor, the Emperor Valerian, was taken captive. Experiences such as that would have been a deterrent from invading Persia again. Now, as always, thank you for watching, and if you enjoyed the video...
So literally, they took the emperor. Wow, that's crazy. I didn't know about that. Okay, interesting.
Bottom line.
Makes sense. I mean, Persia was always a very strong military power, right? Like we've all seen the 300. We all know about that, right? So yeah.
Don't issue those tweets in this very, very sensitive
I'll
moment.
say that. Let's talk about that later. Yeah.
You do not want to give further fodder
German
to the
language
Lindsey Grahams and others who
in the house, yeah. Yeah. Well said.
German engineering in the house, yeah.
All right. Let's see here. Actually, I think we had to look up a... Yeah, here we go. That's I remember looking this up. Aguantar, right? To put up with. This is a German word. Bala. Oh, bullet? Really? Balcony? Balcon? Banco? Oh. Yeah, so what you noticed is, or what my Spanish professor said is, they took a lot of...
Rare!
They took a lot of the words and just, like, Romanized them, right? So they put either an A or an O at the end of them. But not always, right? But yes, because obviously, like, there's different cadences in the languages, right? Like, German is much more rough sounding, and like the Latin-based languages kind of flow off the tongue a little more, right? Espejo. Oh wow. Spiegel. Oh Jesus. Filibustero. Yeah, guys, there's a bunch of fucking, see? It just like goes on and on. And this is what I mean. Like, these are like the influences of like German tribes that invaded, right? All this shit. Like, just go on and on, right? And you can click all these, and there's a bunch of other stuff too, right? Like you see it. Oh, look. Jesus. Down to like all the names. Look at this. Elvira, right? Elmila, Enrico, right? And it'd probably be like Enric, right? In German, right? But that was converted to be more Romanized, right? Edmundo, right? Edmund. Or whatever, like, it would, right? So, like, oh, there's Gustav. Look at that. That is a German, that is a Gothic. In fact, that is a Gothic name, right? So it's literally like a German tribe. Pancho, right? I know Sancho is too. He's because my professor was named Mr. Sancho, and he also had he said that his name was Germanic. Garcia, look at that. Garcia from Garces, right? Look at that, guys. Alvarez. Oh, and the ES too, apparently. Look at that, guys. Isn't that interesting? Like, oh, man. Ruiz. Suevos. God, invent your own shit, Spain. Stop stealing other people's shit.
We want to make sure that this war resumes.
Good point.
Yeah. Trita, looking from the outside, it seems to me that there have been a number of sort of key turning
like
points
Canada.
or revelations
Am I
during this
right?
war from the Trump perspective. So, number one, he was clearly convinced himself or sold a bill of goods from the Israelis that, oh, you can just take out the Ayatollah and some top leadership. Whole thing is a house of cards that's going to collapse. Trump was telling allies, and I relied on you for this reporting, that, oh, this is going to be over in a few days. Don't worry about it. Obviously, that had to be a little eye-opening for him at the beginning. This did not go the way that I was told that it would go. The second one for me appears to have been that pilot rescue or whatever.
Exactly, Rigel. Yeah, well said.
Happened there.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like, you don't think of Spain as having like a ton of Germanic words in it, and it's like, it really does, and it's because of that, right? Because, like, what, 5 freaking tribes invaded, right? Even Italian, right? I know for a fact has a ton of, but less so, right? Because there's various reasons. But I would say probably more in the north, much more in the north, right? Because there's Austria, right? And that's why, like, a lot of people even speak German in, like, that northern part of Italy still, right? Yeah.
German engineering in the house, yeah.
Exactly. Migrations of people. Yeah, and that's kind of what I want you to see, is that, like, nobody really... What the hell happened? Nobody really has their own culture per se, right? Everyone's just like a mix of other people's cultures, right? It's just like, and you could go back further and further and further. That's why, like, the whole idea that, like, this is like our nation and our nation is this, it's all bullshit, guys, because, like, I just gave you a great example, right?
Han, where, yes, they were allegedly able to get their pilot out, even though we've never known who he is. We've never seen him. We've never heard about him since. But in any case, we know for sure that it was a bit of a debacle. You had U.S. aircraft that got stuck there, had to be destroyed. And I think that may have been an eye-opening moment in terms of,
yeah,
if we
exactly.
do something...
Like, remember, and the Goths split up. right? They split up to like be two groups, the Visigoths and the Ostrogoths, right? The Ostrogoths invaded Italy and the Visigoths invaded Spain, right? And they ruled for like 800 years, I think it was, right? It was a long time, yeah.
Thing on the
So, and they clearly they intermarried, right? I would say the Goths, out of all the the tribes, the Germanic tribes that invaded the Roman Empire, they were the most Romanized, right? I think they just started using more Roman or Latin in their language, and that's kind of why Spanish is the way it is now, right? But their influence is still there, right? Yeah, there's another. Does everyone know the word vandal or vandalize, right? I was reading a paper about this, right? There's a region in Spain called Andalusia. What does that sound like? It sounds like Vandalusia, right? Almost. And apparently, the reason this region is called that is because this is where the Vandals settled, right? Before the Muslim conquests. So then when the Muslims invaded, they dropped the V, because I guess they don't do V's, right? Right? So they changed it to Andalusia, right? Isn't that interesting? Literally named, this region of Spain is named after people who, were so vicious that they are still known in English today as Vandals, right? To vandalize.
Hitler bad, Vandals good.
Damn right. I love my Vandals. I love my Vandals. You can vandalize me. Oh, one of my favorite bands. Yeah, right. Isn't that interesting? That a whole region of a country became a part of a word that we use to describe an act of a crime, and B, that we use it for it still is there, right? Isn't that interesting? Yeah. God. Yeah, precisely. It's just stuff like that, right? That you don't really ever think about. But again, I think this is a pretty good theory because it does have a lot of it's a little too on the nose for it to not be.
Ooh, 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 ooh. Kick-a-bee-bee. Just got a 20-day stream streak. WWW, watch it. Gust 8 poggies. Gust X 8 poggies. Gust X 8 poggies. Gust X 8 poggies.
Oh my god, that was amazing. Kick-a-bee-bee. Glocky says you're named Dookie. Ducky. Dookuki. He does say it sometimes correctly. Vandals got the stick named from burning Rome to the ground. Yeah. And vandalizing it, right? Literally, we have a word of that tribe, right? Because they were that vicious, right? And there's apparently a region of Spain named after them, right? Because that's where they settled. Isn't that interesting? It's so interesting. Welcome back, Kiki. Thank you for the funny moment. Kiki-bee-bee. Kiki-bee-bee. Yeah, I think it was because we had to take ancient history, and I'm not the biggest fan of ancient history, but this kind of stuff I find kind of interesting, right? Hold on. Yeah, this is it. I think it's this one.
Rare.
Is it not available anymore? But why did the Goths and the Vandals and the Suebies and all these people, right? All these Germanic tribes come into the Roman Empire? Isn't this part is the most interesting to me and how it relates? It's because there was, you had the Mongols coming in, displacing them, right? And then you also had, like less opportunities to be self-efficient, right? So when you live next to a very rich empire that is collapsing, right? Of course, right? It's kind of just like the story of the haves and have-nots, right? So it's pretty interesting how history repeats itself. Where is it? Yeah, there was a really good series on I'll find it, but let's keep watching.
The ground.
There you go, Patricia. Now you know something, girl.
This is going to be very difficult. This is going to be a problem for us because it was right after that he, began to pursue. All right,
Don't
how
trump
do
me,
we
bro.
step
What the
back?
fuck? Some guy in 2126.
Don't trump me, bro.
And the most intensive bombing campaigns ended.
Hilarious.
And then this is the piece I really want to get your thoughts on. Potentially, the most recent turning point was the trip to China. It seemed like Trump held out a view that he could go to the Chinese and they would basically save his ass. And when he went there and they were like, listen, buddy, nice to see you, but good luck. That's when he had to get serious about, taking some concessions here and striking a deal that, the warmongers are going to hate, the neocons are going to hate. And that does expose the weakness.
No, I found it. Hold on. I think it was this one, yeah.
Desperate and landless they come, swarming across continents and oceans, ravaging the Roman Empire just as it begins to crumble. In 406 AD, they seize the moment and seize a new homeland, cut from the heart of Rome.
God, Germans are so vicious. Am I right?
God. And for the sake of plunder, they strike terror and lay waste to the wounded empire. Their very name comes to mean destruction.
Yep.
They are the Vandals, and their dreaded force brings the civilized world to its knees.
Yep. Can you imagine being a Vandal?
The United States ultimately,
I actually could. It would totally surprise me.
as
if like my family was part like that.
we evaluate what what this war, quote unquote, achieved on our behalf. And so I wonder if you see it that way. How influential do you think that trip to China was in ultimately forcing Trump's hand to come to some sort of a negotiated agreement?
No, I do agree with you. Let me say something on the previous point as well, because you're absolutely right. We know very little of what happened. We don't even know the names of the pilots, but apparently Hollywood is already making a movie about it. I don't know if you guys saw the story.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
amazing.
The rights have been sold. They're doing a movie about something that we know nothing about. I don't know. Are they just going to make up the facts here, or what's going on here? So I thought that was quite fascinating that Hollywood is already on top of it. But also on that point,
Hollywood may have been on top of it from the beginning, Teresa.
It may have been, exactly. Perhaps this was their production to begin with. And, I've spoken to folks, this is speculative, I don't know the facts here, but I've spoken to folks on the military side on the U.S., and many of them have pointed to the fact that this appeared to have been a real effort to go inside of the country and do something to the nuclear facilities. That there was an attempt to either take or build quickly a runway and then manage to fly in a lot of soldiers. So you don't have to do the actual invasion from the south, which would have been impossible. Instead, you're leapfrogging it. You're going into the middle of the country. And it was a disaster. The United States lost more aircraft that weekend since the Vietnam War. And if you remember, it is about 2 days after that Trump first issues that civilizational threat and seems to have had a meltdown on par with Mark Levine right now on Truth Social. And then that evening, the ceasefire is announced. So it seems to have been a scenario in which he tried something very big.
And here's like I guess my overall arcing point, right, to all this is it's interesting, right? Because Germany is one of the most peaceful countries today, even though back in the Roman Empire, right, they literally supported open borders and invaded with their peoples. Goddamn Germans. The Vikings were one of the most vicious people in the world, right? They were known for being really brutal, right? And now look, like Scandinavia is overwhelmingly a very peaceful place, right? So, like, isn't that interesting that that's like the arc of human progress, right? Not every civilization, but like that's the hope, right? As societies become more and more left, right? The Overton window shifts more to the left wing. That's what ends up happening, right? So that's why it's important to understand, right? You go from being like the land of the Vandals and having an act of a crime named after from your people, right? Because you were that vicious to like one of the most peaceful regions in the world, right? It's so interesting. And I think that's like what we can all hope for, right? And that's why it's important to understand this stuff.
It was an absolute disaster. They managed to make sure that much of it is not known to the public. Instead, there's this story about the saving of 2 pilots, which may have been true, but even if it was true, it seems to have been a success within a larger failure. And then after that, you had the ceasefire. So we've seen this pattern going for broke, not working, and then having to back off. And I think the China trip was absolutely crucial. Right before he goes to China, and was hoping, and remember,
are from south. Yeah, but remember, France was... Hold on, where did the Vandals come from? I'm kind of curious. I know they're a Germanic tribe, so... Vandal... We're gonna get... Yeah, they're an East Germanic tribe renowned for their massive migration to Europe. There we go. Jesus. Where did they come from? Nope. They came from the Dutch. And it looks like still Germany. That northern part of Germany, that central like Cologne, basically, right? Today, this looks like Cologne to me. Cologne. Yeah. It was a collection of different people. Jesus. The Warney? Yeah. Interesting. Okay.
FDD crowd sold this to Trump by saying, not only will there be a massive problem inside of Iran, but also this is going to create problems for the Chinese, and the Chinese will then turn and put pressure on Iran to back down. Okay. So first, Iran has to crumble, and secondly, the Chinese were supposedly going to put pressure on Iran.
I only
The
listen
first
to
part
Lego AI and
completely
Gloggy.
false. Iran should have
You
crumbled
better.
4 weeks ago, according to the calculations of
Because you
FTD.
never listen to me, girl.
But also, right before
Don't
Trump
read the
arrives
AI.
in Beijing, the
I know.
Iranians and the
I'm
Chinese
not.
strike the deal.
The AI is
And
wrong, by the
Chinese
way. Right? The AI, this was wrong. Like, objectively wrong, right? That's why I looked at the maps, right? Yeah, like this little thing was wrong. Like, it had some accurate stuff, but it's wrong. And that's why I went down here, right? It looks like they came from like this area, so it's like the center part of Germany, like this kind of center part. Yeah. Oh man, you could be descended from a Vandal. Rigel. Oh shit. Yeah, this is a huge area, by the way. Yeah, that's crazy.
Ships are allowed to go through the Strait of Hormuz. The details of it, we don't know. Did the Iranians just allow that entirely? Or did the Chinese agree to some sort of a payment system? Unclear. But it essentially meant that by the time Trump arrived in Beijing,
Thank you, man.
the strait was already open.
Yeah, and this is another reason this is important to understand, is because like we had open borders before, right? Like this didn't really exist otherwise. However, what kept people separate was tribes, right? And empires and stuff like that. So like somebody from Germany is gonna stick out like a sore thumb in Rome, right? Okay, so ultimately, yeah, well, duh. I'm like, like most German tribes, they came from like Scandinavia. Yeah, so this is where they invaded from. Interesting. Cool. Interesting.
For the Chinese ship. If they were to be blocked, it would not be by the Iranians. It would be by the United States. And if so, Trump would be picking a fight with the Chinese, and the Chinese would not be putting pressure on Iran because Iran was not their problem. They would be putting pressure on the United States.
Right. Yeah.
And I think
it means you're probably Vandal. Yeah. Because remember, that's where they came from.
walked away from that and realizing, okay, the FDD card was wrong on every point. The Chinese were not going to come onto the U.S. side.
You probably have one ancestor, right? Which means you probably are related to someone from Spain, right? And that's and like Poland and all the places they went, right? Because that's how like this stuff works, guys. Yeah.
Anyone who knew anything about China, and I don't pretend to be a China expert, would have known that that's simply not the way the Chinese would have operated. Right. And once that card also fell, then I think we got more serious about trying to get to some sort of a deal. And the structure of this arrangement, which I have to say I'm not a fan of, I'm not crazy about this next 30 days, but nevertheless, that was something that the Iranians were pushing.
Right.
What is it? Why are you not a fan of that, Trita? Just to follow up on that.
Because of this very, very intense window that it provides the hawks to sabotage this.
Yeah.
And particularly mindful of the fact that a lot of what we're seeing is supposedly agreed upon, could have been agreed upon quietly without revealing the 30 days or anything like that, and then go for more intense negotiations without offering this type of a opportunity, this silver platter for the hawks to go after this, and the significant vulnerability that Trump will have during this period.
Right.
That's
I think
a good
it's
point.
so important. That's what I was about to emphasize is Israel, I don't know if you guys saw what they did in Gaza yesterday. I mean, they lit Gaza up harder than they have in months, and they actually pushed beyond the so-called yellow line area, which they previously hadn't. And I don't think that that's an accident. It's to ignite tensions, to ignite and inflame things, potentially to get Hezbollah to start firing back at them, because they're angry about what's happening. And then they can say, see, we have a right of legitimate self-defense in Lebanon. And that just so happens to blow up the entire deal. I mean, we have 30 days basically of potential Israeli sabotage all across the board. And you also highlight an important thing here is we still don't know the details. When they say the strait will be open,
Everyone
that's
is
Trump.
part vandal.
Now,
Damn right.
Iran,
especially if you're in these parts. Wait a second. Holy shit. I didn't know that either. So not only did they invade I think I might have read that, but but it looks like they also invaded northern Spain too. Look at that. So they had two kingdoms. This is Galicia, guys. That northern kingdom is Galicia. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. There you go. So if you're from Galicia or these parts, all right. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. We were talking about Galicia a few weeks ago, remember, guys? Interesting. Okay.
You can correct me if I'm wrong.
That's like Island of Palm, right? Isla del Palma. That's a very big vacation spot in Spain till this day, right?
Come out and said the strait will be open under Iranian management. I have no idea what that means. Maybe it's no toll, or they have the ability to close it if they want to. Obviously, I hope it's the latter. But in terms of how will we see oil and natural gas resume normal flow through the strait over the next 30 days? I don't think so. And so the economic kind of cliff over all of that seems very, very precarious. That's actually my last question to you is the Iranians seem absolutely hellbent on there will be control over the strait. Now, control can mean a lot of different things. In your expectation, does it look like a toll management with Oman? Does it look like a latent deterrent, basically like a nuclear weapon would be, in terms of we can do this anytime that we want? How serious are they about exerting their control over the strait?
No, I think this has become a new red line for the Iranians. However, I don't think it will be a toll. There's an Omani proposal that has gotten some traction, which is essentially a toll, but it is framed because a toll would be really illegal internationally in the absence of a war. Instead, it will be an environmental management fee in which countries are paying because there's such a high traffic in that strait. And this would then be collected by Iran and Oman.
No, he was talking about how Iran, aka Persia, has traditionally had a strong hand in international affairs. And I agree with that, right? And he says it goes all the way back to like the Roman Empire. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense, right? Rome was never conquered Persia, right? Even Alexander the Great, he conquered it and then like he died soon after and it broke apart, right?
Killing your brain like a poisonous mushroom, deadly. When I play a dope melody, anything less than the best is a felony. Love it or leave it, you better gangway. You better hit the bullseye, the kid don't play. And if there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook while my DJ revolves it.
Damn right. What up?
However, the U.S. position is one.
Loved it. Ice, ice, baby. Boom, 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 boom. God, remember when we watched Vanilla Ice hop around like a fucking idiot at the Trump rally? What a joke that was.
In which they're not crazy about this idea. They prefer it to be regionalized. So it's not just Iran and Oman, but also the other states in the GCC. That would give the Trump administration the ability to say it's not the Iranians controlling it. This is the region. It's their region, and they've decided to do this. And, it's just a management fee. And we can one way or another live with that. So I think, and again, so this issue is not entirely resolved. It will be resolved as part of the 30 days. I don't suspect that the Iranians will give up a degree of control at all. And they can reassert that if there's war again. But there's also another element here, which is part of what the Iranians wanted to do with the control of this trade was that they wanted to force other countries who had left the Iranian market because of U.S. sanctions to now have no option but to trade with Iran again, because they would have to pay these fees to get the oil. Perhaps they're not buying anything from Iran, but they're still buying the oil and the gas and whatnot. And as a result, they would need to have that transactional relationship with Iran financially. Well, if Trump, as part of a final deal, lifts all primary sanctions and the banking sanctions, well, then perhaps that control of the strait for that specific purpose of forcing these countries back into trading with Iran is no longer necessary. So I think there's ways to actually resolve this, but it is a point of leverage that the Iranians are not going to give up in the intermediate stage. At the last stage, we'll see exactly how it ends up, but I can see this going in several different directions.
Yeah. Well, that leads to my last question, which is, let's assume that this immediate term deal comes together. Let's assume they're able to work out the differences on the nuclear file, that there is some sort of settlement. We figure out in the Strait of Hormuz, lots of big question marks there, as we all know. Let's say, though, that this war concludes along the lines that are being laid out right now. What will this mean in terms of the U.S. position in the world and changes to the both global and regional balance of power?
Well, first of all, the first thing we have to note is that this will be an utter strategic defeat for Israel. It has started 2 wars with Iran, and the end result has been that Iran has restored its deterrence. It has been revealed that Israel is completely incapable of fighting any war with Iran without massive, active American support and involvement. And even then, it didn't end up well because Iran had escalation dominance because of the use of geography. On top of that, the Israelis have destroyed what little standing they had left amongst the American public. The only demographic that now seems to support them still or be sympathetic to them is boomer Republicans. And in 10, 15 years, there will not be any such thing as boomer Republicans as a major constituency or demographic. All of this is happening. And the Israelis, again, during the next couple of weeks and months, are going to be very limited in what they can do to sabotage directly. Indirectly, they will still do a tremendous amount of things. But their ability to publicly challenge or pick a fight with Trump, I think, is going to be limited. For the United States, this is also going to ultimately be a turning point, I believe. I think we had a brief conversation about this before as well, but I think this is really the inflection point that really puts an end to American global primacy. The ability to sustain that when you cannot even control or have escalation dominance in the Persian Gulf is very, very limited.
It was like, we spent some time talking about this, but I was like, I thought it was a decent point that I never thought of, right? I just assumed that like Rome never wanted to invade, but I found out, yeah, they tried and failed. Damn, they should have had the Vandals do it.
Beyond that, even if it isn't,
then we talked about the Vandals, Gray, and how like the word vandalize comes from them. Damn right, guys.
There's explanations as to why this war went the way it did. The question marks about America's ability, capacity, and competence in being able to run global primacy is now being spread all over the world, including among some of the allies who have for a long time pushed the United States to extend and deepen that primacy. This is not at all the consequences that we had after the Iraq War. It was a disaster, but no one questioned America's ability to sustain global primacy. That question will be front and center after this war. In my view, however, I have to be very clear. I think it's a good thing for the United States not to pursue global primacy. It should have stopped pursuing that a long time ago. It's just not that it should have happened this way.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's how I view it as well. Dr. Parsi, thank you as always for your analysis. Everybody go and check out the Substack Trita Parsi. We'll make sure to link in the description as well for more of Trita's analysis. Great to see you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's our pleasure.
Thank you, Trita.
The law regarding this topic. And I'm also...
It looks like Trump is going after Hassan. What?
Why do you think he fucking hates his sons? I think it's literally because they're ugly as shit. They're losers, but...
Yo. He's all giggly with Hassan. Look at that, guys. He's like a giggling schoolgirl. Tee hee hee hee.
Also, they're ugly as shit, and I think Trump hates that.
The Trump White House is going after left-wing political influencer and Twitch streamer Hassan Piker, and it is absolutely ridiculous. So in this video, I'm going to break down what happened, speculate maybe why it happened now, discuss the right-wing influencer that actually broke the law regarding this topic, and I'm also going to get to reactions from Hassan.
Let's just watch it. Yeah, hold on. I'm kind of curious. What's her name again? Giggling schoolgirl? No. Ashley something, right? Oh, there it is. Ashley Sinclair. Yeah. Oh, this is an hour and a half. I don't want to watch that much of it. Let's just watch the recap because... Oh my God. I'm not the stepdad. I'm the dad that stepped up. And then here she is doing the...
You mentioned that there were some things that took place with Doge, specifically as it pertains to the last election. What did you mean by that? Like, what's going on there? Did Elon play a role in stealing the 2024 election? I'm not a...
So all I know is what he has sent me and what his engineers and employees have told me. But in October of 2024, he sent me texts, which you can look at if you want.
Mm-hmm.
You want to read the text?
Oh, shit!
Sure. Why not?
That's how you know a girl trusts you, gentlemen. She just gives you the phone. Here, want to look at the nudes directly off my phone? I mean texts.
Here. I'm not making this space laser shit up. And everyone's like, oh my God, she sounds so crazy. I'm like, well, this is what he said. Okay, but don't read my pick me stuff.
Okay, it's fairly...
Because I was being pick me. This was October 5th, 2024.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Yeah, you tell me.
Wait, why does he actually talks like this?
Yes, he actually talks like this. And I wasn't being hyperbolic when I said
Can I read this one?
Yes, you can read the whole thing.
Okay.
You can read anything except my pick-me-isms.
Okay, I'm feeling more optimistic after tonight. And tomorrow we unleash the anomaly in the Matrix. This is not something on the chessboard, so they will be quite surprised. In air quotes, lasers from space. And you made a joke.
It was a Marjorie Taylor Greene joke.
Yeah.
He said, finally a focus on the Jewish vote.
And he laughed at it. And then I have over 10,000 lasers in space right now.
So he doubles down and says, and quantifies his number of space lasers.
I'm reading your
pick-me-ism.
pick-me text messages back.
But I was like, I don't want to be deposed.
Oh God, you literally sound like
Just
him.
stop.
You
Just
sound.
stop.
You
Just
changed
stop.
the way you talk.
I
to
told you I was
sound
so
exactly
pick me.
like
I was
him.
so pick me.
You're using the
It
terminology.
was so bad. Don't even.
That's crazy.
Don't. I was so pick me. It's like it makes.
And to be fair, guys, like obviously this is a joke, right? And she's just like, but
What is
people do this all the time. Actually, like when people get along, they adopt a lot of their like mannerisms and words and stuff, right? This is very common, especially ladies, right?
Says and quantify.
So I think this is why like pick me is I just think it's dumb, right? But
His number of space lasers.
like I get the point.
I'm reading your
My pick me
text messages back.
But I was like, I don't want to be
What
deposed.
up, Brian?
Oh God, you literally
back, buddy.
sound
Good to see you
like
guys.
him.
Stop.
You
Just
sound.
stop.
You
Just stop.
changed the way you talk.
I
to
told you I was
sound
so
exactly
pick me.
like
I was
him.
so pick me.
You're using the
It
terminology.
was so bad. Don't even.
That's crazy.
Don't. I was so pick me. It's like it makes me want to throw up and die.
Simulation.
Stop.
Badass
stop.
sci-fi
But
drama.
Stop it. But I said I don't want to be deposed. And what does he say? I was like, I would ask more, but I don't want to be deposed.
You should ask.
Okay,
more.
no. You stop.
Guys, what are you talking about?
What the fuck? You guys send memes to each other? You're so lame. Oh my God, I can't believe.
Oh my God, that's like what my mom does. Teehee. Well, that's what happens when you date a 50-something-year-old, right?
Literally, like this is.
That's enough.
As an 18-year-old or whatever the fuck she
That's
was,
the most
right?
faillennial ass
Yeah.
like text message. Aren't you Gen Z?
Yeah.
That's nasty. That was way worse than you.
Send them a meme.
Trying
gets them every time. What up, chat? Elon is the GOAT. He knows how to get the ladies.
to talk like him in your text messages. That is like sending.
She was 23.
Like epic
yeah, whatever she
Wow.
was. Still.
Wow.
I want to die. Oh my
Wow,
God.
that's
Oh.
embarrassing.
I really.
What are you talking about, Gus? What do you mean? What am I talking about? That's so generic. Like I was talking about. She said, "Oh, that's such pick me behavior," and I don't really like that word because, well, at least in this context, like I get what she means, but, like in this specific case, it just means that she really liked him, right? She was getting along with him, which is weird because Elon is a lizard person in a human skin suit. So, what does that say about your taste, girl?
Faster after you read my cringe figure.
That was the most consequential thing that I learned.
Yeah, like
about
that's
you.
what I was critiquing, right? Jersey was that picking up mannerisms, picking up like things people say, that's all part of natural human behavior. We shouldn't be like demeaning it, right? Like we have a crisis of not feeling connected with one another. And I think it can be very damaging to be like, oh, that's pick me behavior, when in reality, I mean, I guess it depends on to what degree and all that stuff, right? Like everything has nuance, right, guys? But in general, that is not pick me behavior, right? And that's what I was commenting on. Yeah.
There were so many memes too. Some of them were good.
I'm sure. You want to show me a good one?
He said worse things about 9/11 than you.
You mentioned that there were some things that took place with Doge, specifically as it pertains to the last election. What did you mean by that? Like, what's going on there? Did
So-
Elon play a role in stealing the 2024 election? I'm not a.
So all
blue
I
on-
know is what he has sent me and what his engineers and employees have told me, but
He acted human in his courtship. When she got pregnant, a lizard, his lizard came out.
in October of 2024, he sent me texts, which you can look at if you want.
never
You
mind.
want
Alright. Oh god.
What is
this is a hoodie.
You got me a hoodie.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna put this down here. Oh God, what's gonna be in this hoodie? This is gonna be. Let's see.
You ready? Are you ready, chat?
Oh God. Oh no. I'm not even gonna see it first. Chat's gonna see it before I do.
I've been sent by Benjamin Netanyahu to get his Twitter account.
This is... Oh my God. What is this?
This is a hoodie.
You got me a hoodie.
Yeah.
What the hell am I watching?
Down here.
What the hell am I watching, guys? What the hell am I watching?
So first, this broke.
Oh man, my chat died. Be right back. Yeah. Elon made a call to to the White House when he saw this. Yeah, he did. Did. God damn it. I gotta shave, guys. Looks like I haven't shaved in days. Flirting streamers, yeah.
Late last night, TMZ with their headline here. Twitch streamer Hassan Piker served federal subpoena over Cuba trip.
Oh, shit.
Now, Fox News initially broke the story. With this, federal officials have served subpoenas to Marxist political influencer Hassan Piker and Code Pink co-founder Susan Medea Benjamin as part of a wider investigation into whether U.S. organizations and leaders violated U.S. laws and sanctions in supporting Cuba's communist regime, Fox News Digital has learned. So I'm going to get to some details in a second here, but I want to just first point out the picture they used. They're apparently stalking him, I guess, when he was walking his dog. In this
That's
image,
creepy.
he's wearing a Democracy Now! Cap. I just find the irony incredible. Like, here you have the U.S. government going after an individual over their speech while he's wearing a Democracy Now! Cap.
Mm-hmm.
But here is a clip back in March. This is when the Cuba trip happened. Here's Hassan explaining why he's there.
What's up, guys? I'm Hassan Piker. I'm here in Havana, Cuba right now on a humanitarian aid mission alongside numerous other organizations, including but not limited to
Maybe I should have Gloggy do that on the merch. That'd be funny. I'm still working on that, guys.
the DSA, and my goal here today is to bring awareness to what my government, the United States of America, has done to the Cuban population. One of the most ridiculous embargoes of all time that has only gotten more deadly as time has gone on. We have tremendous sanctions on oil transfers in this country. We're not allowing other countries to send in oil as well. It's a necessary resource. The hospitals are in a state of dire disrepair already due to the different components of sanctions. The hospital machines are broken and they can't be repaired because Cuba is considered a state sponsor of terrorism. And I wanted to basically showcase the personal lives of everyday Cubans and how this system, this rigorous sanctions system, dominates their lives in very meaningful ways, and yet we don't even know about it. Most Americans don't even know about it. And I would go so far as to say even a lot of Cubans don't know about it either. So my goal, hopefully, is to bring awareness to the inhumanity, because collective punishment is a war crime after all.
All right, so Hassan and other activists, as well as the media, were there in Cuba to spotlight what the U.S. embargo was doing to the country, as well as to deliver medical supplies and humanitarian aid to the people there. And that apparently was worthy of a U.S. investigation. So here are some more details. This is from TMZ, as they write, both Hassan Piker and Medea Benjamin were served with requests for information by the Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Assets Control tied to the trip to Cuba, organized through the Nuestra America convoy. Investigators are reportedly examining whether activists illegally financed travel, coordinated logistics, or conducted prohibited transactions involving Cuba, including possible stays at hotels on the U.S. State Department's restricted list. This is where we get to an interesting wrinkle in this story. Because at the time, I covered this in my video covering that trip at the time. This didn't happen. They stayed at a hotel that they're allowed to stay at, which, first of all, like, the whole discussion is so ridiculous. The U.S. government can tell you where you can't and can't stay.
Agree.
It's absolutely absurd.
Stupid shit.
Even within that, they kept to the list of the hotels they were allowed to stay in. So Hassan explains why he stayed in a 5-star hotel in Cuba, because at the time there people were like, oh, again, the ridiculous critics of Hassan that come out of the woodwork when things like this happen. I can't believe Hassan's staying at a 5-star hotel. They legally have to stay at certain hotels. There's a very short list of hotels they can stay at. So as he said at the time, the American government makes it illegal for Americans to stay wherever they want when they're in Cuba. And this tweet went viral, and Hassan, as I'll get to his reaction here, suspects that this may be part of the reason why they're doing this investigation is because of a tweet that is just lying. But this tweet at the time, again, this is back in March 22nd, said, by the way, Hassan just broke U.S. law. Oh, and he could face a $250,000 fine and up to 10 years in prison once he gets back to the States. Hey, FBI, get on it. Again, he's delivering humanitarian aid, food, medical supplies to Cuba. You have people, anonymous losers online, trying to target him, making up things he didn't even do to try and target him while he is delivering humanitarian aid. You guys are absolutely fucking losers. But anyways, Hassan replied to that saying, yeah, the U.S. law is effing stupid. I didn't break it, but this post is the only one that ironically acknowledges the comical U.S. restrictions on what U.S. citizens are allowed to do in Cuba. The quote-unquote 5-star hotel is one of the few hotels the U.S. government allows Americans to legally stay in. And he, in response to the subpoena, he replied to another account mentioning the hotel stuff, saying, we stayed at the right hotel, by the way. The government got duped by a effing viral Twitter post. I'm losing my mind. So this gets us to this very interesting wrinkle in this whole story. This right-wing loser, Nick Shirley, went to Cuba as well. And he stayed at a hotel that he was not supposed to stay in. Now, is he being subpoenaed? Not as far as I know. But as Blake Burge writes, Nick Shirley is violating the Office of Foreign Affairs foreign asset control regulations in this video by staying in the Hotel Nacional de Cuba, which is on the U.S. State Department's Cuba prohibited accommodations list. Nick Shirley admitted this to himself to news outlets, saying he was unaware that he and his team were staying at a hotel operated by the Cuban government, the type of accommodation the U.S. citizens are generally prohibited from using under federal restrictions. Going on to say, a member of his team arranged the booking and that the website they used was the only option they found. This absolute loser, in a bid to try and get attention on himself. Again, this guy's not delivering humanitarian aid to Cuba. He's there to try and discuss how scary Cuba is. Nick Shirley describes almost being held hostage. Dangerous situation.
New follower to the commune. Thank you, Talopolly.
Talopolly, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. How is your evening so far? Or afternoon?
Absolute
or morning, wherever you are.
Loser. Stayed at a hotel that he is legally not allowed to stay in. He should be
epic
subpoenaed.
Nice.
Here's the Cuba prohibited accommodations list. They stayed at this hotel that is on the prohibited list. Epic. But he's not being targeted because he's a right-wing clown.
Mm-hmm.
So this gets us to maybe why Hassan's being targeted now, though it would be a quick turnaround, I suppose. But he had on Ashley St. Clair. This is somebody who that was once a right-wing influencer, had Elon Musk's baby, and has since done a full reversal, is now calling out the right wing and discussing a lot of the secrets and how they operate. But during that stream, this is one of the clips that came out of it.
Right? Like Trump cares about the physical appearance.
I don't know. Have you seen Mar-a-Lago?
No,
it's
but,
like a very
but in Trump's inner circle, like if you look at some of the people that he hires, like he either hires for loyalty or he does care about like the way that people around him are perceived, like their physical appearances.
Yes, that would be accurate.
And Laura Loomer is hard to look at. Why do you think he fucking hates his sons? I think it's literally because they're ugly as shit. They're losers, but also they're ugly as shit, and I think Trump hates that. You don't think so? That's why he loves Ivanka.
That makes sense.
Like
she's very aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, she
but I think
also
he likes
is
Ivanka too much.
Yeah, that's true. But she's also in with the liberal in crowd, right?
She's like very popular in Hollywood.
Yeah. And I think Trump loves that because that's all he wanted.
All right, so I'm not saying that this is the reason why the Trump White House is going after Hassan now, but it is worth mentioning that Laura Loomer, who's brought up in that clip as being extremely ugly, was freaking out about this clip on Twitter after, or I should say before the subpoenas went out. And Laura Loomer, of course, a very close ally of Trump, has the ear of Donald Trump. At the very least, I'm sure words have been exchanged about Hassan to him or to people around Trump. So it's not surprising that Hassan has been in their sights for a while. But the idea that, you know, you're going to go after him for delivering humanitarian aid, a little insane. Here's Hassan's reaction to the subpoena, saying the American government would rather try to criminalize delivering aid to a country we've starved than punish the Epstein class.
Bingo.
Again, not surprising considering Trump is all over the Epstein files, but it is just insane.
He's 100% right.
Medea Benjamin here with her reaction as well, saying taking medical supplies to pediatric hospitals in Cuba is now a crime. Saving the lives of babies is a crime. This administration is beyond grotesque. It really does speak for itself. Like, this is why, if you follow my channel, I do a lot less U.S. politics now than I used to. And it's simply because I have very little to explain. Like, I even consider not covering.
Damn. 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 That hurts. That hurts. It hurts because it's true, right? Have you noticed I just don't have anything to say half the time to this shit. It's literally some of what is there to comment on? It's just dog shit. Or like, yeah, another day in Trump going after someone, or right? It's become a reality TV show, and for fuck's sake. He just said it. Damn.
When Comcast goes to Cuba, they stay at 5-star hotels too. That expense is for our education and exposure to the hardships that the U.S. puts on other countries in the world. So subscribe to Comcast today and support his consumption of margaritas. Do it today to get your branded t-shirts and panties. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Damn right. Get those free branded t-shirts and panties. Gloggy panties.
Yes, because like, what is there to explain here? Because this is just, on its face, it's absurd. But many people may not know about the trip to Cuba. Many people may not realize the allegations are completely ridiculous in terms of, staying at illegal hotels or whatever. So I think that part is worth discussing. But it is just, in terms of the morality or lack thereof from the Trump administration, there's not much to really have to explain there. Kyle Kalinske, I just want to give him credit here, shared, I'm not sure if he made this or not, but he shared this on Twitter, just showing you the insanity of it all. Here is Epstein and Trump. We traffic children. MAGA. You're so sweet. Hassan, I brought humanitarian aid to Cuba. Hello, FBI. Again, this could have been the whole video, me just showing this comic strip, because there's nothing else left to explain. Last thing here, I just want to share out, in case you haven't seen it. I mean, I shouldn't have to share it. It has 500,000 views. But Hassan's trip to Cuba, the mini documentary he shot here, discussing the embargo, the U.S. embargo on Cuba, what it's done to the country. It really is worth a watch. As a Canadian who's been to Cuba, I've seen the actual country. Incredible people, beautiful country. It's insane what the U.S. government has done to it through a completely pointless embargo over decades. And again, that's not just Trump. We're talking about decades of U.S. governments and how they treated Cuba. Until, to be fair, Obama tried to normalize relations a bit. And then, of course, Trump came in and reversed that all. But it is worth watching this. I will link to it below this video in the description box. If you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe and check out some of the other videos I have on.
All right. Some housing news. It looks like there's a a bipartisan agreement in Congress on housing. Hopefully it's decent.
Here's a word you don't hear very often in Washington anymore: agreement. So when the House passed a major housing affordability bill this week by a vote of 396 to 13, it's worth asking, what exactly did Congress just agree on, and does it actually matter? And will it have any effect on the cost of housing in this country? The short answer is yes, sort of. The longer answer is it's complicated. But that's okay, because we like complicated on this show. The most spot-on response to these questions probably came from Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren, who described the bill as a policy meatball stuffed with provisions.
My senator.
Championed by lawmakers.
Fellow masshole.
On both sides, with no single sweeping fix, but a lot of ingredients that together, she says, make it, quote, delicious. Okay, so what's in this housing legislation?
I like delicious meat balls.
At its core, the bill tries to address America's critical housing shortage by cutting through
Gus
some
is
of
a
the
meatball.
permitting and
Confirmed.
regulatory red tape that makes it painfully slow and expensive to build homes. In many cities, getting approval to build a single house can take years of environmental reviews, zoning hearings, and paperwork. This bill would speed parts of that process up. It also expands support for manufactured or pre-made housing, and it funds pre-approved home designs so communities can build faster and more cheaply. All of that is genuinely useful. But the provision getting the most attention is the bill's restrictions on large corporate landlords, and I'm talking about hedge funds and private equity firms and institutional investors, from buying additional single-family homes once they own more than 350 homes already. And that reflects something real. When giant investors sweep into housing markets paying all cash, it reduces supply. It makes that reduced supply unaffordable. Ordinary families can't compete. And even if the pricing were fair, most Americans can't make cash-only purchases of their home. They need a mortgage. But here's where things get more complicated. The House version of the bill quietly removed a provision that the Senate version of the bill had included, a provision that would have required corporate landlords to eventually sell so-called build-to-rent homes to individual owners, basically families, after 7 years. And that would create a greater ongoing supply of single-family homes to purchase. In theory, more supply makes them more affordable. Build-to-rent homes are exactly what they sound like. They are houses constructed specifically to remain rentals in perpetuity rather than ever being sold to homeowners. The home building industry pushed back hard against that requirement, arguing that it would choke off investment in new construction. Now, whether that's a reasonable compromise or a quiet gift to the industry depends largely on how you feel about build-to-rent housing. Even that's controversial. Supporters of it argue that it adds supply. And more supply means lower housing costs, even if those lower costs mean lower rents, perhaps, but higher purchase prices.
I bet
Critics,
you taste good.
Including Senator Elizabeth Warren and Ohio Republican Bernie Moreno, worry that it locks in a permanent renter class, that it amounts to trading the possibility of home ownership, which is a central part of the American dream, for the convenience of professionally managed rentals. The real policy tension between building more housing and building for ownership is not really resolved by this bill. More rentals do bring rents down. More homes for purchase bring housing costs down, allowing young families to buy homes and increase their wealth over time. Critics of the Senate's tougher approach, including the Vox senior correspondent Eric Levitz, argues that
it's funny that Bernie Moreno is saying this, right? But like your party is the one who fucking did this, right? Because home ownership used to be part of that American dream, right? That bullshit thing anyway. But like it was much more affordable and attainable for the average person, right? And then your side essentially ruined it, right? And then on top of that, if you think about it, right? Home ownership, the more it drops in terms of people having less access to homes and stuff, the more they're just going to rent out. And that's going to create all sorts of other problems because you're less invested right? You're less invested in a system where you don't actually control anything, where, like, at least with home ownership, there's the illusion, right? I'm gonna call it that because it's still an illusion, right? There is an illusion of ownership. There is an illusion of control. You're not really in control, but it's a nice way of kind of like telling the masses, there you go, peasants, enjoy. God, we've been getting a lot of that recently, huh?
Banning build-to-rent housing could actually hurt working-class Americans. Their argument is that
yeah, but that's only gonna solve, like, I think they said, Gray, 3 to 5% of the problem, right? You're talking about like giant corporations like BlackRock and stuff. I agree, but like the greater problem is systemic, right? Is that housing needs to be considered a right. This isn't even like a new idea, right? Like FDR mentioned it in his second Bill of Rights, right? This is all stuff that shouldn't be new to people. So let's like take that as the basis and greatly expand on it, right? But we haven't done that in the last like 80 years. Both the U.S. and Canada, right?
institutional investors often build rental homes in suburban neighborhoods where housing would otherwise only be available for purchase.
Yeah, and actually now we're gonna, this is a great, because I have another video here on China, right? And how China is having issues with this shit too. And they're supposedly a communist country, right? Supposedly. All right, let's see. Here we go. We're going to watch that next. But remember Evergrande? Right? The tofu homes, all that shit, right? Is China the next Japan? Oh, shit.
That can open up those neighborhoods to families who can't yet qualify for a mortgage. Levitz argues that eliminating
mortgage dates back to the late 14th century, with the roots mort meaning death in French and gage meaning pledge. While that literally makes a mortgage a death pledge, it's not as eerie as it sounds. It is believed that the concept of a mortgage began in early civilizations, an exchange of property with a pledge to repay over time. The pledge would be considered dead or null once the loan was repaid, or if the borrower could not fulfill the terms of the deal.
Interesting. Mortgage. Interesting. Oh, we were just talking about like words and stuff and how they mean stuff. That makes a lot of sense. Mort, like mortician, right? Age. Yeah. It's just like parliament. Parliament is also a French word, right? Parler. Parler means to avoir, right? To talk. Parler, right? Parliament, right? So Parliament was essentially a way to just let the commoners dish out against one another while the elites got to control everything, right? Because at the when Parliament was first established in Britain, right, they had no power per se. Same with the French, right? The French system as well. But over time, it became more and more powerful of an institution, right? Yeah, so that's how these things evolve, right, guys?
Less affordable for working class Americans, the very people that this bill is supposed to help.
It's more honest. Death pledge. Yeah, I think it's honest.
On the other side of the argument, opponents of build to rent, like my next guest, Tom Hartman, argue that framing is wrong in and of itself. The real problem, they say, is not just housing supply, it's who controls that supply and why. According to Hartman, housing should first serve human beings.
Nice. Congrats.
Not hedge funds. And from that perspective, allowing corporate investors.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of it for sure. And I just don't think like you're going to. I don't think that solves the problem. I think you're like all steam to this, right? Do it. But don't be surprised that the problem doesn't go away, right? It's not like problem solved. Hey! You're just kind of solving part of the problem, right? It's like you got a big ass gash on your leg and you put a band-aid on like half of it. Okay, well, the rest of it's still fucking bleeding, right? And even that's not completely analogous because according to some of the studies we watched, right, that we read here, it's like 5%, but 5% is better than no percent.
To build and hold rental homes indefinitely is not solving the housing crisis. It's simply rearranging who profits from it. And this is a very, very important point.
Correct.
And then on top of all of this, there's the role of technology. We've talked a little about this on this show. I'm not sure it's fully understood, though.
Yeah, no. I do think it's a problem. It's just, and maybe it's more of a problem in Canada, right? Like, but you're still not going to solve the problem because the problem with housing is scarcity, right? It's like, go back to scarcity, right? Like, remember when we watched the post-scarcity videos? What's the biggest problem with housing? Is that you're required to live in Tokyo. You're required to live in the big cities, right? Even in China, right, guys? In China, you're required to live in the big cities because that's where the jobs are, right? If you live out in the countryside, you're fucked. So there's a scarcity element to time, right? Because you're not able to like quickly travel to places where this kind of stuff happens. So you have to get housing in cities, right? That creates pressures on cities, that drives up prices, right? And et cetera, et cetera. However, I will say this. What did we learn about Japan? It's the only country out of the entire, like 8 that we studied, right? Where housing prices haven't really gone up. I wonder why that is, right? Because they don't treat housing as like an investment, right? All these other countries like China, right? The West in particular, we treat housing like an investment. Right? It's something that we use to trade or let me put all my money into it and then it grows in value, right? That's why like Evergrande happened, right? People invested in 3, 4, 5, 6 homes and even President Xi was like, you only need 1 home. What the fuck? Why are you investing in 5 properties, right? And it's because of greed, right? It's because of there's money to be made, right? There's money to be invested, meaning you just put your money in there and it grows. Well, you can't have that, right? This is the false narrative of housing, right? Like, I think it was even Divine Misty who said, she's like, well, as long as my property taxes or my property values don't go up, it's like, or don't go down. It's like, well, they're going to have to, right? If you want to live in an equitable world, you have to like let that slide, right? Or it has to stay the same. But that's the problem is everyone wants it to like keep increasing, right? It's going to cause scarcity, right? So that's why like Japan is almost like a little mini model within a greater model of scarcity, right? Because there clearly isn't as much of it going around because nobody in Japan values that, right? Like, what's the big takeaway from what we learned about Japan there is that people don't value homes. They value it's a depreciating asset. It's not an appreciating asset, right? Ah, okay. So that's the greater problem, right? And that's why like any of these other fixes are going to help, of course, but you're not going to fix the greater problem because as more and more people move to cities and become part of the system and have to compete with one another, right? That's what's going to cause the issues, not necessarily the right. And there's plenty of housing to go around, right? We learned from the post-scarcity video, which I didn't know either, that you could literally double the size of London and it would only take up like 10%, or of all the cities in the UK, and it would only take up like a minute percentage point, a minute amount of space for people to live in. Isn't that crazy? Insane, right? You learn so much.
According to Hartman, large investors increasingly rely on sophisticated algorithms.
Yeah, literally, people don't need such big homes either. Yeah, exactly, Aeon Lord. Absolutely, dog. Welcome back. I will say that IKEA was a big...
Uncommon.
Congrats! My grandma talks about a time when products were labeled good, better, and best. Those best appliances still run. She still cuts turkey with the same death machine she did when she was a kid. Well, because things back then were meant to last, right? Like, people literally built stuff to last because they cared about quality, right? Now it's built to be thrown away in 6 months. You didn't get the new model Bugatti? God, Kiki, what a peasant. That was so 2025. Now 2026 has rolled around. How dare you?
Algorithms to identify homes the moment they hit the market.
It's literally what
Often
consumerism is,
buyers
right?
to make all cash offers within seconds or minutes before a typical young family can even look at the listing and schedule a show.
Yeah, even Maytag had commercials that the tech falling asleep in their heads. Yeah, like, and we need to get back into a place where products last, right? But you have to demand it as a consumer, right? Like, it can't just be like, you can't just sit on your ass and on your hands or whatever and let consumers or let companies do that, because they will just keep doing that. All right. That's why, like, things like right to repair are so important, right? You need to be able to repair your products because that keeps the incentive for making things last longer, right? Oh, damn. That emotes. I've seen that somewhere. Otherwise, you will be able to continue to sell the products. Thank you, Gloggy.
And it doesn't stop at the purchase, by the way. Once those homes become rentals, critics argue that many of those landlords turn to pricing software that's designed to push rent as high as the market will bear. Companies like RealPage, a software platform that's used by major landlords, have faced federal scrutiny and multiple lawsuits over allegations that they help landlords collude on rent increases in ways that critics say resemble price fixing. It's an important detail that makes the simple supply and demand defense harder to sustain. It's also worth remembering the Biden administration sued RealPage in 2024, but after President Trump returned to office, the federal government settled with the company last November with no fine, no admission of wrongdoing, and the software is still up and running, possibly causing your rents to be higher than they should be. Critics call it a sham settlement that let the company off the hook entirely. So while this administration pays lip service some days to affordability and to the housing crisis, it's also quietly closed the book on the most significant federal action against the very tools that those landlords use to coordinate on price. But the discussion on RealPage is actually a bit of a digression. We've discussed it before on this show. We will discuss it again on this show. But the thing to talk about this week is this very rare bipartisan bill that passed in the House and is, in theory, designed to address this nation's seemingly intractable housing affordability crisis. The House and Senate have now passed versions of this legislation twice. They even agree on the name, the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. They agree that there's a housing crisis in this country. They agree on many of the broad solutions. What they can't agree on is each other's bills. The Senate Majority Leader John Thune says the Senate should simply pass the House version. Elizabeth Warren says there's still more work to do. Still, and this matters, the disagreement now is substantive, which is rare these days. Congress is no longer arguing about whether a housing crisis exists. It's actually arguing about how to fix it. And that's not nothing. For years, the housing debate bounced between finger-pointing and paralysis. This bill, imperfect as it is, represents a meaningful step forward. Whether Congress can get it across the finish line before the midterms is another story entirely. Joining me now is Thom Hartmann, host of the syndicated radio talk show, The Thom Hartmann Program, and the author of numerous books, including The Last American President. Tom, I just need a piece of context from you, and that is this country has, over time, through laws or practices or norms, prevented certain groups, often based on race, from owning property. And owning property in this country is one of the clearest ways to build not just wealth in your own family, but generational wealth. So finding ways to allow people to own homes in this country is ultimately a good thing.
Yeah, and always great to see you, Allie. Thank you so much. There's a lot of dimensions to this. I mean, you've got the homelessness crisis, which we can talk about. You've got what you just pointed out, that this is throughout at least the last 100 years, home ownership in the United States has been the single largest entree point into the middle class for people, and at least building wealth throughout the course of their lives. Obviously unions and good wages and all those things are important. And housing is one of those things, we've got this spectrum with regard to the commons. On one hand, nobody is suggesting that the government should be making my blue jeans or even regulating the company that does in a really heavy-handed way. On the other hand, you can argue that things like public education and even healthcare really should be pretty much entirely the job of the government, at least to pay for. Housing is kind of in the middle of there where, yeah, it's as essential as education and healthcare. And yet it's also a commodity. So we've got this delicate dance, that we've been doing for years and years. And as you point out, most of the regulation around it historically in the United States has been to racially segregate it. But now that homelessness is exploding and we've got a middle class crisis as a result of 45 years of Reaganomics, we're having this conversation. It's a good one. It's an important one.
About it, right? That we're actually having a policy conversation. I dream of a world like this, where every week there's some kind of actual debate in the House and in the Senate in which Republicans and Democrats are talking together about solving a problem, even if their solutions are different. Let's talk about the solutions, because housing affordability, everybody tries it. Zoran Mamdani won an election on it here in New York City. But boy, it's complicated. It's a lot of things. It's not just investors buying rental properties. It's not the median price of a used home right now is over.
My goat over here showing off his collection. This is how he brings back the ladies to his house. Want to see my collection? My brain has read all these.
400. Rare. But the provision getting the most attention is the wealth in your has over time through laws or practices or norms prevented certain groups, often based on race, from owning property. And owning property in this country is one of the clearest ways to build not just wealth in your own family, but generational wealth. So finding ways to allow people to own homes in this country is ultimately a good thing.
Yeah, and always great to see you, Allie. Thank you so much. There's a lot of dimensions to this. I mean, you've got the homelessness crisis, which we can talk about. You've got what you just pointed out, that this is throughout at least the last 100 years, home ownership in the United States has been the single largest entree point into the middle class for people, and at least building wealth throughout the course of their lives. Obviously unions and good wages and all those things are important. And housing is one of those things, we've got this spectrum with regard to the commons. On one hand, nobody is suggesting that the government should be making my blue jeans or even regulating the company that does in a really heavy-handed way. On the other hand, you can argue that things like public education and even healthcare really should be pretty much entirely the job of the government, at least to pay for. Housing is kind of in the middle of there where, yeah, it's as essential as education and healthcare. And yet it's also a commodity. So we've got this delicate dance, that we've been doing.
But I would argue,
years.
sir, that it's only a commodity because the West, and not just the West, but countries value it. Like several hundred years ago, somebody decided it should be, or people decided it should be a commodity, right? Well, we don't have to go by that anymore, right? We can easily change that and not make it a commodity. Spoiler alert. But what stops us from doing that? It's because, well, that's how we've done things traditionally. And what's the fault in that logic? That's a conservative statement, right? See what I mean? Like, so you're just going to be spinning your wheels whenever you don't admit this stuff, right? And try to move past it.
Years, and as you point out, most of the regulation around it historically in the United States has been to racially segregate it. But now that homelessness is exploding and we've got a middle class crisis as a result of 45 years of Reaganomics, we're having this conversation. It's a good one. It's an important one.
About it, right? That we're actually having a policy conversation. I dream of a world like this, where every week there's some kind of actual debate in the House and in the Senate in which Republicans and Democrats are talking together about solving a problem, even if their solutions are different. Let's talk about the solutions, because housing affordability, everybody tries it. Zohran Mamdani won an election on it here in New York City. But boy, it's complicated. It's a lot of things. It's not just investors buying rental properties. It's not the median price of a used home right now is over $400,000. The average price of a home buyer right now is 41 years old. And in many cases, they will take a 30-year mortgage that'll take them to 71. Maybe that's good. Maybe that's bad. But it's hard to buy a house in America.
Yeah, and it's very different now than it was, for much of American history. When I was a little kid, my dad bought the house that I grew up in 1956. I think he bought it. And at that time, the average cost of a house in America was 2.2 times the average annual salary. And now the average cost of a home in America is about 10 times the average salary, or about 5 times the average household income, because now mostly it's 2 household incomes to produce that middle class that you used to be able to do with one. So that radical change in the cost of housing is a big part of it. Then you've got the stagnation of wages that has happened for 45 years as a result of Reaganomics, of freezing the minimum wage. It's still $7.25. You've got, the destruction of unions. We went from a third of us being in unions to only about 10% of us now. You've got this supply shortage. Part of this is that because housing is a commodity, the people who build them are saying, what's the most profitable way to build housing? Well, it's to build McMansions. It's not to build starter homes. After World War II, you can drive around neighborhoods in America, in any town in America, and see all these little, relatively small houses, 1,000 to 1,800 square foot houses. They were built after World War II as starter homes. Right. Nobody's doing that anymore. And this bill would encourage a lot of that. So that's a good start, too.
Let's talk about this build to rent concept. Right. I like to, as an economics guy, I like to say that most things come down to supply and demand, but housing is a little more complicated. We absolutely have a supply shortage in the United States, and any extra house that's built, whether it's for rental or ownership, may alleviate some of that shortage. But you don't like this idea of non-housing involved people.
Exactly. Right. Like when the rent goes up, when you're paying $3,000 for fucking rent or whatever the fuck these, right? It's ridiculous, guys. What?
And hedge funds and private equity funds getting into the business of buying.
That's $3,000 you could be using for like a mortgage or something, right?
Building houses just for.
And then banks basically gatekeep a lot of these poor, mortgage payments as well, right?
Perpetual rental.
Well, we already have build to rent that's widely accepted. It's called apartments. And so, you know, if somebody wants to invest in rental properties, build an apartment building. You know, this is not rocket science. But build to rent homes, single family homes, are basically displacing or taking out of the marketplace. As
I feel like this guy has like a typical like New England professor like home. Where does he teach? Michigan State? Very professorial. Ugh.
An available option to build that middle class wealth that we were talking about a little bit ago. It's moving that off the table, or, you know, pushing it out of the way. It may be very profitable. It may be even more profitable.
Kensai, we have a hoarding problem. Yeah, that's a huge part of it too.
As we talked
about, it's also easier to get it when you inherit a home, right? If like people who inherit homes, yeah, right. It just, although even that's changing now too, right? We talked about how they're being sold off to like developer companies, right?
But with regard to the commons, you know,
it's
the government.
All this is all this needs to change, right, guys?
It's appropriate for us collectively, that's the government, to step in and say, no, wait a minute, we want some rules to this game so that, yeah, people can still make money, but the average person doesn't get screwed. So that's why I think that, frankly, you know, build to rent individual single family homes should be either banned or heavily regulated, as opposed to apartment buildings.
I will say it is rare that we get to have a conversation like this where we're actually talking about policy issues that are under discussion. May we have many more conversations like this in the future. But thanks, Tom. I appreciate you bringing your analysis and your context to it. Tom Hartman is the host of the syndicated radio.
All right. And now, speaking of housing, China is having housing problems as well.
A couple of years ago,
for a while now, actually,
there was a lot of talk about China's property crisis and the woes of big developers like Evergrande.
Mm-hmm. We just talked about Evergrande.
Media interest.
Nice! Epic! Who got the epic? Oh, Jersey. Oh, glowing fish egg. Damn, that's a big egg. That's a huge baby.
Eventually died down. Presumably because the sort of acute...
Apparently, I was a big baby. I was like 14 pounds. My mom, poor mom.
Crisis that many people forecast never materialized. But China's property market...
I am.
never actually recovered. And Chinese property prices have quietly continued to decline apace. So in this video, we're going to take another look at China's property crisis and its glaring parallels with Japan's prolonged property slump in the 90s. What comes next after overthrowing your government? That was the dilemma facing Gen Z protesters from Bangladesh to Nepal to Madagascar following their revolutions. We explore the challenges they faced turning protest into power in the latest issue of our magazine, Too Long. That's just some of 80 pages in the magazine, because there's more in Too Long than you'd expect. Purchase your copy by clicking the link in the description.
Holy shit. You guys have really progressed. Look at that. Jersey's got 20. She's number 1. Peger is 15, almost 16. Ducky is coming in hot at almost 13.5. And Kiki is right above 10. And Me and You Too is right at 10 as well. What up, guys? I'm glad you like the game. I'm working on other games. Man, the chat is going to be full of stuff. I don't know how I'm going to deal with all this. Suck it.
Whoa, legendary!
Oh, shit! Hey. Would you rather have a chat that is full of stuff? Or a chat that's dead? Our chat's never dead, guys. Come on. Woo! You got a portal kraken. Holy shit. The line tightens around the deal with cheap magic timing. The deal is now a treasure because Gloggy said so. If Gloggy says so, you know it's true. He just admitted he was banging Annie, so damn right. What up? Like father, like son. Fuck it, we do it live. Damn right. Let me get my fucking beer. I'm drinking beer, kid. I'm not. It's just this, fucking delicious. Kid. We're not kids. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to deal with all the stuff in chat, but maybe I'll just mute chat. You can't type anything. It's just going to be all Gloggy and commands. You all talk too much anyway. Could you imagine if I did that? Mute. No, nobody can chat on sub. Could you imagine? Like, what would be the point of that, right? We can listen to Kyle. Mute Gus. Man, fuck you guys. Fuck you. I love you guys.
So let's start with a quick recap of how China's property crisis actually kicked off. In short, the root cause of China's property crisis was utterly in the description. So let's start with a quick recap of how China's property crisis actually kicked off. In short, the root cause of China's property crisis was the utterly unprecedented wave of urbanization triggered by Deng Xiaoping's liberalizing economic reforms in the late 1970s and early 80s. These reforms generated rapid economic growth in urban areas.
This is what I was talking about earlier, right? This is going to be a problem anywhere. No system is going to be able to fix this unless you fix the scarcity problem, right? How do you fix scarcity? Well, that's very difficult, right? You'd have to do a bunch of stuff, but you can alleviate some of the scarcity by not having it be as important to live near a big city, right? You can't really change the culture unless you like have everyone hooked up to a hive mind or something, right? I plan on doing that. Put a little computer chip in your brain and all be part of a hive mind together, right, guys? Gloggy can be the king.
Areas, and hundreds of millions of Chinese people moved to the cities in search of jobs and prosperity. This urbanization was so rapid, it's hard to really fathom. The percentage of Chinese people living in cities went from about 20% in 1980 to nearly 70% today, with about 20 million Chinese people moving every year, which means that a new urban area the size of London has to be created every 6 months.
That's a lot.
This rapid urbanization created a huge demand for new housing. Developers built as fast as they could, but because the rate of urbanization was so ridiculously rapid, supply could never match demand, and house prices duly started rising. In the 25 years between 1980 and 2005, the median house price quintupled, with even steeper increases in China's big cities. After years of rising prices, everyone basically assumed that prices would keep going up forever, and both buyers and developers took out increasingly large amounts of debt to get in on the action. Developers borrowed tons of money to build more and more houses, and buyers took out bigger and bigger mortgages to get on the property ladder. Unsurprisingly, this created a bubble, with property prices in large Chinese cities reaching 40 times the median salary, the highest in the world. Property accounted for an estimated 75% of all Chinese household wealth.
Yeah, and Hong Kong is the biggest example of this, right? But yeah, look at all those other cities, right? Shenzhen, Beijing, Shanghai, Guizhou, right? Look at that. Holy crap. Yeah, no government's going to be able to fix this. At least with the way that most people think today, right?
Property accounted for an estimated 75% of all Chinese household wealth. The comparable figure for the UK is about 35%, and 20 to 30% of all economic activity.
Yep.
It also became very apparent that this bubble was unsustainable, given China's declining population growth and urbanization rate. So, in an attempt to get ahead of the crisis, in August 2020, the CCP introduced the so-called 3 red lines, which essentially limited the amount of debt Chinese developers could take on. As you might remember, this caused some real problems for certain over-leveraged developers, including, most notably, Evergrande, who suddenly had to start paying down their debts. In signalling that they wouldn't tolerate ever-rising prices, the CCP also undercut confidence in the property market, prompting a fall in house prices.
Yeah.
Now, interest in this story eventually died down, once it basically became apparent that neither the Chinese property...
Yeah, and now throughout China, right? I don't know if you guys know this, but we had talked about this several months ago. There are buildings just like this that people paid for with their bank loans, right? Each one of these rooms, people have gotten into, right? In many of these towers or like apartment buildings. Maybe they have 2 or 3, even 4 apartments, right? And they're just stalled indefinitely. So you have to pay the loan for basically a concrete husk. Welcome to getting fucked 101.
Market nor the wider Chinese economy were about to quote-unquote collapse, as much of YouTube predicted they would.
Well, and that's why, right? That's everything we've learned about, like, the commies, right? As you put it. Does that sound like that at all? Of course not. It sounds like the opposite to me. It just sounds like state capitalism to me, right? Like a state-controlled version of it. If I'm paying for a house that I don't even have access to because it's not built, fuck. No, thank you. I'm fucking dipping out, right? And people have literally fought this in China, right? They've been like, oh, I haven't got my house. I'm not paying that stupid loan. Well, guess what? Because everything is controlled by the credit system and all that, right? If you don't pay, your credit score is going down, right? All these things. So that's why I'm not like a big fan of any one country around the world, right? There are some countries that do things better. China has great policies in certain aspects, right? Like specific policies, right? Like tailored. But to like just be like, hey, this is the best country because of this, right? It's just like, what? Exhibit A, right? And this is why I talk about the U.S. the way I do, right? Every country around the world has its problems, right? This isn't like something we should be aiming towards, right? There's really no like perfect model out there, right? Because none of them really solve like a lot of the main issues with the economic system, which is the stuff we've talked about on the stream a lot, right?
But even if an acute, headline-worthy crisis has been avoided, China's property crisis isn't over. In fact, according to a recent paper by Kenneth Rogoff and Yuan Chen Yang at the Brookings Institute, Chinese property prices have continued to decline at a pretty consistent rate in the years since the Evergrande saga, and have now been on the decline for the best part of 4 years, with even longer declines in the worst.
There are people who on Twitch, right, where I've turned on their streams. And they're like, yeah, China does everything right. Or they do everything really well. We should be like China. right? And I won't call them out, but there's a few streamers like that, Jersey. Right? There's a few content creators. There's a few people, and I just don't buy that, right? Because there's, like, if that's the best we can do as a human society, right? Then we are so fucked. We are just so fucked, right? Because if the U.S. is supposedly the best, we're really fucked. If China's the best, we're fucked, right? Like, either way, it's like you're just picking from two kind of bad outcomes, right? And one is certainly even worse, right?
Affected cities. This is pretty remarkable. In any Western country, a multi-year housing slump would be considered
That's dumb, and no one ever called. Well, that's why I'm doing it, right? Like, this is why I do that, because I feel like we need to keep a level head over this, and we can't just be, like, prideful or, like, just because they have our system and it's, like, their title says this, we need to suck them off on all this stuff. And it's like, no, when you dive down into it, guys, they have a lot of the same problems that the U.S. has or every other country has, right? And the problem is like we've been talking about, is they're not approaching the problem from a scarcity perspective, right? So this is a problem. Is I don't like to do this, right? I like to look at specific policies that work or specific examples that work, right? Specific people in maybe even history that have done certain things that maybe have worked. But I don't like to be like, this is how it's done in this country, therefore just do everything like this, right? I think that's too general. It's not going to work. And like, it also is just kind of being dishonest because you're not tackling the actual politics, right? The reasons these things are happening in China, the US, Russia, etc., right?
Full-blown economic emergency.
But yeah, thank you, Jersey. That's why I don't care.
As China's slump drags on, parallels with the Japanese property market crisis in the 1990s have become harder to ignore. For context, after a massive boom in the 80s, in the decade between 1990 and 2000...
Yeah. Nobody expects perfection, right? But this isn't even perfection, right? This isn't even close to perfection. This is just like any other system. It's just, right? That's my point. Like, no country is perfect. And no country really like does things perfectly, like you said. But like we have to like see the flaws in everything, right? We have to see the problems. And it's because people are still operating very conservatively, right? Like these are not new problems, right? Like people could have told you this would have happened anywhere, right? Especially with the solutions that are being offered here.
Japan's property market imploded, with residential prices falling by 50% and commercial prices by roughly 85%. Interestingly, and somewhat worryingly from the CCP's perspective, if you compare China's property slump so far with the beginnings of Japan's property slump, they look pretty similar. According to that Brookings paper we mentioned a moment ago, in the first 4 years of their respective crises, Chinese and Japanese residential property prices both fell by about 20%, relative to their pre-crisis peak. The big difference between China and Japan so far, however, is that in Japan, the property crisis brought down the rest of the economy. Japan's main stock index, the Nikkei 225, fell by about 75%, and Japanese growth rates fell from about 5% in the 80s to more like 1% in the 90s. The consensus today is that this is because Japan experienced what's known as a balance sheet recession. In other words, Japanese households and companies had taken out too much debt when property and asset prices were rising. So when asset prices fell, these households and companies reacted by focusing on paying down their debts. In other words, repairing their balance sheets. While this might make sense on an individual level, for example, if the price of your house goes down steeply, it makes sense to focus on paying off your mortgage to reduce your risk of bankruptcy. If everyone in the economy starts doing this at the same time, then the economy stagnates. Now, at first glance, you might have expected a similar thing to happen to China. After all, like Japan in the 1990s, much of China's household wealth is tied up in property, which means Chinese households and consumers have been hit hard by the ongoing
Thanks, guys.
property
I appreciate
slump.
it.
And yet, this hasn't happened. Unlike 1990s Japan, China has...
Yeah, like, I don't expect perfection either, right? Like, I'm also very pragmatic, right? I try to be because, like, we don't have a lot of the stuff that we're talking about that would fix most of these problems. Also, no form of government is perfect, right? However, like, if this is what perfection looks like, we are cooked, right? As a society, as a human race, right? I just think we can do way better than all this, right? Whether you look at China, Russia, U.S., all these places, right? There is a better way than just this. And that's like what my argument was when I said, essentially every country now is just neoliberal, right? Because they're using neoliberal principles, even though they claim to be aka communist, they claim to be socialist, they claim to be right, whatever, democratic, social, whatever the fucking label. I just don't buy any of that, right? And especially it makes more sense because when we live in a globalized world, all this stuff is going to impact one another, right? So China's just operating off of what it thinks it needs to do to benefit the nation state of China, right? Meaning the numbers got to go up so China can become more wealthy, right? So maybe that's the problem, right? As opposed to like actually fixing these problems, like systemically, right? And that's the issue. So
continue to post impressive growth figures, with GDP consistently coming in at around 5%.
Nice. Yeah.
Chinese equities have also fared surprisingly well. After a decline between 2021 and 2024, the Shanghai Composite, China's main stock market, is currently trading at an all-time high. So, how has China avoided a Japan-style balance sheet recession? Well, broadly speaking, we've seen two main reasons. The first is that, while the property crisis has damaged consumer confidence inside China, the Chinese economy has been able to offset this by leaning ever more on external demand. In other words, by exporting more. This is why, in the years since the property crisis, China's exports have continued to increase while its imports have flatlined, leading to ever larger trade surpluses. The second reason is that China was able to respond to the property slowdown by essentially redirecting money from the property sector straight into manufacturing. This plausibly reflects the fact that the Chinese state retains significant control over China's banking system, and the CCP have been essentially directing Chinese banks to invest in manufacturing as part of Xi Jinping's drive to develop, quote, new productive forces. In Japan, on the other hand, the property slump led to a wider decline in confidence, and without direction and guarantees from the state, Japanese banks were unwilling to restart lending, and Japanese companies were uncomfortable taking on new debt. This has worked well so far, but has left the Chinese economy undeniably reliant.
Every country should be concerned about their own country. Well, yeah, I get your point. But I think like today, right? Of course, that's kind of how they operate anyway, right? But minus the U.S. and the big major powers, right? But like I get what you mean, yeah. Minus like those countries. I just think that working like always focusing on on yourself isn't the way to fix these problems systemically, right? We have to like much like globalization has changed the way we have like we all live like a much better life because of globalization, right? Like we all have like a smartphone, we have all this stuff, right? Globalization has its problems, right? But I fundamentally believe that like more cooperation is going to fix those problems, not less, right? Not turning inwards, but like turning inwards enough where you understand that you have to work together as either nation states or as a collective right, as a collective humanity to further these kind of problems, meaning so they don't exist, or you can severely alleviate the problems. That's, I think, ultimately where we're going to end up, or where we should end up, right? And I think like several things have kind of concluded that that's what leads to more prosperity, and not necessarily like capitalism, neoliberalism, or focusing in on what makes America great, what makes China great, what makes Russia great. Great, 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 great. We're so great. I'm just so sick of that, right? So I think I know what you mean, Jersey, but I don't want to misconstrue that to it being like we need to only focus on ourselves, right? Because then that is way too nationalistic. It becomes way too, in other words, selfish, right? You start ignoring people, and you start ignoring like how this stuff affects you regardless, right? Does that make sense?
On exports, and thus more vulnerable to the rising tide of protectionism we're seeing the world over.
God, you're so selfish, Jersey. It's always about you, girl. Confirmed. Jersey's not a giver. He's a taker. I blame Jersey. All right.
Hello, Breaking Points. Griffin here, and we're here with California governor candidate Tom Steyer. Tom, how's it going?
I would say I'm having a ball.
Yeah, you would say.
I am having a ball.
Okay.
And let me say this. People always ask me, you know, is it
Not
really
this
hard?
clown
And
again.
I'm like, it's really fun. I actually feel like this is such a privilege and such a joy to get to go around and meet Californians. I mean, I'm going to go out today and talk to, you know, a few hundred Californians, and I get to go around every single day and meet people and learn stuff. And Californians are great. This state is great. It's fun. No one should be feeling sorry for me.
Let's have some.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. There's value in that stuff, right? With more knowledge due to work about Aboriginal culture and how they lived pre-colonization, I believe in how they lived connected to country. Unfortunately, we are too far gone. Well, and they didn't view themselves as like a country per se, right? Like that's another thing is, yeah, like that's another thing I was trying to say, right? Is I think we just like super focused on like terms, when in reality it's more about ideas, right? Working together, cooperation. Yeah, you may not be from the same tribe or aka nation, right? But it ends up being, yeah, no, over 400 countries, it's not the same as we call. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It's just like, it's a different concept, right? So that's what I was trying to explain a few streams ago too. Like humans are very tribalistic, and I think we need to stop feeding tribalism and start viewing each other as like belonging to just one tribe, right? That's why I love Antarctica. Yeah, me too. The best tribe is in Antarctica. The best nation state. Good one, Kiki. AKA nobody. No, actually, people do live in Antarctica, but who lives like, okay, that's actually a really good example, right? Forget the, if you think about it, right? I haven't thought too much about this, but it's kind of funny. Okay, let's just roll with it. All right. Antarctica, right? All these countries claim land. They're not allowed to claim it. So the law says they're not allowed to claim land in Antarctica, right? The law is specifically clear. You cannot claim land in Antarctica. Okay. Yet all these countries have claims in Antarctica, right? But it's basically meaningless, right? Because who generally lives in Antarctica that is human, right? Does anyone know the name of the profession of the people who live in Antarctica? Ding, 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 ding. Scientist, exactly. Soon enough, you can buy land there. But no, I mean, funny enough, yeah, probably, unfortunately. But yeah, scientists, right? Well, guess what? The scientists, yeah, they have funding and stuff, so they're still like not exactly operating, but a lot of the scientists help each other. Right? Isn't that interesting?
Golden Common.
Ooh, nice. A river button. Dace. Congrats. Bloggy salutes the golden river button with unnecessary seriousness. Thank you, Gloggy. Scientists, glaciologists, and meteorologists, trade, logistics, exactly. Plumbers, heavy machinery operators, IT professionals, support services, dishwashers, janitors. All working together. Right? Yeah, a lot of the scientists who work out of Antarctica, they're all like working together, right? Not all the time, but they do work together, right? So like, because they're studying like weather down there and shit, right? Sorry, stream out of thought. Yeah. Golden River butt.
Fun. I only got you.
Damn right.
For a few minutes. I got a lot to ask.
That's a lot of ass.
So I talk to people. They say they'll never trust a billionaire. What do you say to them?
Well, I can understand why people are skeptical of billionaires, that's for sure, because so many of them seem like such selfish people, so self-absorbed, so entitled, so insensitive. But let me say this. I didn't inherit a penny. I started a business, ran it for 27 years, walked away from billions of dollars because I wanted to give back to the state of California. And my wife and I have said, we're going to give our money away while we're alive to good causes.
And you're for tax the billionaire?
I'm the one. I'm the only person who's for taxing the billionaires in the state of California is the one billionaire on the ballot.
Sure. So you're for taxing the billionaires because, you know, I think people have a problem with billionaires because they feel like that wealth should be redistributed elsewhere, but also because people feel like billionaires are a threat to our democracy. Now, some of your opponents have accused you of paying for influencer campaigns, paying influencers to promote your campaign. Are you paying influencers? And
we have never paid for an endorsement.
Okay.
We pay people for their time. They're small business people. They can put up whatever they want, but we have...
Has any of it been negative?
I don't read it. I don't follow it, honestly. Look, and it could be, and that's not the problem. We do this, and so does everybody else. It's just we do it openly, and we report everything. And so the Becerra campaign, which has been running from answering questions from people like you, who've been running not to talk to reporters, not to answer questions from Californians, is saying, oh, you know, they're trying to change the subject. The topic in California is the people of California and why it's not working for the people of California when the state as a whole is killing it. That is the question, and they're scared to talk about that.
So you don't think if someone accepts money from the campaign that they would pull questions, do softball interviews? Obviously, they're going to do positive content about you.
Look, they can do whatever they want, but we're not paying anyone for endorsements or outcomes. People actually are supporting our campaign. I don't know how closely you've looked at the campaign. People are supporting our campaign because they like our campaign. I mean, this race, Griffin, everyone talks about how complicated this race is. This race is not complicated. There are three people in this race. There's a MAGA Republican,
Steve Hilton.
And
he's British, which is rough.
Well, he's originally Hungarian, just so you know.
Oh, okay. Worse, maybe. I'm not
Hungarian
sure.
to Britain to
Wow,
California.
racist.
Okay.
There is
What's next? Racist towards Cubans?
a corporate Democrat who's taking money from the health insurance.
Which one's that?
Javier Becerra.
Okay.
He's taking money from the health insurers. He's
God, Javier Becerra.
taking money from Chevron. He's taking money from the other oil drillers. He's taking money from the strongest lobby against single payer healthcare. He is the corporate who's taking their money and clearly feels like the corporate special interests deserve to run the state. And he said, you know, Chevron's not bad guys. We need Chevron. We should drill more. And he doesn't have an environmental policy. For me, that's, you know, end of story. But the other and there's one progressive Democrat in this race who's standing up to the corporate interests, and the corporate interests are spending tens of millions of dollars, a record amount in any campaign against me, because they know that I will stand up for working people and I will go after the corporations that are driving up the costs that make it impossible for working people to live here.
But do you think it sets a dangerous precedent? You know, we got union workers outside. They obviously view you as a good billionaire, but couldn't there be a bad billionaire that comes along and floods the race with influencers that are getting money from the campaign? Isn't that a dangerous precedent?
Well, let me put it this way. There have been billionaires who've run in California before, and they've always lost. And the difference is I didn't just decide to do this. I've been doing this full time for 14 years. I walked away from my business 14 years ago. You can look at my record and see I've taken on 3 times at the ballot powerful corporate interests and beaten them. I've registered 1.2 million young Californians. My wife and I have started a nonprofit community bank to lend money to the people that the commercial banks won't lend to because they're redlining. We've worked really hard to get a coalition to push free breakfast and free lunch for every school kid in California. We've had 20 people working for 11 years in Sacramento on every progressive legislation in this state. So I didn't just fall off the turnip truck.
Right. Yeah. So it could be a bad billionaire comes along, or you said bad billionaires have run in the past and lost, but you don't think it's a dangerous precedent to flood influencers?
Look, let me say this. Mm-hmm. Do I think that we need campaign finance reform? Of course I do. The only person who is standing up to these corporate special interests is me.
Should there be a cap?
It's a much more complicated question than just one thing.
Why aren't you guys clapping? What a goat.
But it's clear, really, the question here is, I'm the only billionaire on the ballot, but I'm not the only billionaire in this race. Billionaires are giving money right now to all the other candidates.
Please clap.
Billionaires are putting money in independent expenditures to fight me. I'm the one person who's pushing to tax billionaires.
I think I found a new emote, a new sound effect I should add to the stream. Oh my God.
Epic!
Oh, maybe this one. God. Sounds like something else. Right, guys? Oh, man.
What's that?
I'll find the right one.
What's that, brother?
I'll find the right one. Is that chopping food? It's chopping something. It's jorking something. Slapping it, damn right. Slapping something, all right.
The only person, no one else is standing up for that in this race, including Steve Hilton and including Javier Becerra.
Let's talk more about California. A lot of people feel like California is failing, and some people blame it on the over-representation.
It sounds so wrong. I know it does.
I'm Brian. Kill me.
That isn't what I intended. I intended the right, but because literally that's what seals do, right? It's like seals clapping along. But no. We got the other kind of clap. The other kind of jorking the meat.
Of Democrat.
Slapping the meat. Remember that Butcher Pete song? He's hacking and slacking and whacking, chopping that meat.
Some people tell me they feel like we need a Republican to counteract and bring balance back to the state. Why do you think California's failed?
Remember that song, guys? We got to play it now.
Hey, everybody, did the news get around about a guy named Butcher Pete? Old Pete just flew into this town and he's chopping up all the women's meat. He's hacking and whacking and smacking. He's hacking and whacking and smacking. He's hacking and whacking and smacking. He just hack, whack, chopping that meat. Butcher Pete's got a long, sharp knife. He starts chopping and don't know when to stop. All you fellas better watch your wives, 'cause Pete don't care whose meat he chops.
Oh shit. Watch your wives. He's chopping the meat. Even the wives' meat. They let him. Damn I love this song. It's so dirty too.
Pete flew into town. He's been having a ball. Just cutting and chopping for miles around. Single women, married women, old maids and all.
Damn right. All of them.
Pete. He loves that meat.
He loves the meat. They love his meat.
Wakes up in the morning, 5:30. Chops from sunrise to sunset. I don't see how he stays alive. Meat's gonna be the death of old Pete yet. He's hacking and whacking and smacking. He's hacking and whacking and smacking. He's hacking and whacking and smacking. He just hack, whack, chopping that meat.
Damn, guys. This guy really gets around, huh?
The police put Pete in jail. Yes, he finally met his fate. But when they came to pay his bail, they found him chopping on his cellmate.
Oh shit! He was banging in there too.
That's what your Pete is the craziest man. Tried to chop down the wind in the rain. Just hacks on anything he can get. Say, turn this record over. You ain't heard nothing yet.
Damn right. There's a part 2, but we'll listen to it later. You're welcome, Patricia, and everyone who's new here. Damn, my goat, Butcher Pete. My goat.
Well, let me start by talking about the Republicans. Let me just put that one to rest. Have you heard any of the debates?
Oh, I've
What happened to JJ Icefish? I don't know. He's just stopped making videos, I think. I haven't seen anything new from him.
Golden coming.
Oh, I have a better version of this. I have a better version. I upscaled it for you guys. Let's thank you, Jersey. We'll just play the upscaled version because it's even creepier. It's Stephen Miller being an alien doing tongue action techno style. I don't even know how to describe this video. It's amazing. something? Wait, because I remastered it. It's that good. We like looked up who this guy was and everything. It was incredible. Hold on a second. I gotta re-add it back. Unless I'm missing it. Yeah, I must be missing it. Oh yeah, I am missing it. Hold on. Did it get deleted? Sorry. Nope, it's here. Yeah. Here we go. Get ready for this for this fucking gem. It's a good song. Yeah, no, it is. It's legit good. Ladies, this is what you're in for. Watch. Oh shit. Stephen Miller with Riz. This is him speaking in an alien tongue. There you go, guys. I remastered it for you because we played that song so much. Yeah, I gotta be careful with what I play because I can get copyright struck. Like even that video, hold on, let me double check. I don't think it does because I've played it a few times and I don't know if I'll get copyright struck by we're streaming on YouTube. It's live. Yeah, they don't give a shit. They will fuck you, right? That's why I don't play a lot of music on here, guys, because like we used to, and the old YouTube channel literally got banned, right? And a lot of creators have to go through this, right? I think Noisy Immigrant said the same thing. His channel got struck the other day, and it was just like it's not good.
Watched them all. Okay, let me say Steve Hilton is ridiculous. He's ridiculous. I mean, there is the fact that he's supporting Trump kicking millions of people off Medi-Cal. There is the fact that he's supporting ICE raids. There is the fact that he believes the war in...
And people say like, oh, you don't get copyright struck on, excuse me, on Twitch. You actually do. It's different though. On Twitch, it looks like this is what it looks like to me, right? There was a creator that I used to follow here while I was streaming, right? He rated the stream all the time. He got permanently banned for literally playing Doctor Who clips. Right. So, like, it looks like British, like British media, some Australian media, some like Korean stuff will get you like literally banned, right? So, just be really careful, right? Because you don't want to lose your hard work on something stupid like that, right? So,
Iran is good, and that it...
Hence why we watch the channels we watch on YouTube. Breaking Points, Kyle, right? All these channels that I watch, I've watched a lot of their stuff and they've never struck me. The minute they strike me or they try to pull some crap on my ass like that, I immediately stop watching them. Like unsubscribe, never suggest a video, never click on it ever again, because it's not worth it, guys, right? Like, how long did I take like working on this channel, right? And even I'm still pissed at the YouTube thing over like Daddy Yankee and fucking Super Bowl shit, right? That's how the channel got banned, right? I'm still pissed off at that because we had almost 100 subscribers and we were growing every day, and now like the channel's like, so yeah, these are like the struggles of content creation, unfortunately.
It hasn't caused gasoline prices to go up $1.50. There is the fact that he would extradite California doctors to Louisiana to be prosecuted criminally under Louisiana law for...
Yeah, I know him. We've raided a few times.
Performing an abortion in California. Look, there is no way that guy has an idea in his head that makes...
We raided a few times and he, you know, he's a nice guy, so yeah.
Sense he is a MAGA Republican, and the MAGA Republicans are trying to destroy this country. I don't want them destroying our state.
Gotcha.
So that is very clear. The question in this mind, but there is a real question here.
Yeah, about balance.
The corporate special interests own this state. The oil companies.
Yeah, I don't know enough about it to feel like safe to play it, especially for 5 minutes. If it was like a minute long or 2 minutes long, it's not going to be as bad, right? Because they don't give you like a strike for things like that, generally speaking. But they will strike you on longer content. Anything like longer than like 4 minutes, 5 minutes, yeah.
Clearly own DC.
Like, I remember one of the first strikes we got was Stephen Colbert, right? I think we watched Stephen Colbert and Conan or something like that, right? And I'm like, I'm never watching this shit again. No.
And they're trying to buy California.
It's not worth it, guys. It's just not worth it.
And
that Korean creator as well that I used to watch, and I used to kind of find him interesting. Immediately ejected him from the stream. Never watched him ever again.
Stop, cap and invest.
Right, and it's just like, well, don't strike people's channels, right?
I don't know if they're trying to stop that. They are absolutely ripping us at the pump, their costs don't go up when the Iran war starts. Nothing happens for them except their ability to charge more. And the head of the Western States Petroleum Association, which is the lobbying group for oil, said it's their fiduciary duty to extract every penny at the pump from Californians as a result of the Iran war. Do I trust those guys? Why would you?
Let's talk about the train in nowhere. This is a big topic. Train was supposed to go from LA to San Francisco. They spent $15 billion, haven't laid a single bit of track. Why did that fail? And what would you do to change that?
Well, it was more complicated than that in terms of failure. They started.
It all just goes back to money. Yeah, that's the problem, right? Twitch and YouTube, that's all they care about is money. So they're willing to strike smaller creators and strike them out of oblivion, right? We got our channel banned. And here's the thing, right, guys? It's not a ban oh, you'll come back in a month or two. I'd be more than okay with that. I submitted the appeal months ago, and they still haven't even responded. It still says that the channel has been banned, and we're reviewing your appeal. This normally takes 2 days. Oh, fuck off. No. But then As Much Gold, right? And bigger creators can get away with it? Oh, no. I'm good, thanks, right? So I just prefer to play it safe, right? And it's why I try not to play a lot of music. And if the music I do play like that, I know I'm not getting struck on that because A, I remastered it, and B, it's just not something you get struck on, right? But there are people the big label, the big music labels will strike you, right? That's how we got a strike from Daddy Yankee. I don't think it was Daddy Yankee or Bad Bunny striking my ass, right? Clearly it wasn't. It was the music label that he's under. And unfortunately, that's the stuff I don't know, right? If I play a band I don't know, even if it's live, sometimes they'll do that, right?
They didn't build a train from San Francisco to LA. They built a train from Bakersfield
to Merced.
Yes.
Well, that's what.
And so there's no ridership there. But they did that because the federal government said they'd give them $4 billion if they put the train there. So they crazily decided to do it. Look, there's something going on in this state which is true, which is we're not getting results in the real world. I mean, we're killing it in cyberspace. When you say California's not succeeding, let's be clear. California is half the growth in the United States of America.
That's true.
California is growing faster than any other state.
Yeah, peasants.
By a lot. The issue is we also have the highest poverty rate in the country. We also have a school system that's delivering somewhere in the 30s out of 50 states. We do have a place where Californian working people cannot afford to live between really high housing costs, really high healthcare costs, electricity costs that are twice the national average. Everybody's getting ruined at the pump, but especially Californians, and food costs. So there is a real issue here about building things physically in this state. That's for sure.
So recently, about 2 months ago, you went on the Hassan Piker broadcast, and he asked you if you believe that Israel was committing a genocide, and you said you didn't really know what that meant. It's been about 2 months. Have you looked it up?
Look, what I think is clear about this is the Netanyahu regime is committing war crimes. America used to be supporting them with money and armaments. We're now their open partners in Iran. It's clearly a mistake. Do I think, do I oppose AIPAC? Look, I think they're a dark money organization. I don't think they have a place in American politics. Do I understand that there's something really wrong going on here and that we're now open partners in it? Yes, I think I got that one.
Why don't you think it's a genocide? Over 80% of Democrats and over 50% of independents say it's a genocide. Why are you in the minority on that?
I don't think, what I've said is, I'm calling it war crimes. I still, and some people get mad at me when I say this, but it's true. I don't understand how we possibly solve this without pushing for a two-state solution. The Netanyahu regime has been pushing to end the possibility of a two-state solution for as long as I can remember, for as long as they've been in.
Yeah.
I don't think that there's any way to support them. I think what they're doing is not just morally reprehensible. I believe it's a crime.
Yeah, but not a genocide. You recognize the Armenian genocide.
Spoiler alert, guys. We live in a money cult, and that's all we care about, apparently. Or most of us. Or some of us. But that some of us has the power to basically dictate most stuff. Just summing up the world for you conveniently. and quickly. Money cult.
Why don't you recognize this one?
I will say this. I have asked people who are international experts.
Yeah.
And they're very mixed on this.
Well, that's actually not true. I've got Human Rights Watch, Beth Selim. We had an international genocide scholars group of over 500 that overwhelmingly called it a genocide. And the reason I'm pushing on this is because I think the majority of Democrats really feel like this is a moral litmus test. And
it is, but it is a moral litmus test. And I'm completely on the side of condemning what the Netanyahu regime.
But that's not enough, dog. Like, I'm so sick of condemning and strongly worded letters. Fuck off. You need to cut aid.
Is doing. I'm trying to.
Okay, I'm done. This guy, it's official. I don't like him. Yeah.
Preserve the possibility of still having a.
Like, I try to keep an open mind. I try to play ball with these ass clowns. Remember Tony Stark? I try to play ball with these ass clowns. Nope.
Two-state solution where everybody's dignity, everybody's self-determination is continued. And that's what I think. That's the only solution I see to this.
So if I ask like a suburban mom in like Alabama, you know, not a politician, not as well read into any of this stuff as you and I are, but neither of us are genocide experts. I think the majority of experts have called it a genocide. That Alabama suburban mom, she's going to call it a genocide.
Alabama suburban mom?
Yeah. I think there's moms all over this country that saw what happened and now
I'm
believe
saying
it's a
it's
genocide.
that. Look,
and like what's that
You're
barrier?
hung up on the word. What I'm hung up on is this is clearly morally wrong. This is clearly a crime against humanity. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Spencer Pratt is gaining traction here in LA. What are your thoughts on his candidacy?
I honestly have not focused on Spencer Pratt, but it sounds to me from what other people tell me that he's a super right-wing guy and who's using a lot of anger to try and stir people up. And I'm absolutely opposed to that every place it comes out in our society.
Why do you think debatable on how much traction, but he's getting some traction because I do think there's this feeling that LA is failing in some way. The Hollywood industry is failing. There is a homeless crisis. People do feel like the city is failing.
Let me say this. I think across California, people don't think government works. I think young people especially think they're being ripped off. They have never seen government help them make their life be better. That is an absolutely critical point, and it's true. There's no question about that people feel like, and I think you were talking about the train to nowhere. People know that. People think they'll never be able to afford a house in California. The average first-time home buyer's age has gone from 28 to 42. Young people think they'll never buy a house. They don't think this state can work for them.
Yeah, why can't we build here? You know, I think people think there's this battle between the state government and local city governments. How are you going to force building?
So let me say this, as I know you've spent.
It's also like, it's not just about saying the word. It's just like, if it is a genocide, what is your outrage over it, right? What are you going to do about it as a politician? We're giving money to Israel. That should be enough to say it, right? Like, in what world do you give money away, right? And it not have like any sort of influence, right? We talk about how money corrupts so many things. Yet for Israel, we're supposed to turn a blind eye. Like, what? No, fuck.
Lots of time on my website. I don't have to go through every detail.
I'm not sure that it is. I know it's morally wrong.
One of the things that I'm doing really differently about housing.
And I get why he's doing it, right? Because he doesn't want to piss off the Jewish donors, like the Zionist, the Jewish Zionist donors, right? Who care about this issue a lot. I get why he's doing it, but that in itself is going to pigeonhole you into problematic ways of thinking, right? So that's probably not a good thing to have somebody like this run, right? On top of the fact that he's a billionaire.
I'm saying on day one, I will call a special election to close a corporate tax loophole that's worth $20 billion. And that money will go to the states.
Don't forget about the boomers. Counties. Yeah, that's true. That's exactly what he's trying to avoid too. You're right. because boomers are more on the side of Israel. And let's be honest, boomers vote. Gen Z and our fucking generations, like after boomers, basically. I know we're a pretty diverse community here, but basically everyone after boomers, right, and onward, we just don't vote as hard. Vote harder, God. That's what I always tell you to do. Just vote harder, guys. God.
In the cities. And the reason that's important is there is a tussle between the state
listen.
and the cities and the counties, because the state wants there to be building of houses, but the cities and counties are responsible for the people who live in those houses, and they don't have the money for it. And therefore, as a result of old tax rules,
boomers, we're not, right? Objectively, we're not. Like, there is a huge discrepancy between boomer, like, voters and non-boomers, right?
Push back because they don't want to get stuck in an unfunded mandate, or they put in an upfront fee that's up to...
And it manifests in candidates like this, right? Who say like, well, I know it's morally wrong what they're doing, but genocide, right? So it's not it's not necessarily him, but I don't care. I don't want to risk it, right? So that's the problem I have with this.
20% of the cost of the house. What I'm saying is, okay, here's $20 billion around this state. Now you can afford to have housing. And when I've talked to mayors about this, they've said, if you really do that, I'm in.
Okay. Final question, because I know you got to go. Hollywood. We feel like Hollywood's dying out here. What are you going to do to save Hollywood?
So let me say this. I'm a super competitive person. I am on Team California. Hollywood is by far the greatest collection of film and entertainment talent, not the stars, but, right down in all the jobs in the world. People are trying to buy our business, buy the business that basically Los Angeles invented. We can't let that happen. So I have a long list of things we need to do, but it starts with tax credits.
People shoot in Canada because it's cheaper, or they shoot overseas because it's cheaper. How can you fix that?
Part of it's tax credits.
Tax credits?
Part of it is looking at the regulations and trying to take that away. But in the long run, it's driving down costs, which is my whole campaign is about driving down costs for working people, housing costs, healthcare costs. But in the short run, I don't want to lose this. Every tax credit brings back $1.14 to the state of California. We can't lose this because people buy our business. That is not okay. And we can't lose this because we've been the perfect is the enemy of the good. We have so many expensive rules that small productions can't do it. I want to support that whole ecosystem as strongly as possible. It's very hard to rebuild an ecosystem. So I don't want to lose it in the first place.
Tom, thank you for your time.
Deal. Griffin.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right.
All right. Well, that was useful. I'm not supporting him now. Cool. All right. And I was already pretty on the fence about him, so it wasn't like I was seriously considering him, but I think I've made my decision. I would prefer someone else, but unfortunately Katie Porter's had issues too, right? Oh look, Bernie and Graham Plattner are doing an event together. Let's watch live. We're doing it live.
Stripped VA nurses of their collective bargaining rights, and our veterans' care suffers. That is a threat to public health and safety. Bombing schools and hospitals in Gaza will not make us safer.
Speaking of which, damn right.
But it will enrich the weapons manufacturers. We can and must stop the endless stream of funds for violence and instead invest in care here at home and around the world. No more wounded veterans, no more endless wars. NNU is also proud to endorse the future governor of Maine, Troy Jackson. He believes in patients over profits, just like every nurse and healthcare worker here today. Troy Jackson knows working people deserve better here in Maine. He's on our side, fighting against the growing influence of private equity in the healthcare industry. That is what health and safety looks like. Troy stood by our nurses and fought for our right to unionize from Fort Kent to Portland and the need to pass legislation to finally establish safe nurse-to-patient ratios in all Maine hospitals. That is what health and safety looks like. Troy is a man of his word, and he will continue to fight for the working people of Maine once he becomes governor of our state. Thank you to both candidates for your commitment to nurses and the working class. The fight against the oligarchy continues with nurses by your side. Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome to the stage Spencer Toth, and he's the field organizer for Graham's campaign. Thank you.
How's it going? Awesome. My name is Spencer. I am the field director on Graham Plattner's campaign. I am from Bangor. Hi, Mom.
Bangor, Maine.
And I just have one
Can you
quick
imagine
question
being
for
from
everyone.
there?
Susan Collins has been my senator my entire life. Who here is ready to change that? Let's go. Hell yeah. Okay. Now I need everyone who just clapped to bring out your phones right now. I'm serious. All right, I see them. And I need everyone to go to grahamforsenate.com/support. Click that volunteer button. I see you're laughing.
Nobody's doing it. Dog,
grahamforsenate.com/support.
Stop this
the
cringe.
election is in 17 days. If we truly want to
Oh my
make sure
God.
that Graham Plattner is our next U.S. Senator for Maine and Troy Jackson is our next governor, we need to make sure we talk to our neighbors, make sure everyone knows how to make a plan to vote, knows where their early voting site is, which has already started, and wherever you live, if you drove down from the county, if you live in Orono, if you drove up from York County, there is a team of volunteers, many of them in this room today, who are ready to welcome you, train you, and give you the community and support you need to go and talk to your neighbors and win this election. Next up, I am so happy to bring to the stage Troy Jackson.
By the way, you can get copyright struck off music like this, right? Trump often gets copyright struck from shit like this, right? That's why he has to play the same two fucking songs at every rally. One of my favorite songs. Yeah, clearly it's.
So we're
They're
ready
not
to get
MAGA.
this party started? Well, good evening, brothers and sisters. It's truly, truly an honor to be with you here tonight in Orono and share the stage with some incredible people and great friends. My name is Troy Jackson. I'm a fifth-generation logger from Allagash, a card-carrying union member.
Unions!
And the former president of the Maine Senate. And I'm running for governor because the status quo doesn't work for Mainers. I've watched power and influence hold back the people, the communities I cared about my entire life. So when I was a kid, my father, who's here tonight, used to take me with him in the woods from time to time. And I still remember when he took me to a strike at a place called the High Landing when I was just a young feller. You know, and I didn't understand wealth inequality or power dynamics. I just saw 90 or more men blowing off steam, waiting for the landowner to come. They weren't even asking for a raise. They were just asking to hold on to what little they were making at the time. But when the large landowner showed up, a billionaire by the name of Jim Irvin, he didn't try and calm the situation. He just got out of the car and said, if you don't go back to work for what I'm paying you, I'm going to replace you all tomorrow with Canadians.
Oh, shit. That's insulting. Canadians? How un-American. God.
And in my area, that is a big deal.
I know it is.
Canadians are great people. That's my ancestry. But because of the exchange rate, the national health care system, and the subsidized equipment,
damn Canadians,
they've always been able to work
taking
in our
our
industry
gerbs
for less money. And we've been used against each other my whole life. So as an 11-year-old, I'd never seen anything like that. You know, first the men got angry and desperate, and when they realized it was hopeless, they
blamed
quiet.
Canada? Yeah.
The landowner won, and that was it.
I'd blame Canada, too.
And I could see in the face of my father the desperation that comes from having your dignity stolen. And ever since that day, my father told me not to go to work in the woods. He didn't want that life for me. But I was an idiot.
You know the only country that blew up the White House? Yeah, Canada.
And at first, things were okay. But when we started having kids, it became really challenging.
Goddamn
I had to
Canadians.
chase jobs all around the state of Maine. And then in 1998, everything really came to a head for me. You know, the exchange rate went to 55 cents on the dollar, and loggers couldn't find work in their own backyard as corporations broke the law to hire Canadians who were cheaper. So a group of us got together, and we spent months trying to get the attention of politicians like Governor King.
Stop the stream. Kikabibi just resubbed for 3 at tier 1 for a total 2 months. They are on a 2-month sub streak. Gust X8 cute. Gust X8 cute. Gust X8 cute.
2-month sub streak. It does work. Thank you. Kiki. Love it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Can't do it without your support, Kiki. I'm so glad you found our community. You've really fit in. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm honored. When in doubt, blame Canada. No problem. More emotes to come. Make sure you check out the Discord. There's a channel in the Discord, and you can comment on the emotes that are going to be coming, so you can see them for yourself. She just did like the lines, like the mock-up. They're not ready yet, but some of them are. Like only like one of them is completely ready. Yeah, check it out. Tell me what you think about them.
Senator Snow and Senator Collins.
Boo!
But they had no interest. So 100 of us had this one final meeting in Fort Kent, and a man named Hilton Hafford stood up and said, I'm tired of this. I'm done with this. I'm going to go to the border Monday morning and stage a protest. How many of you are with me? And everyone in the room got excited. Everyone said yes. But I remember thinking, no one is going to show up. I've seen this play out before.
Oh no, the boomers. Yeah, for real.
And days later, around 4 o'clock Sunday afternoon, the phone rang and it was Hilton. He said, Troy, we're going to the border tomorrow morning. Are you with us? And as we talked, I remember thinking, you know, Troy, you're 29 years old. You're separated from your wife and kids, living with your mother. You're working yourself to the bone and still can't make ends meet. Something has to change. And just like that, it clicked for me. And I said, yeah, Hilton, I'll go.
I'll go.
And when I got off the phone, my mother asked me what was going on because she didn't want me to go. She told me they'd make an example out of me, that I would struggle to find work afterward. I might get arrested or I might get hurt.
Jesus.
And I knew she was right, but I told her the truth. I said, Mother, if I don't go, I'm not going to be able to live with myself. So the next morning,
What no one wants to hear.
I got up at 2 a.m. and drove 65
Rigel.
miles in the woods, the Quebec border, St. Pamphile. And you remember the 100 men who volunteered? Well, only 15 of us showed up. And I remember thinking, well, this is depressing.
Yeah,
but I
life
figured
is.
15 is better than 1. So we parked our pickups across the road and we blocked the border. And we weren't letting any workers in and we weren't letting any wood out. And around 9 a.m., we got word from the customs that
This guy sounds like a Canadian. God. Can you imagine being an American and sounding Canadian?
all of a sudden, King and Collins wanted to meet us in Augusta.
What a disgrace.
And we said no.
Can
if you really want
talk
to talk
a little
to us,
faster?
you
This is
can
how
meet us up here
Canadians
at the
speak.
border.
All of them. No, I'm joking.
Of course, they never took that opportunity, but by the end
Golden
of the week,
Common.
the 15 of us had 3 borders blocked. And we finally met with the politicians that weekend. And they told us they didn't understand that we needed a cooling off period. And we told them, just enforce the damn law.
With no value, yeah.
And when we returned to the border on Monday, the landowners had us arrested. I was marched out of the woods, and the billionaire landowners thought they'd won. But I was just getting started. Because my whole reality changed there. Because growing up, I thought the government would work for people who played by the rules. But government only works for people with power and influence, the people that write the biggest checks. So I ran for office to change that. And I won. And I learned fast that that same power that I felt in the woods was alive and well in Augusta. Lobbyists could walk into any office and kill a bill that we had built a coalition for and that working people needed. So I kept fighting. I ran for the Senate. I built a majority. And as Senate President, we made school meals free. We... We invested in child care, housing, and health care. And just a week or so ago, it finally came out, but we passed paid family medical leave. But whenever my bills threatened the status quo, they were vetoed. Collective bargaining, banning the spraying of Roundup from helicopters, capping prescription drug costs, all these things that would have been good for Mainers died because power and influence had more to gain. You know, I hold the record, one that I'm not super proud of, but 100 bills vetoed in the state of Maine. That's the most in the history of the state. And that's where we are. Power and influence think that they can stop progress. They think that they can hold us down, but they can't. I'm running for governor because we're going to pass those goddamn bills, and when we do, and here's the other thing. When we do pass them, we're going to enforce them. And we're going to have a government that works for us, not just for them. Because, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, they are going to be fine. They have always been fine, and they always will be fine. I'm not worried about them. I'm fighting for us. And my only special interest is you. Look, I'm running for governor because we've been robbed of so many things in this world by the people who control it. But there's never been a greater robbery than that of our time. It's something that we can never get back. You know, like I said in the audience tonight, my father, first time, my mother, my stepfather.
The greatest robbery of all time.
I think about my wife. I think about tonight in this audience, my granddaughter who hasn't been born yet.
Yeah, that's Timu
here with me, even though I haven't met her yet.
Keanu.
And those
God
things
damn it,
to
I
me
just said Kanye.
are everything in this world.
I need a coffee.
You know, the time that we have with our parents,
make me some coffee,
our
Jersey.
children, our loved ones is limited. It's finite.
With your special
the
twist.
time that we have to fulfill our dreams, live up to our goals, and bring about the change that we know Mainers deserve is slipping away before us. And what little time we have is being stolen by an oligarchy who see our lives, who see us as nothing more than a commodity,
Crack and
an
Bill,
opportunity to
welcome back.
monetize. And I say,
Nice, Kiki.
we can't afford to wait any longer. Our time is now.
Stop the stream! Crack and Pill 2 just resubbed for 1 at Prime for a total 5 months. They are on a 0-month sub streak. Gust X 8 cute. Gust X 8 cute. Gust X 8 cute.
Thank you, Crack and Pill. Welcome back. Appreciate the support. 5 months already. Damn girl, already. Back to poo-poo powder pickup. I don't know what the hell that is. Thelonious, welcome back. Good to see you again. Thank you, Crack and Pill, for the support. Can't do it without you guys. Thank you, Kiki and Crack and Pill today. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
So here we are. Tonight, I'm asking for your support on June 9th. I'm asking you to place your faith and your trust in the fifth-generation logger from Allagash who spent his life trying to build a state worthy of the people who call it home.
Nice.
Because this isn't a campaign, it's a movement. And together, side by side, we are going to win that Blaine House, and we're going to win the Senate with Graham Plattner.
Oh my God.
Right here in Maine, we're going to remind the Democratic Party that this is the party of the working class, and you damn well better stand up and fight for it. Together, we will stand up to Donald Trump and his sycophants in D.C. We will fight back against corruption, power, and greed. And most importantly, we will take back our time and we will take back our lives.
Give me the money, okay?
Woo! Doubting Josephus. It's coming.
Look, we're not from the left. We're not from the right.
Chuga, 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 chuga. Chew. We got a hype train chat thanks to Kraken Pill 2. It ending at 5/24/2026, 10/32/3017 p.m. So let's keep it going.
All right.
Woo woo woo.
Thank you
Doubting
so much.
Josephus just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Everyone. All right. If you want to get in on the fish emote, you can do it. Yep. There you go. Get in on the fish emote so you can play the fishing game. Gift a sub and you'll get one.
Stop the stream. Thelonious Dunk just resubbed for 1 at Prime for a total 2 months. They are on a 0-month substreak. Besos count?
Thank you, buddy. Thelonious, I'm honored that you give me your Prime. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you, thank you.
From the bottom, and we are rising.
Suck it, Bezos. Suck it, kisses. His name literally means kisses. Suck it, kisses.
My whole life I've waited for this. We are rising finally, and we're going to win these races.
Damn
and
right.
We're going to change the world when we do.
Bezos count. Damn right. God, Jersey, you're so distracted. You can't even lurk. Damn right, man. Fish face. No, I mean, like, what's my analysis of this guy? He sounds like he's decent. He's a little like lackluster, but I mean, when politicians are so bad, they don't give a shit. They don't do enough, right? This is our hope, guys, unfortunately. So I've heard a lot of good things about him, so I'm not like a main expert on politics, so, but yeah, I've heard some decent things about him, so let's see, right?
Solidarity is not just a word, it's a lifestyle. And that is what we're going to do in this race, these races. We are going to band together and fight for ourselves because we matter. We deserve it. And I can't thank you anymore with what's in my heart because I can't appreciate what all of you are doing to make this race happen. We are going to win and we're going to change the world. Thank you, everybody.
All right. And then we got some breaking news on the shooter.
Major red flags are surfacing about the shooting that took place near the White House yesterday following Donald Trump announcing that he was going to be entering into a deal with Iran. Donald Trump saying previously that he was not going to his son's wedding. Instead, he was going to stay at the White House and not also go to Bedminster, which was odd for him to be in the White House to begin with. And then there was this shooting, and we heard like 30 shots were fired, and then we learned that the shooter was killed, and now we're getting a lot more information, and we're going to break it down for you. And I'm not getting into conspiratorial world here. I'm just going to bring out the facts. And so, let's just talk about what went down. But first, we should start off with, what has Donald Trump been doing after this incident took place, what he did after the White House correspondent incident, what he's been consistently doing using it to push this golden ballroom. This follows at the end of last week, the United States Senate killing the $1 billion for the ballroom, saying they and the Democrats, no one's funding this $1 billion ballroom that Trump said was going to be privately funded. And so now Donald Trump's like, look, because of what just happened, this is why we need my ballroom.
Yeah, I think this is a false flag for that, right?
Is what he also said after the White House Correspondents' Dinner incident as well. Here's what he posted. And I want to talk about the shooter, how the shooter was actually someone who was known to the Secret Service, known very well.
Thank you, Kiki, for the 37 bits and 8 bits. 8 plus 37. Oh, it should have alerted us. Appreciate it, girl. Did everyone get the emote? Now you guys can use the fishing emote. Kiki, use the emote. To fish. My thing always cut off. It didn't play that. What it should have played for you. Oh, it didn't find it. That's why. There you go, Kiki. I'll play it for you.
You don't donate, you don't matter. You don't donate, you don't matter.
The Secret Service.
That's what it should have played, so it would have alerted me.
I want to then show you the location where the shooting took place to show you it really wasn't all that close to the White House. Whoa, and I want to show you some other red.
Whoa! Gloggy's first stolen crown. In the creek behind the closed Union Hall, a crooked of reflection follows the Gloggy's first stolen crown on the dock. The horde accepts the crown with suspicious enthusiasm. Congrats. He took it, guys. I don't know. I think it's Charlemagne's first crown or something, right? He does collect historical stuff, right?
Flags, and I want you to assess this for yourself. And again, we're not veering off into conspiratorial land. We're just going to go fact by fact. Here's what Donald Trump
thought too much about it, but
posted late last night about 12:23 a.m. his time. This is what he posted. Thank you to our great Secret Service and law enforcement for the swift and professional action taken this evening against a gunman near the White House. who had a violent history and possible obsession with our country's most cherished structure. The gunman is dead after an exchange of gunfire with Secret Service agents near the White House gates. This event is 1 month removed from the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting and goes to show how important it is for all future presidents to get what will be the most safe and secure space of its kind ever built in Washington, D.C. The national security of our country demands it. Again, he's pushing for the ballroom. You'll recall during the White House Correspondents' Dinner incident, he immediately started posting, we need a ballroom. Then all of his influencers posted, the MAGA influencers, ballroom, 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 ballroom. Then he filed legal documents in a case where he was banned from building the ballroom, although that order stayed pending the ruling by the DC Circuit Court of Appeals. And then this motion said, because of the shooting that took place at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, this ballroom is needed to protect the national security of this country. And so now that the Senate has killed the Golden Ballroom, Donald Trump is now using this incident and saying, look, another assassination attempt. Look, we need a Golden Ballroom. Let's dig in. Let's get into the facts. Let's do what we do here at the Midas Touch Network. So the suspect in the shooting who was killed near the White House, not on the White House, near, but not all that close. I'll show you where it was in a second. A 21-year-old named Nasir Best. He was someone who believed that he was Jesus Christ. He was someone who suffered from very serious mental illness. He was pronounced dead at the George Washington University Hospital. He was known to be in this area this DC area for about 18 months. And he would frequently go to the White House and make threats against the Secret Service there. They knew this guy, and they knew him to be someone who suffered from mental illness and real kind of serious delusions. There was another incident in July 2025 where he tried to get entry into the White House and was arrested nearby. And he would always say, I'm Jesus, let me in. And this happened not just that July, this happened quite frequently with this guy, and they knew him. The Secret Service would see him, they would recognize him. They had him on a list, they had his photo, because he would threaten, he would make threats quite frequently. Take a look at the map right here. Look where the incident was, just so you can see for yourself. The corner of 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. This is outside of the White House complex. Look, just so you can see where the White House is. Look where the marker that is right here, that you can see that he was pretty far away. I mean, from where the White House is to where he was, there was multiple buildings that are in front of it. And so this wasn't actually all that close to the White House. But again, the way it was being represented was that this was like right there on the White House. And look, you could clearly hear the sounds of shots fired, because overhead, those 30 shots that you heard were the snipers and other Secret Service who were shooting from the White House out. But in terms of the guy, he apparently shot maybe a few times, at the Secret Service. And that's, and that's basically the incident. There's someone else who was seriously injured as well in this incident. And I'll share this with you right here, just so you can see the three reporters. This is where they heard the shots fired. But the shots fired that they hear, that's actually coming from the Secret Service, is where the shots are being fired. Here, play this clip.
What is that?
What was fascinating is what was going on at TV at that exact moment. On state regime media, which called itself Fox, what were they reporting at that time? They were reporting that Donald Trump's deal with Iran is terrible, and they were being very critical. This is what was going on state regime. Let's play this clip.
It feels like we're back to square one. Yeah. So I think that's going to be an important component. We know the president is very, very strict on that point. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. So I think that any deal is going to include that. I don't think it's going to be enough just for the straight.
I agree. Without
I don't know
that,
if that's a full win.
Yeah, no deal.
Yeah, then we're back to where we started.
And then right after, the coverage shifted to talking about the shooting near the White House. Here, play this clip.
Hi, Tommy. So we just got some new information from the White House, according to the press office. They said shortly after 6 p.m., an individual approached the Secret Service checkpoint outside the White House. This is at 17th and Pennsylvania Avenue, so just one block behind me. You can still see that there's a large police presence here. This involves the FBI, Secret Service, and of course, D.C. police. So the White House telling us that there was a preliminary investigation at this point that indicates that an individual approached. He removed a weapon from his bag and he began firing at police officers. Secret Service police officers then returned fire, striking that suspect, who was later transported to an area hospital where he later died. During the shooting, a bystander was also struck by gunfire. So the White House press team at this point telling us that it's really unclear if the bystander was struck by the suspect's initial gunfire or during the subsequent exchange of gunfire.
Now, as I noted before, Donald Trump was supposed, it was his son's wedding. So you had Don Jr. getting married to now his wife, Bettina, and Donald Trump posted on May 22nd, so on Friday, that he would not be going to his own son's wedding. And then he also canceled his trip to Bedminster and said he was going to spend the weekend in the White House, which is very odd and unusual for him. So he puts himself in the White House there as well. And you can say, well, Ben, that's because he was dealing with the issues of the war. Okay, well, I mean, he's done that before for Mar-a-Lago. And what issues was he dealing with? I mean, he entering into an agreement. He had to be at the White House for that. Okay, whatever. This is what Donald Trump said on May 22nd. While I very much wanted to be with my son, Don Jr., and the newest member of the Trump family, his soon-to-be wife, Bettina, circumstances pertaining to government and my love for the United States of America do not allow me to do it. I felt it's important for me to remain in Washington, D.C. at the White House during this important period of time. Congratulations to Don and Bettina. Just also notable, too, that Bettina's dad, Epstein class guy. So her dad was a guy, her dad died a while back, but her dad was a banker named Harry Loy Anderson. She's Bettina Anderson. Her dad is Harry Loy Anderson. And he's the guy who wrote a 1999 recommendation letter calling Jeffrey Epstein a gentleman of the highest integrity to help him gain tax breaks and operations tied to Epstein Island. Harry Loy Anderson led Palm Beach National Bank and Trust, where Epstein maintained accounts reflecting documented financial and social connections in elite Palm Beach circles from the late 1990s. And then I'll show you, too, it was very odd also, you know, the Secret Service clamped down on the press. And so you had like Patricia Vasconcelos, and she was there, and you'll see the Secret Service was like, get in there, get in. Let me show you what went down here. Here, play this clip.
Inside. Out of the door. Inside. Okay, sir. We are journalists. I'm so sorry. We are journalists. We're just trying to record. I understand, sir. I understand, sir. Inside. Okay, sir. I understand.
And then just to show you again what was happening with some of these reporters from their different angles. This was how an NBC 10 Boston. This is how an NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Serskin responded to the incident that took place yesterday. Let's play this clip.
What is that? What is that?
Jesus. What is that? Sounds like fucking gunfire, girl. Get out of there.
Here's how another individual responded. Let's play it.
Memorial Day since 2022. President Trump promises the prices will go down, but his grip on Republican support on Capitol Hill is weakening.
Yeah. Yeah, that's... Thank you. Smart. Smart. Finally. That's what you do. Fuck, my job ain't that important where I'm my life, right? Oh my God. I think it is.
And here's the kind of famous clip
Confirmed.
now of Selena Wang. And here's how she responded to what went down.
Ben
Play
said
this clip.
couldn't be me.
That
Yeah,
President
for
Trump
real,
has
right?
said a deal is close, only for the two sides to remain far apart.
You know, I'm not sure if you've been seeing this as well, but there are these, memes going around like this one right here. Breaking. The following bullets have been recovered at the scene of today's White House shooting. And the bullets spell anti-ballroom. And that was before Donald Trump made the ballroom post, because it's so predictable that he's just going to turn this into ballroom. And here's the thing. You may say, Ben, there's nothing red flags about it. It's a mentally ill guy who shot into the White House. But you see, when Donald Trump immediately turns this into, this is why I need my golden ballroom. That's why we have to call it. That's not normal behavior, that you keep having these bizarre purported assassination attempts that are actually nowhere near you, where you claim they're assassination attempts, and then you say, well, now I need my golden ballroom. Now I need my golden ballroom. They knew this guy. They knew this guy was a mentally ill person who had threatened the White House before. So of all times, now, right in the middle of all of this happening, right when you have everybody, criticizing this agreement with Iran, you have Donald Trump wanting the golden ballroom. He's hitting record lows in approval. He hit record lows in approval. The Senate's turning against him. They're against the 1.8 billion slush fund. It's like now this happens again with this guy of all people, a guy who believes he's Jesus Christ, who is well known to the Secret Service, who's now dead, by the way, so no one can ask him what's going on. This is another meme that I saw as well. Trump still spamming the assassination gimmick in 2026. And it's like, if you're just candid and transparent and make the disclosures and you don't lie about everything, then maybe people would be like, okay, but you lie about literally everything. And remember, heading into this weekend, Donald Trump was out there as the Senate was killing the golden ballroom and saying, we ain't funding this thing $1 billion at all. Here was Donald Trump saying that the ballroom was needed because it has hospital facilities or whatever. Here, play this clip.
I want to take a look at the complexity. These are all different rooms down here. They're building a hospital. They're building, it's a military hospital. They're building all sorts of research facilities, also meeting rooms and rooms that go hand in hand for the military using the ballroom. And the ballroom is really a shield and protecting all of the things that are built here. This goes, as you see, it's already up to the ground. This goes down very deep. You get a better view right over here. This is down because we've already done these floors. But these are already down 2 floors. That is down about 6 stories deep.
Oh, my God.
That's big stuff.
What the hell?
Normally, when you build a ballroom, you build it flat. You just build a ballroom. It would have been built. The complexity of this, and again, it's all knit. It's all knit together. Between the drone proofing,
what the hell?
Missile proofing, we have,
nice.
And the drone capacity upstairs. We can have all sorts of military up. Whether I hate to use the word snipers, but we have great sniper capacity. It's built for our snipers, not the enemy snipers, our snipers. And because of the height, we get a very clear view of everything all over Washington. Yeah.
And here he's asked, are you worried about ballroom funding when the Senate killed the ballroom funding? Here, play it.
Are you worried about ballroom? Some of them don't know how to win. I know how to win. I think I've proven that, haven't I?
Are you worried about the ballroom funding, Mr. President? There's speculation that could be...
The ballrooms are being built. I'm building the ballroom. You saw it yesterday, right?
Yeah.
We're building a great ballroom. It's been needed. It's a very military complex. The roof is actually a drone port. The roof of the ballroom is a drone port, and it gives great safety to everything below. So it's good.
Oh,
We're
my
building
God.
a really great ballroom, but it's also a strong military position for our people.
Tell us what your call with Netanyahu.
And then he talked about how he needs the ballroom because Xi Jinping will love it. Here, play it.
Wouldn't have done the job. You just wouldn't have done the job. You have too many events. Like if we have President Xi coming here, we have no place to put him. We had the king, and
and the Queen the other day, and we had 1,000 people wanted, and we ended up having 100 people sitting in the first ballroom. So they've been after this for a long time. But maybe more important is the safety element. This is the shield that protects everything that's inside, everything that's on top. And you know, obviously the White House was built in 1792. You know, it's awfully hard to. It's awfully hard to do that kind of a capacity that we did here. So this will give future presidents, but you have to understand, when this is finished, my term ends shortly after that. This is really for other presidents. This is not for me. This is my gift to the United States of America. I'm going to be able to use it very little, because when it's finished, we're talking about 6 or 7 months.
And then finally, he's like, the ballroom is my shield. The ballroom is my shield. And then this happens this weekend, seriously.
What a clown.
Let's play this clip.
They want to do things, but everything that you see and the money that's being put up to build the ballroom.
I know. Someone asked him real questions.
The ballroom, it's necessary for the ballroom to be built.
The ballroom,
with what
it's
you
necessary
see.
for the ballroom.
Bing, 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 bing. We had our beautiful Marine standing there. Bing, 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 bing.
You know, in the old days, bing, bong.
You know, with the map, bing, bing, bing. Little mouth on him. Bing, 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 bing.
They couldn't have this. They couldn't build the lower floors without that shield over the top of it. It's a shield that will totally protect what's downstairs. They have a lot of things going on downstairs.
Totally protect.
And some of it you see. This goes down 6 stories. You see 3 stories because it's already been built. This will be, very shortly, this will be in the form of
billions and 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 billions.
And then even in Iran, this is what they've already made their Lego.
Billions and 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 billions and
this seems to be happening every other week for Donald Trump. Let's play it.
Billions and 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 the White House.
Shots at the White House. Shots fired outside. 30 rounds in the night. Press going live. White House lockdown time. Something is cooking. You can feel it in the air. Netanyahu pulling strings. He wants this war. I swear. Reporters standing there doing their evening live. Suddenly shots ringed out. Everybody died. Secret Service rushing panic on the lawn. Trump inside the building while the chaos is on. White House on lockdown. Counter snipers on the roof. Whole world watching. What the fuck is the truth? Time feels crazy, but Iran on the brink. BB wants the war. That's what everybody thinks.
Drums of war beating. We hear them loud and clear. We do not want war,
But the choice ain't ours, my dear. Shots fired outside. 30 rounds in the night.
And here's what Senator Cassidy, who Donald Trump forced out, basically endorsed Senator Cassidy's primary opponent. And here's what Senator Cassidy said. One of the reasons he's not funding the ballroom. Let's play it.
There's no architectural plans. There is no environmentals. There's no engineering. There's no sense of
legendary. Nice. Another one. Bloggies lost twin surfaces from the lake. 17 pounds of pure shock. They stare at each other. They share a single nod. Nobody speaks of this again. It's his evil twin. Exactly. That was the point. Or is it? I got a pencil. Well, at least you got that. Damn, congrats. Ducky? DeCookie?
when we asked, how did it happen to cost exactly $1 billion? In my mind, that is, they could cost a lot less. It could cost a lot more.
It's just
I just don't get it.
Well, there you have it, folks. Let me know. You let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. Thanks everybody so much for watching. New Midas merch. Head to store.midastouch.com today and get yourself the best pro-democracy gear and show your support. That's store.midastouch.com.
My God. My God.
Billions and 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 billions.
Starting this hour with new information on the shooting at a security checkpoint outside of the White House. Sources say the gunman who opened fire just outside the White House complex last night has been identified as the 21-year-old Nazir Best. Secret Service officers shot Best in the exchange of gunfire, and he was taken to a hospital where he later died, according to the agency. A bystander was also shot and wounded during the incident, but it remains unclear whether the bystander was struck by the gunman or an officer. Sources say Best had a history of mental illness and had previous run-ins with the Secret Service. In response to the shooting, President Trump shared a post on social media arguing that the incident, quote, goes to show how important it is for all future presidents to get what will be the most safe and secure space of its kind ever built in Washington, D.C.
God, fuck off.
That's likely a reference to his White House ballroom, which is supposed to include enhanced security features. That ballroom is just one of many personal projects Trump has been focused on, including building a triumphal arch, renovating the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool, and turning the White House South Lawn into a temporary UFC cage fighting arena. On top of being laser focused on funding his interior decor projects or exterior, the president is also championing a $1.8 billion so-called anti-weaponization compensation fund that could give money to January 6th insurrectionists. But all of this seems at odds with voters who are struggling in Trump's economy and asking, where is the relief for them? Here's what some voters told MS Now reporter Alex Tabbitt this week.
So we are seeing $4.09 a gallon at this station.
Ridiculous. It's too high. It's too high. I mean, it's like you got to balance between eating or you need gas. You got to go to work.
Just seems like every day. Used to be like every year, but every day there's some type of additional costs creeping up. And now they're talking about this weaponization fund. Why would we give them some kind of fund to help them along when other Americans are starving and other Americans are going through the cost of living the way they are?
Joining us now is Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Dingell of Michigan. Congresswoman, thanks for joining us on set this morning.
Debbie Dingell.
How much are those kinds of conversations that we just heard from voters playing into the conversations you're having with your colleagues about messaging for November?
Well, I think if anybody's home and going to the gas station or the grocery store or farmers markets or union halls, that's what they're hearing. And I think for people have been upset. They've been upset about the cost of living, but they didn't understand how tariffs maybe were affecting them because it's hard to see what tariffs have done to costs. The increase in gasoline costs have impacted every person who drives a car. They feel it. In Michigan, it's been 3 weeks since gasoline went over $5 a gallon. People are upset. They're ticked. They're scared. And I go to Kroger when I'm home. My Diet Coke bottles, return them regularly. People come up and show me.
I love Tesla.
Look how much this is. Or even I was in a UAW hall last week, and the man said, All I want to do, and we're not talking the steakhouses here in Washington, D.C. We're talking Kroger beef. He said, I want to be able to barbecue a steak. I can't afford it. Once a month, that's all I want. People are hurting.
People have the bar very low of what they want to live. They just want to be able to live their lives. And I think the thing that's so interesting about the folks that Alex talked to is that sometimes voters, it feels like as a reporter when you're talking to them, they're not connecting the dots about who to blame, right? Like it's like this thing is happening. I kind of know it's happening. But what we're hearing from voters is they're looking at what's happened with Iran. They're like, Trump is to blame here for the gas going up, right? And then they're saying, you're giving the weaponization money to these people who attacked you on January 6th, attacked this country, and yet I'm getting no help. Like they're able to connect the dots with someone to blame. And I'm curious how you, as the chair of the House Democratic Policy and Communications Committee, how you and your team are talking about how to utilize all of this, because it feels like every single day Donald Trump is giving Democrats a lot to run on, but how do you get that message to break through?
Well, I think we're very focused on one. We got to stay united, not always our strength, but I think people understand that that's what we've got to do. And we're talking, I think affordability is becoming a tired word too, but we are talking about the war in Iran. We're talking about this. I have never seen people so angry, and they should be, about this slush fund that he's going to use. You're going to pay people that were convicted of attacking policemen, convicted, and now you're going to give them compensation. They're like, I hurt. Who's helping me? But we're going to talk about affordability. We are talking about affordability, from groceries to utilities to housing to caregiving to health care. Health care is a big issue in this country. And while they tried to time the big, I'm on television, I won't use the word I want, Bill.
I mean, feel free.
No, I don't want to get in trouble with the FCC. Or you to get in trouble with the FCC, because they're always after.
Oh, with Jesus, it's also Sunday.
It is. I'm a good Catholic girl. But
Jesus.
Archbishops heard me use this word. But they tried to time it so the health care things wouldn't go into effect until after the election. They're starting to feel.
She's a Christian
People
girl,
are scared.
guys.
They can't afford the medicine. They're not going to the doctor because they don't have affordable.
Press 1 if you're a Christian girl.
Affordable care, the emergency rooms, the boarding is getting worse. There's just and we all have to talk about it and tie it to why is it happening? Because of the war.
Dingleberry.
The big bad bill.
You know what President Trump is supposed
I'm
to be
a
talking about
dingleberry,
if you listen
just
to
like
his
you.
Staff and folks in his administration.
Dingus.
He's supposed to be talking about the economy. And he even went to Suffern, New York, to the district of Republican Congressman Mike Lawler to talk about the economy, Congresswoman Dingell. But listen to what he actually talked about.
Oh, no.
The Democrats voted
I'm
for
a Buddhist.
open
Damn
borders.
right, girl.
They voted
Love it.
for open borders. And if they get in, you're going to have open borders again. You're going to have millions of people coming in. When we talk about men playing in women's sports, I'll tell you how ridiculous it is. You had one candidate named Sleepy Joe Biden.
Sleepy Joe.
What's a better name? Sleepy Joe Biden or Crooked Joe Biden? Ready? Who likes Sleepy Joe Biden?
Woo!
Who likes Crooked Joe Biden?
Where's the seals? There's Joe Biden.
Congresswoman,
I did NATO, Jack.
The beginning
He
of this
did
conversation,
NATO.
and just for weeks now, talking about high gas prices,
He did NATO.
high everything, affordability, and yet he is talking about all of these other things. I wonder, in Michigan, are Michiganders talking about Joe
Gus
Biden?
knows all about it. I do. I've done NATO.
Biden, are they talking?
I've done UN, but NATO is similar.
About open borders? Are they talking about immigration?
So I
And the
want to
way
say
you're
this.
talking-
No, they're not. And by the way, not only are they not talking about it, he says he doesn't think about people. He doesn't care about people. The cost of stuff.
Peanuts.
It's
Peanuts.
It's peanuts. But, you know, this isn't the same Donald Trump that got elected in 2016. When he got elected in 2016, I said he was going to get elected because you all thought I was crazy. But I was in those union halls, and he understood bad trade deals. He understood that workers are seeing their jobs shipped overseas. He understood that anxiety, and he played to it. His just total callousness, total lack of understanding how people across this country are hurting, really hurting. trying to make ends meet. They're worried about their jobs. They're worried about the kids. Kids that are graduating can't find jobs. Parents can't afford to send their kids to college. People can't afford to go to the doctor or pay for the medicine, and we have shortages of medicine. And he's not talking about those kitchen table issues that matter to people every single day and keep them up at night scared.
Unburdened by a second term, potentially. But let's talk about some of your Republican colleagues. You talk to Republicans. You have Republican friends.
They're friends.
Let's actually listen to Bill Cassidy quickly, who slammed this week after losing his primary election, Trump's proposed ballroom. It's a full screen, actually. He said, when I go back to Louisiana and I talk to people, this is not. I mean, they can't afford groceries and gasoline and health care, and we're going to do $1 billion for a ballroom. There were also other Republicans who had various clips on talking about the anti-weaponization fund and their displeasure with that. Is this the breaking point? We have had this moment many other times at this table with you. Is next week the week that they're finally going to, really put an end to Donald Trump's reconciliation package, take a stand, find their backbone, or...
Backbone Democrats?
I think the Senate, the House is always mad at the Senate. There's been, I want to say, House Republicans and the Senate Republicans are mad at each other. I hope that we did see the breaking point on Thursday. I was stunned. I thought for sure we were going to be voting on all of us because Donald Trump wants that by June 1. Republicans you're seeing more Republicans. People don't understand how much you get attacked when you cross Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And I think, I've seen more. One of my colleagues from Michigan, Republican, actually voted for the War Powers Act. Remember, they pulled the War Powers Act on Thursday, too, because they did not have the votes, and they will not have the votes when they come back. I don't know if it's the breaking point. We're going to have to see. I think there is a fear of Donald Trump by many Republicans, and I hope they will find what their constituents want, and remember the responsibility is to their constituents.
And to a broader point, because people think that, when members of Republicans cross the president, they get attacked. They figure that, they're getting attacked by the president. But it's the president's supporters who attack them via phone, via social media. In person. And by
the way,
that is
violence. I mean, people do not understand. I've been there. What happens when Donald Trump goes after you in the tunnel of hate you find yourself in?
Tunnel of hate. Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, it is always great to have you on the show, and especially on set. Thank you for coming back.
It's great to see you three. And now I'm off to Michigan and Memorial Day parade.
All right.
Have a safe flight.
Wow. Wow, guys. Amazing. Debbie Dingleberry. All right. And now we got John Cornyn and Ken Paxton. This fucking fiasco of a race. I thought it was today. No, it's tomorrow. It's Tuesday, right? Oh, some more breaking news. In Turkey, the opposition party has been stormed. They're storming the beaches. They're raping our churches, burning our women. Oh, no.
Now, Turkish security forces have stormed the headquarters of the main opposition party. Riot police using tear gas forced their way into the offices of the CHP party in the capital, Ankara. Supporters of the party's former leader, Özgür Özil, had barricaded themselves inside the building. A court last week overturned his election as party chief, pointing to irregularities. Özil is a prominent opponent of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And for more on this, I'm joined now by DW correspondent Dorian Jones, who is following the story in Istanbul, where he joins us now. Dorian, please tell us what exactly happened there today in front of and also inside the CHP headquarters.
Well, there have been quite dramatic events, even unprecedented in Turkey's very colourful political history. We saw riot police breaking down the iron gates and then storming the building using huge amounts of tear gas. They flooded the building with gas and also using tasers and water cannon. It was quite dramatic. Several people are reportedly being injured. Now, Özgür Özel, the leader of CHP, who has been replaced by the court, stayed in the building to the very last moment, then came outside and delivered a withering speech attacking what he said is an attack on not only the main opposition but on democracy itself. He then said that elections aren't won in the party.
Yeah, I mean, that's the scary part of this stuff, right? Coming to an America near you, coming to another democracy near you, right? If we don't put up with this shit.
Buildings, but they're won.
God, vote harder, guys.
On the streets and on the squares, and that is where he vowed he would take this battle to. He's now expected now to set up his rival leadership in the parliament. He is the head of the parliamentary group of the opposition CHP, and that is where he will organise his battle for the party itself. And he is vowing that there will be protests coming days. He is hindered by the fact that Turkey is entering a 9-day holiday. But it is expected to be the beginning of a long and protracted, bitter fight for the main opposition.
And how does Özal's eviction and, of course, the riots, the protests that followed, as we've just seen and as you described, how does this actually help the president of Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan?
Well, it is seen as a major boost for President Erdogan. The CHP has increasingly been challenging him in the latest polls. Here, they are polling ahead of his ruling AK party, and is seen as an increasingly formidable threat to his leadership. The replacement of Özgür Özel with Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu, the former leader.
I'm glad you guys like the fishing game so much. Yeah.
He will expect to cause
it warms my heart.
Disarray and division within the party.
There hasn't been too much of that because his heart is undead and cold.
That will make it much more easier to defeat, and possibly he'll be also looking to Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu, who has been put back into office. He ruled the party for 12 years, and he lost more than a dozen elections. So he is seen as a much more easier person from Erdogan's perspective to defeat. He's 77 years old compared to Özgür Özel, who is 51, and also he's seen as a man that Erdogan possibly could look to make a deal with to change the constitution. He wants to do that, so allow him to stand again in elections. So he is seen as a political move by Erdogan, although he does insist the courts are independent. But there are also risks for Erdogan. The fact that if this move causes major unrest in the country, and there is a great deal of discontent in the country is facing over 30% inflation. Food inflation is even higher. There's widespread reports that people are increasingly hungry and angry. If this move feeds into that wider discontent in the country, unites what the country's very deeply divided opposition, that could pose a major threat for Erdogan going forward. And also another big concern for Erdogan is the financial markets. Following the news on Thursday, the markets crashed and reportedly they spent $8 billion defending the currency. That follows the $40 billion they've already spent defending the currency in the wake of the Iran war. There are major concerns that there is major unrest going forward. That could trigger a financial crisis and a crash on the currency. This is a major risk being taken by Erdogan and a sign of possible potential weakness on Erdogan's part, that he is viewing the CHP as a major risk to him going forward.
All right, DW correspondent Dorian Jones in Istanbul, thank you so very much for that.
All over, guys. All right.
Everybody.
More on NATO. Where is it?
An abrupt about turn by President Donald Trump on troop movements is overshadowing a meeting of NATO leaders in Sweden. Now, the administration said earlier this month that it would withdraw some 5,000 military personnel from Europe and was canceling a deployment to Poland. Now, Trump says that an extra 5,000 troops will be sent to Poland. Trump backed Poland's President Karol Nawrocki in elections last year.
NATO foreign ministers were all smiles as they gathered in Sweden, but deep divisions remain between the NATO members and the US, who was represented by Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Marco Rubio.
Many were left surprised and puzzled by Trump's apparent U-turn on deploying extra troops to Poland. The Swedish foreign minister summed up what many NATO members were thinking.
Well, it is confusing, indeed, and not always easy to navigate. I welcome if they increase their presence in Poland, since it's on the eastern flank where we have the big threat, just like you said.
Divisions within NATO have grown since Trump took office, as the US has clashed with its European allies on a number of issues. Trump's interest in acquiring the Danish territory of Greenland created an unprecedented dispute within the alliance. Tensions have emerged over Ukraine, as the US has reduced support. And the Trump administration has also slammed NATO members for failing to provide support in its war with Iran. Under pressure from the US, European allies have signalled a willingness to join a naval mission to secure shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, a key demand of the Trump administration. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte said NATO members are working on a plan to secure the strait.
It is important that countries are coming together around plans to ensure that the strait can be open for transit, including by moving essential assets to the region. This is another clear reminder of how security challenges are increasingly interconnected, and that allies and partners have a strong interest in working closely and proactively together.
Marco Rubio warned that NATO members must address divisions in the alliance and openly posed the question of why the US was even a member of NATO.
I don't think anyone is shocked to know that the United States, and the president in particular, is very disappointed at NATO right now. Why is NATO good for America? Because it gives us bases in the region that allow us to project power during a contingency in the Middle East or somewhere else. So when that is the key rationale for why
Jersey's
you're in NATO,
goat
and
right
then you
here.
have countries like Spain denying us the use of these bases.
Spain.
Well, then why are you in NATO?
Rubio said the issues dividing NATO must be dealt with at a summit of NATO leaders in Ankara in July. Rubio described it as probably one of the most important leaders' summits in the history of NATO.
NDW correspondent Terry Schultz has been at the NATO meeting. I asked her about the message the Americans are sending.
Well, Sarah, that really depends on which messages you're talking about. And there were really two tracks here when it comes to U.S. interests. You know, first of all, this meeting was being held under the expectation that they would be discussing a pullout of thousands of U.S. troops from along the eastern flank from Poland and possibly Lithuania and Estonia. Of course, that was reversed overnight just as ministers came into their meeting today. So the strain of that situation was eased somewhat, although nobody knows exactly what to expect, where those troops would come from, when they would arrive, whether this is the rotation that was canceled or delayed. So there's a lot of confusion on that. But the other situation here is that European countries really don't support what the U.S. and Israel did with Iran. Iran. They called this a war of choice by the United States, and their populations still don't support, their governments helping in any kind of offensive action. So, being democracies, they're not going to change their opinion on that. What they say they will do is help secure navigation in the Strait of Hormuz once all hostilities are ceased, once a ceasefire has been signed. And while there didn't appear to be really progress on that, and not much was expected here, there was open conversation with Secretary of State Rubio, and everyone seemed to feel like the tension was at least eased a bit, even if there's not a solution yet.
And NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte and others have been going to great lengths, we have to say, to keep the U.S. on board when it comes to European defense. What's the strategy, Terry? How do you see it, and do you think it's working?
They're not going to be able to convince the Trump administration not to draw down their presence on the European continent. That's just a fact. That's something that Trump has been warning about even since his first administration, but certainly much more intensively in his second administration. The plans for that are already drawn up, and we believe that some of those plans were already shared this afternoon at NATO headquarters back in Brussels in a meeting of defense policy directors, although Mark Rutte described those conversations as highly classified and said that he at least wouldn't be sharing details of them. We don't know exactly what was discussed there, but we understand that the U.S. laid out some longer-term plans for continued drawdowns. Now, again, the stress over this possible immediate cutback of thousands of troops to Poland seems to have been rectified for the moment, but that doesn't change the fact that long-term the U.S. is definitely not going to have such a strong presence here, and that could affect NATO's ability to deal with any kind of attack on one of its allies. This is expected to affect what's called NATO force model, and that is exactly the plans for dealing with a crisis. We don't know exactly how deep those cuts might be, where they might come from, or when they might take effect.
And Terry, Trump has said that the additional 5,000 troops, which will now be sent to Poland, is due to his good relationship with the Polish president. Can you fill us in on the background there?
Donald Tusk? No, it's not him anymore.
Yes, well, you can't take this question without the other announcement that Trump made.
You got to say it like that, too. Tusk.
And that is that...
Because it's not Tusk.
$5,000 troops would be withdrawn from Germany. So he made this announcement, but in fact, we learned later that in fact no troops will be withdrawn from Germany at the moment. In fact, what he did was cancel a deployment of some 4,000 troops to Poland. Now, that didn't make sense to a lot of people because Poland was not supposed to be punished by this. As Trump said, it was about his dispute with Chancellor Merz. So now everything is up in the air. It's not clear whether Poland is going to be getting 5,000 more troops or whether it's just the cancellation of the deployment. You can see how confusing this gets. We're not exactly sure how many troops may be headed to Poland, but people are celebrating, and that's in fact the word that they're using here at the meeting, the fact that Poland has been recognized as a strong ally, and President Trump has personally recognized that troops should not be withdrawn from the eastern flank at this moment. So it remains to be seen how that all works out, but you can't take the dissatisfaction with the German government separately from his determination not to punish Poland for that decision.
Regardless, no matter how you look at it, European leaders are certainly on watch. What action have European allies already taken to try and shore up NATO's eastern flank with Russia and Ukraine on their own?
You're right. They've been warned for a long time that they're going to have to do more on their own. And in fact, almost all of the eastern flank countries are already spending well over 4%, some of them over 5% of their GDP on defense. Now, that's a goal that the rest of NATO has only pledged to make by the year 2035. So that's why these countries feel like they should not be the ones who are punished when President Trump gets angry at NATO. And that's why this announcement about Poland, of course, caused such disappointment. But they have been spending more along the eastern flank. They've been buying a lot of U.S. weapons. They also also already have in all 8 frontline countries with Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia what are called forward operating forces. There by NATO, already international troops there protecting the eastern flank, and not all of those troops are backed up by Americans. Some countries don't have any U.S. troops there. So certainly Europe has been taking more responsibility. At the same time, some of the things we're talking about when we talk about the U.S. withdrawing its support are technical matters, are capabilities like long-range missiles and interceptors that Europe simply doesn't make at the moment. And they certainly haven't moved fast enough to fill those gaps. They're starting to do that now, but it will take years before they can actually support themselves and replace the capabilities that the U.S. now possesses by itself.
DW's Terry Schultz, thank you.
Let's explore more of this with Olaf Bernke, who's Germany Director for Rasmussen Global, the geopolitical advisory firm of former NATO Secretary
not
General
this organization.
Welcome to DW. Have we heard anything new from Marco Rubio in Helsingborg?
No, Rubio continues to play the role of the rationale in this administration, and it would make total sense. So what he said is is the outline of a very strategic approach. The U.S. is reshuffling their troops. They pay more attention to areas like the Middle East or Asia. But this is in total contradiction to what the president is tweeting overnight. And that's, I think, what's puzzling everyone, that the one is what nice guys like Mr. Rubio is saying, and the other thing is the confusion the president is causing by its midnight social media activities.
Okay, so Marco Rubio saying, this is a problem we have to deal with, same problem, let's talk about it. The president, meanwhile, is just doing what he does. But can you answer Marco Rubio's question about why NATO is good for the United States?
Of course, because it gives stability in an area where also Russia is testing the alliance, is testing also the kind of how much of a superpower is the US. And again, I think the establishment on both sides of the aisle in Washington, Republicans as Democrats, are willing to pay for security in that global dimension. And of course, the expectation still is that Europe needs to do more. So and this is not less about promises, but it's about delivery.
I just want to press you on that, because I hear what you've said a lot. And what I don't hear is, in naked terms, the sort of terms a US president would appreciate. If you leave NATO, you lose this. Okay, so we heard Marco Rubio saying that this is a way for American troops in Europe is a way for America to protect power. America doesn't need NATO to do multilateral deals to project power. So once again, what's the big argument for the United States? If you leave NATO, you lose this. This is why the US needs to be in.
I mean, have a look at in the situation of the Middle East, or there Trump actually decided to go on its own with his ally Israel, and he was of the expectation that he can get the Iranian regime down within a couple of days. So we are now in more than 2 months of this military attack, and it's still going on. And I don't have the impression that the U.S. are winning this war. So every deadline the president said was withdrawn. So now they also put in pressure. So we heard what Marco Rubio was saying. The expectation, of course, are that NATO allies should also support the U.S. in the Strait of Hormuz. What the Europeans are discussing right now, and this is where the difference between European and the U.S. allies are, is that the plan for European NATO allies to support the U.S. Is once there is a peace agreement, or at least there's a ceasefire. What we just learned from Marco Rubio is that maybe we should also prepare a situation and a scenario actually where the U.S. is still fighting and still expecting NATO allies to come to their side. And that's, of course, something which is challenging the NATO alliance a lot.
Can you not see how your answer effectively makes the U.S. argument, right? NATO, yes, the United States is in a mess in Iran, potentially because NATO allies refuse to back it. Therefore, Donald Trump says, well, what's the point of you lot? We arrive where we started. My question to you is, where's the benefit where is the naked benefit to the United States from continuing to be in NATO? Everything that you've said is either about the status quo or about how Europe benefits. Talk to us about what the US gets out of this.
Oh my God. I hate this. I mean, what a clown. Can you believe the conversation has shifted to this crap now? I'm not even like the biggest supporter of NATO, but for fuck's sake.
I mean, I'm not a NATO spokesperson, neither for the European allies.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is what it's come to on German like broadcasts. I mean, and visibly this should upset most people, right? Because this means more wars, more, right? Less cooperation. It's all about me, right? Like, how does this benefit me? How does this benefit my nation state? No, right? When that was like, at least you could argue that there was like some like talks or some commonality where everyone was like, yeah, you create an alliance so then nobody gets attacked, right? And if you could expand that in terms of like a world cooperation, then essentially you would think twice about declaring war on one another, right? Now that's just all out the window. Fuck.
Leave that. No. We can't take this. I mean, sort of imagine a scenario where not only the U.S. is fighting against Iran, but also where China is all of a sudden increasing its pressure, military pressure on Taiwan. And if Russia will also increase their attacks abroad, beyond the Ukrainian border. So that would create a scenario where U.S. superpower is challenged. And I think that only in the NATO context, as the alliance, you can back this and counter this. So the situation of NATO right now is far away from being perfect. And I totally share the point of the U.S. administration saying, why should American taxpayers pay for European security? That's a call experts like me had made over years. Finally, the European Union, the European allies actually are living up to this. As I said at the beginning, this is not about promises any longer, but it is actually about delivery. And this is now where they need to come to terms and demonstrate that they're really doing something. What they have done at the eastern flank, you can say it is moving in this direction.
Okay.
European
We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us, though, Olaf Bönke from Rasmussen Global.
Wow. Wow. Stop talking about Taiwan and China, oh Lord. Yeah. Some clown. Hey, Kois, welcome back, buddy. Been a while. How you been? Did you finish your political science program? Like your degree? I know you were taking classes. Next level hate. Far-right extremism on gaming platforms. Oh, God. Just the thumbnail alone makes me want to click it. Look at all that hate. All right. Rokana
joining me now
says the DNC chair, Ken Martin, should not resign over 2024 autopsy.
as Democratic Congressman Ro
Why is he saying this? I wonder.
Khanna of California.
I mean, to be fair, like Ken Martin didn't do that, so like it wasn't under his watch. but he probably shouldn't have released it. Or he should have been more clear on why they didn't release it.
Yeah, Congressman Khanna, welcome
That
back
would be the better option.
to me.
Or release it and be like, yeah, it's shit. Here you go. Right? That's like my first option, is what I meant.
Thank you for having me on, Kristen.
Row your boat.
Thank you
Damn right.
for coming back. I do want to start
How
off
you doing,
by
man?
talking about Iran. As I was just discussing with Congressman Massey, President Trump has
Hate
said
bait.
that they may
Literally, Germany was trying to hate bait us, Rigel,
be close
because they see us as gamers.
to reaching
We're
a short-term deal on Iran.
gamers.
Would you be supportive of a short-term deal that doesn't directly address the nuclear program but allows for more negotiations?
Kristen, on this Memorial Day, let me just begin by paying tribute to the men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice and gratitude to their families. The answer to your question is yes, I do believe we need a negotiated deal. Thomas Massey and I, as he mentioned, actually had the Iran War Powers Act 2 months ago. We would have avoided this war. Food prices wouldn't have gone up. Gas prices wouldn't have gone up, and we could have done this negotiation. But I've always said that I would support negotiation, and it's time for this war to end.
Well, let me ask you about the War Powers Act, because House Republican leaders abruptly canceled a vote to limit President Trump's war powers in Iran. It came just days after the Senate voted for the first time to advance a similar measure. Do you believe there are now enough votes to pass the War Powers Act in the House?
Kristen, I do. It was a bit surreal last week. I mean, first they delayed the vote by 45 minutes to 60 minutes, and then they just pulled the vote. And the reason is that now, unlike when Thomas and I introduced the resolution, there are a lot of Republicans who believe the war should end. They've talked to farmers who say the price of nitrogen, ammonia, urea are through the roof because of the blockades and control of the Strait of Hormuz. They know that the price of gas is up, the price of diesel is...
My degree requirements. Is it like a program? Is it a degree? Is it an associate's degree? A PhD? Is it a bachelor's? Like what kind of degree?
Up, and they're hearing it from their constituents. So this is putting pressure on Trump to get a negotiation, and it's why Congress matters. Even when we don't get a vote through, we do put pressure on the president. Hopefully this war ends, and I've always said I would support a negotiated end to the war.
BS,
All right,
nice.
well, let's talk about Congressman Massey. You've worked closely.
I got some BS too. I mean, BS.
Closely with him, including to push for the release of the Epstein files. Congressman Khanna, what was your reaction
Or sorry, it's technically a BA.
to his defeat this week?
Sadness, disappointment. Thomas is a real friend. He's a good man, and he was taken out for 2 reasons. One, he had the courage to go after some very powerful people and working with me to get the Epstein Transparency Act passed. As he mentioned, that's historic bipartisan legislation that finally got justice for the survivors.
Damn
and
right.
he had people spend millions of dollars and had the president...
I remember everything. Everybody tells me. I remember it all. I'm like Jason Bourne. I remember everything.
...of the United States after him. And second, he worked with me to stop this war in Iran. So for taking on the Epstein class and taking on war, he basically lost his seat. And I admire his
This
courage
guy is
in taking
Jason
those
Bourne.
positions.
All right, well, let's talk about some other issues.
You know that like
President
famous
Trump,
line where he's like, I remember everything.
as I just discussed, was facing Republican pushback this week over what the president referred to as an anti-weaponization fund to pay people who claim to have been unfairly targeted by the government. Here's how Vice President J.D. Vance defended the $1.8 billion fund this week. Take a listen.
Anybody can apply for it. Republicans can apply for it. Democrats can apply for it. As you know, the President of the United States has pardoned a number of Democrats who he felt were actually subject to this lawfare. I mean, if Hunter Biden wants to apply for this particular fund, he is welcome to.
The vice president says this should be bipartisan. What is your reaction to what the vice president had to say?
You know, I feel sorry for J.D. Vance. I mean, they're trotting him out to defend policies he knows are defiant of common sense. They're trotting him out to defend the Epstein
what's my hair
class
color?
when he actually...
Brown. I mean, black.
He was one of the advocates for releasing the files. They're trotting him out to defend.
See, I remember everything. Just like Jeers, it's in his has blue eyes.
And this war in Iran, when his whole career he was against these wars. And now they're trotting him out to defend Donald Trump stealing taxpayer dollars to give to his political allies. I mean, I'm sure if J.D. Vance was asked in honesty, he'd say, why aren't we giving this as a check to people whose gas prices are going up? But for his own ambition, he has been so convoluted that he's basically become the spokesperson for very unpopular policies.
Well, let me ask you about one of the big headlines for Democrats this week. Of course, the DNC autopsy report. It was commissioned by the DNC. It was shelved, and then it was finally released amidst a lot of pressure and pushback. We're going to talk about what was not in the report in just a moment. But first, I want to talk about what was in the report. The author writes, quote, "At times, it seems Democrats are trying to win arguments while Republicans are focused on winning elections. Democrats operate in an ecosystem defined by reason, even in cycles when the electorate is defined by rage." Do you believe Democrats need to completely overhaul how they think about running and winning elections, Congressman?
Hey, Kami Kanoa Club,
I don't
welcome
think we
back.
need to give up reason. I think
This is Ro Connor.
Americans probably want reasoned debate in this country, but we do need to recognize that the status quo has failed, that this is a system that has created massive inequality, that the economy is lopsided.
Thelonious, right? We talked a lot about this, but recently the parties have been doing this as like a form of why they lost the election. So they call it an autopsy. Like a big important autopsy was in 2012 when Mitt Romney lost, right? And they adjusted their plan by attacking like trans people, gay people, right? All the stuff that we see today. They adjusted their strategy due to that autopsy, right? So that's kind of important to understand this aspect of it, because a lot of these stupid fucking talking points all come from there.
And unfair system that has failed.
Well, the report also found, quote, the White House did not effectively support Vice President Harris over 3.5 years to improve her standing before the candidate switch. You served, of course, on the Biden-Harris 2024 National Advisory Board. Does that ring true to you?
Well, look, I have great admiration for Vice President Harris. I campaigned my heart out for her. I do believe that in retrospect, had she been in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Ohio, talking about the economy and been the lead for the president's economic policies, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, the CHIPS Act, perhaps we would have done better. But we need to look forward now. And looking forward, we need to have an economic message that actually is talking to the working class folks who have been shafted and that's taking on a system that has been rigged.
Congressman, as you know, a number of Democrats are now calling on DNC Chair Ken Martin to resign. Do you agree that he should resign, that it's time for new leadership for the DNC?
No. Ken Martin is a Paul Wellstone Democrat. There are two things he's done that I actually agree with. One, he said no super PACs in Democratic primaries. We shouldn't have what happened to Thomas Massie happening in our primaries, where we have all this money coming in Democratic fights. And two, Ken has said we shouldn't have superdelegates picking our nominee. So for those two reasons, I agree with him. Now, could he have handled this autopsy better? Absolutely. He has said he should have. Should he be working more with state parties to make sure they're funded into 26 and 28? Absolutely. But I don't believe he should resign.
All right, let me ask you finally about the Supreme Court. After its ruling limiting voting rights, you called for term limits for justices and for expanding the court from 9 to 13 seats once Democrats regain full power of the government. But you have seen this redistricting back and forth play out. If Democrats expand the court, if they were to have control of both chambers, what's to stop Republicans from doing it once the tables turn again?
Kristen, first we need to talk more about this Supreme Court decision. This is a Dred Scott court. They have engaged in the fastest rollback of black political rights since Rutherford Hayes ended Reconstruction in 1877.
Yep.
One third of African Americans in the Congress's seats are being threatened. They're doing it to Jim Clyburn in South Carolina, to Benny Thompson in Mississippi, and across Alabama and the South. And we are not speaking up loudly enough, strongly enough against a court that is really rolling back civil rights. I do believe if you combine term limits on the court and the expansion of the court, where every president gets 2 appointees, you would depoliticize this, you would stand up for the Voting Rights Act, and you would stand up for basic American democracy. But this is an assault on John Lewis, Dr. King, and the civil rights legacy, and the Democratic Party needs to run against this court and call this court out.
All right, Congressman Ro Khanna, thank you as always for being here. We really appreciate it.
Okay, so I wanted to give an update because we had watched this video on the stream.
Lived in a black neighborhood.
Remember we watched this whole video? And we had covered this community in Arkansas. Well, I have a follow-up. We're going to watch a few minutes of this just so it refreshes your memory, right?
Lived in a black neighborhood for quite a while. I saw how they treated white people. It's not very good. And yet all the hate is on white males.
You would get beat up if you said something racial to a black person.
Mm-hmm. You saw that happen?
Yes.
They said something like, man, the hood ain't the hood anymore, as in like they were unhappy with my response.
Almost exclusively white communities exist all around the United States off of paper merely because of socioeconomics, and that if you are wealthy enough, everyone who becomes wealthy enough will buy into a more or less white-only gated community. But I would not be able to afford that outside of working my entire life to build up a bunch of businesses, but I would like to have kids.
I want my kids to be taught that their ancestors did great things, not that they were the villains of history.
Correct, and Arkansas is nice. As far as I know, the laws are you just need to let them know that you're going to be homeschooling, and then after that, there's no testing that you need to do.
Oh God, this girl was complete fucking brain rot. Remember her? Guys, I'm a trad wife.
Or they don't really check up on you.
The first community that really went after us was the r/Jewish subreddit. I had CPS come out here because they had complained to CPS trying to get my kids taken away. The health department.
Jesus. All right, and now there's a follow-up. 4 days ago, apparently. I wanted to cover this, but I kept forgetting. A community for whites only, this community in Arkansas, sued for discrimination. A remote settlement pegged as whites only community in Ozark Mountains of Arkansas is being sued for discrimination after rejecting a woman's application to buy land there. Get this. Michelle Walker, who is of Jewish ancestry, says the organization runs the community, returned to the land, discriminated against her by denying her opportunity to buy the land based on race and religion. Walker is married to a black man and has biracial children, her lawsuit says. She is seeking unspecified damages, including punitive damages. CNN visited the 160-acre settlement nestled atop the northern rural Arkansas last August. We watched that as well, remember. We're just doing a follow-up, right? I knew this would probably come in handy. That's why we watched it, right? We're actively... Like, guys, if you've been here long enough, there's rarely any time, except when we're fucking around, right? Or listening to music or something, and even that we're not weaving. That we're not chopping the meat, in other words. I mean, weaving. At the time, around 40 people were living in the community and hundreds were applying to live there. Eric Orwell, the president of Return to Land, that guy you just saw, the private member association that organized the Arkansas community, told CNN. All right? To live in the community, Orwell told CNN, you have to be someone who identifies with your European heritage and ancestry. You have to celebrate traditional European values, and we get those values from our religion, religious documents within Christianity, within Norse paganism. What happens if you believe in Zeus or Jupiter? I believe in Neptune, right? The Roman god Neptune. Am I going to be discriminated against that then? We do view Jewish origins as having their roots in the Near East, so they wouldn't fall under the category of European heritage. There you go. Confirmed. Orwell says last year, denying Walker's application constitutes blatant and brazen violations of long-standing federal and state fair housing laws, the complaint states. The lawsuit claims that Return to Land's founders believe that white people are genetically superior to other races and advocate for segregated communities to create all-white nation that will help avoid white genocide. Orwell told CNN that he formed the association to facilitate forming communities for people of European heritage. We value our heritage not because that's our race. We're all about skin color. Wow, they just come out and say it. But we care about tradition. We care about our traditional European music and art. Yeah, bullshit. These people, you think any of these people have gone to the fucking Louvre? Yeah, they have Pablo Picasso fucking artwork in their background. What a joke. Oh my god. We want to raise our kids in an environment where all that is celebrated, not attacked. He said it would be hard to deny that his heritage is being attacked in modern day America, Orwell added, and he was of course concerned about the United States becoming a minority white country, citing growing up in Los Angeles. Yeah, he grew up in Los Angeles, right? Southern Los Angeles, around people of color, mostly feeling othered. Oh, he felt othered. Poor baby. Poor baby. Walker, who identifies as a white and belongs to a Christian church, I like how they phrase that, learned the organization was offering land for sale in Arkansas for a low price last summer and was interested in the investment potential as well as the location where she occasionally vacationed and the complaint says when she applied to purchase the land in the community, she was surprised to see a series of questions about her ancestry. Well, I mean, you shouldn't be surprised. Anyone in chat who watched that with us a few months ago, right? They ask you that shit. They go like, okay, what is your heritage? And they even like broke it down. They were like, well, what happens if you're white from Latin America? They're like, you're fine. Okay. So if you're a white Spaniard, congrats. You get in. But if you're like Cuban and black, no. Cuban and white, yeah. Argentine and white, basically is what he said, right? I laughed at or what was the exact argument? I think they said Colombian and white, right? There you go. That you get it there. When she applied to purchase the land in the community, she was surprised to see a series of questions about her. Okay, yeah, I already read that. Sorry. Which she understood as clearly violating federal and state fair housing laws, prohibiting consideration of race and religion in the land sale decision. Of course. Absolutely true. The application also asked potential members about their views on immigration, what the organization calls transgenderism, and segregation. Oh, shit. She still completed the application, hoping and expecting that the group understood the requirements of the law and would not actually deny her the right to buy the land according to the lawsuit. Shortly after completing it, a Return to Land member interviewed her asking if she belonged to any other white nationalist organizations. A month later, she asked for an update, to which the interviewer told her she should not expect her application to be approved. Wow. All because she has biracial kids, right? And is Jewish. The community portal says her application was not accepted because she is not an ideal fit for return to the land, says the lawsuit. The lawsuit filed Relman Colfax PLC, a civil rights law firm in Washington, D.C., Legal Defense Fund and Legal Aid for Kansas on Walker's behalf, seeks to stop what they say are the organization's discriminatory housing practices, obtaining relief for violations of several state and federal civil rights laws. There's the guy. We just saw him in the Andrew Callahan video, but he's also in this. CNN has reached out to Orville for comment on the lawsuit. At the time, CNN interviewed, we already know that, and Arkansas Attorney General's office said it would look into the project. CNN has reached out to the office for an update. A whites-only community is illegal, discriminatory, and unacceptable, says Lee Richards, director of Legal Aid Arkansas, said in the news release announcing the lawsuit. When CNN spoke to Orwell last summer, he said he didn't view any of what he was doing as problematic. So this is Orwell the guy. If I was a private individual, I owned this much land, I could do anything I wanted with it. Keep anyone out who I wanted. We're a group of people. It's our private land together, and we're allowed to freely associate in this country. The group could run into legal problems if it was properly incorporated as a town, said Orwell at the time, adding it would be impossible for his group to grow the settlement into something more official. Correct. Especially that, right? It's not possible under current laws, but we can expand quite a bit as a private organization, said Orwell. Orwell anticipated legal challenges when he spoke to CNN last summer, as did I, right? I knew somebody was going to sue them, and now we know the name of the person, and we know what the lawsuit looks like. We'll get sued, we'll get fined, things will happen. That's why we're talking to lawyers now, and we're getting ready for it, he said. Yeah. And the fact that any lawyers are willing to fucking put up with this is pretty stupid, right? So there you go, guys. Just an update on this shit. It never ends. It never ends. Transgender. Damn right. All right. And then we have this. Yeah, there was the Trump convo. Yeah, convo? No, not convo. Yeah. God, I'm going crazy.
It's time.
But they all went to Greenland.
Time for the U.S.
So I'm fucking done with this crap.
To put its footprint
Leave
back
Greenland alone.
On Greenland. Those are the words of Donald Trump's special envoy to Greenland, Jeff Landry, to the news agency AFP this evening. Governor Landry also suggested that President Trump is talking about increasing national security operations and repopulating military bases on the Arctic island. He made the comments during his first visit to the island since his appointment in December. He previously said the visit was aimed at building ties and making friends. The trip comes amid a continuing diplomatic dispute sparked by the US president's previous threat to seize the island. Prime Minister Jens Frederik Nielsen reiterated that his country is not for sale. Earlier, Governor Landry appeared at the Future Greenland business event, to which organisers say he was not invited. Here he is giving reporters a geography lesson.
I've found that Greenland was not on the map until Donald Trump put it on the map. Let me ask you a question.
That's disgusting. Oh my God. Fuck you, buddy.
Show something.
That's so disrespectful.
When's the last time that any high-level diplomats came to Greenland, whether it's from Europe or not, before Donald Trump?
Well, that says more about you.
No.
No, I'm sorry. It says more about you as a dumb American motherfucker. What are you talking about? Oh, fuck you in the butt.
I know. That's a
God,
question.
This is so arrogant. Oh, this pisses me off.
That Greenlanders should ask themselves.
That's like the equivalent of being like, nobody ever talks about Singapore because it's so tiny you can't even see it on a map. Yet, why are we talking about it? Huh? Like, that's the, right? Or Taiwan or some like small like island nation, right? Essentially, that's Singapore is an island nation, right? Oh my God, fuck's sake.
Who cares more about Greenlanders than the Trump administration and the
care how? How do they care about it? As a resource extraction mechanism?
president? Because
as land?
seemingly before the president,
Jesus,
no one cared.
Well, Jeppe Kofod is a former Danish foreign minister. He's now a CEO of the Kofod Global
swamp,
Consultancy,
right?
and joins us from Kyiv. Welcome to DW. Let's start with that claim from Jeff Landry. That
yeah, this guy's such a moron. Jesus.
Before Donald Trump
Thank
made
you, Patricia.
a fuss, nobody cared about Greenland. Is that true?
No, it's not true at all. I mean, when I was foreign minister, for example, I brought the then Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, to Greenland back in 2021 in May to visit there. So I think that was a pretty high-level visit to have a U.S. Secretary of State and also with the Greenlandic government and me as foreign minister. So no, it's not true. There's been a lot of engagement and interest from the U.S. side in Greenland and from other side, because Greenland is very important for Arctic security and it's very important for North America. So it's not actually true.
Okay. And this is a very odd way of conducting diplomacy. My understanding is Jeff Landry just turned up uninvited to this future Greenland Economic Forum, and presumably without the knowledge of the Danish and Icelandic authorities. So what do you think he's actually doing?
Well, this is a business conference which takes place every second year. This year it has a lot of course, attendance, and it's for everybody to come and take part in business relationship with Greenland. And Greenland is open for business, very important to emphasize, also with the U.S. So in that, with that background, it's good that there are U.S. interest in Greenland, but of course, it's still a mystery why Mr. Landry went to Greenland. What was the exact purpose of the visit? He is President Trump's special envoy for Greenland, but what was the purpose? He was not invited for any speeches or any public appearance. So it's still a mystery when he left, what was actually the whole idea behind this visit.
Come on, let me press you on this. You've been at this game quite some time. What's he up to?
Well, I mean, he was...
Posted a relevant meme in the Discord? Sure, let's check it out. If you haven't joined the Discord, please join. What up? Let's see. The cookie. Hello, Greenland. Any underage girls changing in here? Oh, no. This is how he puts them on the map? This is how he does it? No.
Explicitly about, he wants to go to Greenland, listen,
But that's what he said. I know, we all know what he said.
Yeah.
What's he doing? What do you think he's up to? What's his game?
How do you say
I know,
this
we all
guy's
know
name?
what he...
Jeppe? Is this how you say this guy's name? Jeppe? I've never heard that fucking name. Jeppe.
Said. What's he
like Giuseppe
doing? What do you think he's up to? What's his game?
The game is that they know this threats to Greenland and Denmark doesn't work. I mean, not only Greenland, Denmark, but the whole of Europe reacted to this threat to taking over Greenland in a hostile way and so on. So now it's about listening and trying to build relationship with Greenlandic society, people, businesses, showing...
Like such a unique name. I've never heard it.
There's
a bunch of names like this from Scandinavia, though, right? Well, Splendinavia. I bet you could list some, right?
Way humility to come and listen and take part in important events in Greenland. So that's part of a bigger game. But I think the problem here, frankly speaking, is back in January, there was a high-level working group put down by Vice President Pence, Marco Rubio, and of course the delegation from Greenland and Denmark. That high-level working group is working to resolve the issue as we speak. And suddenly there is this a new invention of Mr. Landry going to Greenland. So it doesn't make sense. If there was a real diplomatic effort, why should he go and make this mysterious visit? I think the reason behind is that, U.S. or President Trump has not given up on this idea of taking Greenland one way or the other. I think we have to be realistic here. Yeah.
Okay. We non-Danes and non-Greenlanders, we all thought this issue was done, dusted, settled. Are you surprised that the United States doesn't seem to share that view?
Well, no, I mean, listen, President Trump, in his first period as president, in the second term also, he has, stated many times that he thinks that Greenland is important for U.S. security and therefore he needs to take Greenland. So I think we can expect this issue to come back, even if there is a diplomatic effort with the high-level working group, even according to my information, they're doing real progress. I think you never know what Trump will do next. So it's an ongoing uncertainty. That will stay with us, I think, as long as President Trump is the United States president.
I like the idea of ongoing uncertainty. Is there a plan somewhere in Nuuk or in Copenhagen outlining the response if masses of US troops do suddenly turn up and say, this is all ours now?
Then everything stops. This will be the breakdown of the transatlantic alliance. I mean, you cannot have one NATO country and a close ally to take territory of another state by force. That will be unprecedented, of course. So I don't think this is really realistic. But
well, you say that this is the president of the unprecedented. So. I find it hard to believe that there isn't a plan in a drawer somewhere.
No, I think the plan for the Kingdom of Denmark is to show military presence, with forces on the ground, with naval, of course, which is there, with air force, and that effort is taking place as we speak. There's also the Arctic Sentry, the NATO operation in the High North.
I can say, because they colonized and oppressed my country for a century. True. Iceland, which really should be called Greenland, and Greenland should be called Iceland, but can't even get the names right. God.
There will be a lot of activities going on, all to show that. This is a NATO area, this is the Kingdom of Denmark, Greenland, and no border should be changed by the use of force. and therefore I think it's very, I think it's very theoretical and unlikely that it will ever come.
I got you, boy. I got you, Scandinavia. It's so true though. They really should be reversed, right?
To reality, I have to say.
Because Greenland is not very green, and Iceland is pretty damn green.
Yeah, tell that
for a land of ice.
That's to Venezuela and Cuba. This working group that was set up in January, it had representatives from Denmark, Greenland, and the US. You say it's making progress. Donald Trump appears not to think it's making enough progress. What progress is it making? What has it achieved?
Well, nothing really publicly has come out yet to be confirmed, but there's been this press reports, I can refer to them, about the military part, saying that U.S. will reopen some of the bases in Greenland, which will be in line with the defense agreement from 1951 between U.S. and Kingdom of Denmark. So that will be very uncontroversial, I think. And then, of course, there is a whole economic aspect to this agreement, U.S. investment in critical raw materials and in business and trade with Greenland. And I think that's also another issue that has probably close to be resolved. But I think the problem right now, frankly speaking, is that Denmark is lacking a government because there's been an election, general election back in March this year. And in Denmark, there's still no new government in place. They're still negotiating the parties after the election. Right. So as long as there's no new government in Denmark, there's not a mandate politically to, let's say, to strike a deal with the US.
Also, sort of an open door for anyone with a massive military to just sort of walk in. The US already has a major military presence at the Putifik space base. What happens if Washington suddenly decides that space base needs thousands more troops there?
Well, Putifik space base is key to U.S. security. It's always been. It's part of the also missile defense system. It's part of detecting what goes on in the Arctic region.
Yes.
Again, I would say it's pretty uncontroversial. If U.S. want to deploy more troops, more assets, more technology there, it will be something that Greenland and Denmark will welcome. I mean, listen, we all understand we live in a new age of geopolitics. We see Russia, of course, as aggressive power, huge Arctic power, threatening our security in Europe and also reopening bases in the Arctic region that was closed after the end of the Cold War. We see, of course, China, global influence and so on. So I think it's very natural that U.S. is scaling up its efforts in Greenland and in Arctic, including Putifik space base.
Thank you so much for giving us your time. Jeppe Kofod from Kofod Global.
Thank you.
How dare you guys attack my goat? My stuffy Danish goat. How dare you? All right, and I wanted to cover more about...
Again, that could just never be me.
Bolivia, because I think this is really important. And we've talked a lot about Bolivia on the stream previously. But here we go.
Up next, we're going to be joined by Catherine Lederber from, I believe she's in Cochabamba.
So yeah, hell yeah, power to the people.
Don't know, I met Catherine back in 2005 when I was down
I need a tissue, girl.
Bolivia, covering the protests that brought Evo Morales eventually to power. And so there are now protests again, very similar, that have erupted as a result of news reports indicating that the new government of Bolivia was going to try to arrest, with the United States collaboration, arrest Evo Morales, or go beyond arresting him because he's facing all sorts of legal difficulties. But I think it'd be easier for people to latch on here if we give a little bit of background about how we got to this place. So 2005 and 2006, Morales and his movement towards socialism, Mas, takes power. You kind of have a splintering eventually of the left in Bolivia. Along the way, you saw arguably the kind of biggest lifting out of poverty of a population in the world, perhaps competitive with China, maybe I think even better than China did. Yet this kind of internal splintering left them vulnerable. So bring us up to the coup, the coup in 2019, the restoration of the left, and then what got us to here.
Thanks. Yeah, Evo Morales was finishing his third term and running for a controversial fourth term.
Correct.
I think that, Mas was thinking of running a different candidate, but they saw what had happened in Ecuador with Lenin Moreno, and there was a lot of worry.
Interesting. Yeah, Mas was his organization.
That his
it's like what came out of El Movimiento del Congreso, which is I have it on the start screen.
Is where the owners live. Freddie has designed over 100 of them. Some other architects have also embraced the
It didn't switch over.
Empire. Then the Spanish took over, and when we think of innovative modern architecture, Bolivia is not at the top of our list. After all, it was part of the Inca Empire, then the Spanish took over, and Bolivian architecture has followed the West's lead ever since. But in 2006, Evo Morales became the first president of indigenous descent. And around the same time, Freddy Mamani reinvented indigenous architecture. Drawing inspiration from the Inca ruins, the Inca cross, ceramics, and the colorful textiles of the Aymara people, he started designing buildings like this. And this.
Yeah, and what I find so interesting about all this, right, is around the time Evo Morales became president, this is what happened, right? Like you see this revival of Andean architecture, right? This like new form of it. When before it was just like Bolivia just had Western architecture, right? As he said. And this is what's so fascinating about this is like even these buildings in general, like the way the light hits them and the lighting is so different. Right? So this is very unique, guys. It's quite interesting it's fascinating to read about, to see, right?
And this. The richer indigenous families have them built, but not just for personal use. The ground floor is for stores. Above that are party halls. Then there are a couple of floors of apartments, and on top of that is where the owners live. Freddie has...
Interesting, right? So it's very like multi-use. It's very multi-purpose. It has a lot of it's not just like one owner, right? Or like one use kind of buildings. They do multiple things.
Designed over 100 of them. Some other architects have also embraced the style, and it's even catching on outside Bolivia. You could almost say that the Inca Empire is back. When we think of innovative modern architecture.
Incan Empire is back, guys. So
it may not, follow the policies or the vision that had been established.
Imperialism is back.
Terms. And we're talking about a 34% reduction in extreme poverty. The use of, to invalidate the resource curse, the use of hydrocarbons, income, and natural gas to fund social welfare programs, education,
consolation,
indigenous people,
catfish,
infrastructure. So a very long run, much to the chagrin of the Bolivian right that had been ousted for a long time. But using this fourth run, the Bolivian Constitution says you can only have 2 consecutive terms. After the elections occurred, the right cried fraud, backed up by the OAS and the Trump administration. These charges of fraud were debunked by colleagues at the Center for Economic Policy Research in a very technical, academic way, along with MIT-educated electoral observers. And using this fraud accusation, there were 3 weeks of right-wing blockades. The OAS admitted an audit saying that the elections were in fact fraudulent, although there were no facts to back that up. And right-wing protesters began to attack Morales. His supporters actually threatened the people in the constitutional line to become president, tortured members of their family, burned homes, forcing Morales to flee soon afterwards. And then, they illegally positioned Janine Áñez, who was the second secretary of the Senate, as the illegitimate president. And the very next day, the military went out on the street and started killing. As you know, Ryan, there were 2 massacres. There was torture. There was the actions of parastate groups, the Unión Juvenil Cruceñista, that uses a Nazi salute, groups in La Paz, and parastate groups in Cochabamba as well. After this extreme violence and extreme corruption during the pandemic, elections were finally called, and Morales' successor, former Minister Luis Arce, was elected. Unfortunately, there was a situation with Arce in power that although the Inter-American Human Rights Commission completed a detailed report on the coup, processes against human rights violators and people that were key in the coup were quite slow. And Arce began to diverge from established MAS policies, generating an extreme economic conflict, a lack of income for the state, and a great deal of corruption on his part. At that point in time, when elections came around, there was a splintering of the left. Arce's section of the MAS party, which he had wrested away from Morales under questionable means, another former Morales follower, and then Morales' party attempted 3 times to register under as an alliance with the party or under a new name, and they were systematically and illegally blocked by the Electoral Tribunal. So what we have is an election last year that didn't have all the candidates represented or all the political forces represented. The Arce followers had become discredited. In fact, Arce is in prison as we speak for corruption charges.
I had to drink some shit with my parents. Oh, don't drink shit. It's not good for you. You should drink beer.
Although that's not clear how it will proceed.
Shit is poo-poo.
And what we saw was an exclusion of the great majority of grassroots voters, indigenous peoples, social movements, who ended up voting for Rodrigo Paz, the current president, because his vice president, Edmund Lara, had a populist line, and they perceived him as the least of the electoral evils. But what we saw upon the election of Paz is almost no grassroots representation in the Congress, a Congress dominated by Paz's party, and the even further right Libre party of Jorge Tuto Quiroga, who had been vice president and president in 2021 and had carried out repression under U.S. pressure. And a government that isolated the vice president, that has no plan for governance. The economic crisis continues, and they eliminated, in an effort to receive foreign loans, the fuel subsidies. So from one day to the next, the week before Christmas, prices doubled and tripled for Bolivian consumers. As their administration, we're now in the 6th month, has gone on, they've been corrupt. They have not implemented key policies. The government is bankrupt, and grassroots sectors across Bolivia have marched to La Paz. These are indigenous communities from the 20 provinces of La Paz, largely Aymara communities, the National Labor Union, teachers, miners, and a group of Evo Morales followers that are marching from the Chapari.
And so here's footage of some of these protesters marching. There's something about Bolivia's geography that makes it kind of particularly kind of small d democratic, which maybe you could explain to viewers. You've got you've got the city of El Alto, the kind of sister city of La Paz, which is much more working class. That's just kind of just above La Paz being in this, in the clouds.
The wine wasn't German, you're right.
But there are only really a few ways.
You traitor. It was Francais, right? It was Italian. When in doubt, drink wine. Good times arise. What up?
Out. And that's why I say it's small d democratic in the sense that the kind of enough people can shut down
German wine.
La Paz if they're willing to take on the violence of the state in a way that isn't the case in most capitals, because that have a lot of different ways in and out.
I love champagne.
So when did these marches start,
Kiki.
and
Hell
what
yeah,
has
girl.
the kind of response of the state been so far? I saw this maybe this morning that a couple major unions have now joined, one in Santa Cruz and another one somewhere nearby that is also blocking roads kind of in and out of the city. So what is the status as we speak of this mobilization?
You're right about the geography. La Paz is in a bowl, and because of the mountain passes, it's very easy to block off the entrance. This has been a situation that's been going on now for over 2 weeks. So the city's been shut down, and the government hasn't shown an ability to negotiate.
I've never
with
had
broad
sake.
sectors. They blame everything on it.
I gotta have sake. I heard it's really good. I've always wanted to try it. It's kind of expensive, right?
Evo Morales. They clearly,
and you get like a little bit of it. but I heard it's delicious.
They emitted a new arrest warrant for Morales. There have been a lot of sounds from the DEA about taking Morales. That's something that we've looked at over the years, Ryan, this DEA obsession with capturing Evo Morales after they were expelled in 2008. But Evo Morales isn't running all of this. So you have different sectors with different demands, although the key joint demand is the resignation of Rodrigo Paz.
Damn right. Boston, the epitome of culture.
There's not necessarily unified sectors, but it's the great majority of the Bolivian grassroots, and they're protesting because they probably aren't going to have enough to eat next year. There's a huge discourse on the part of the Bolivian government about the good Bolivians and the bad Bolivians, and many of the race.
I got to get my elbow padded sweater out, guys. With my green elbow padded sweater. But of course, my dear.
Overtones about indigenous people and these very strong social movements that were the backbone of the Morales government, but have also always had a very key role in Bolivian politics. The state has sent out the police, the state has sent out the armed forces. So far, they have been using tear gas and rubber pellets. But as we know, after 30 years of observing conflicts in Bolivia, when you run out of tear gas and rubber pellets, the bullets start flying. We have 2 reported fatal victims, an unclear amount of injured people, but we also have an incapacity on the part of the government.
By the way, guys, we're going to start doing shout outs for people. Thank you to Twitch. So if you show up consistently to every stream, or I think most of them or whatever, right? You're getting shout outed. What up? And you get to react to it and stuff.
To govern effectively or to present solutions. And as they ended up having to pay the police a $300 bonus to go out on the streets and repress protesters, the continuing participation of the security forces is unclear. A lot of this is inherited from the 2019 coup, which was facilitated by the Trump administration.
You don't donate, you don't matter.
I love that clip. 64 got 5 bits. What's 64 plus 5? Now turn your head upside down or to the side, whichever way you're looking. I think that's something I've seen before. I'll keep that on for the rest of the screen, for the rest of the stream.
For Paz's election, all of the...
Thank you. Why so dankness? No, I'm just joking.
Cases against the military and the coup leaders and the politicians that carried out this violent coup were dropped and erased. All the charges against the violent parastate groups were erased, and the sentences were erased. So you have this pervasive impunity, but also a decision-making power that is independent of the civilian government on the part of the security forces.
After the streams, maybe.
Of course, Southcom.
After the streams, that number is going to become more relevant. What up?
Now, making agreements with the Bolivian military, going back to military representation. and communication. The DEA back in Bolivia, although they have no operating budget for this year. They've been here since December 6th, and they're flying things in from Lima. We've had the extradition of a major drug not the
Some
extradition,
coke and
the
bitches.
DEA just picked him up and took him away. No extradition process. And we're very worried that this could be a precedent for some sort of operation against Morales. As a result, the Chapare coca growing region, which you know, has been completely shut down by coca growers, protecting key areas and protecting the coca grower Moss headquarters in Lauqueña.
And have they? I've seen some footage of them blocking runways. Like, have they shut the Cochabamba airport itself completely down, or just more rural?
One thing I've noticed about Ryan is he really likes Latin America. Like this, I think this is from what I can tell. Right, I've watched several videos, and you can just tell he's passionate about Latin America. What up? So am I.
Runways, like what are they doing to prevent the DEA and CIA and
I'm also passionate about 64+5. What up?
And the Bolivian government from getting in and capturing Morales.
What they've done, when you remember when we went on to the anti-drug base, that airport in Chimoré near the MAS headquarters was the key portion for drug war repression. And then it became a civilian airport as well. So what they've done is they've surrounded this airport. They've covered all the landing strips. There are farmers surrounding the airport because there was a past attempt 2 years ago to shoot Evo Morales by the intelligence police, and they had flown into that airport. They've also surrounded the 9th Army Division in the Chapare, and some anti-drug checkpoints. They're very, very concerned. They're very, very concerned, especially after what happened in Venezuela, the extraction of Maduro without any legal proceedings and a very, very violent invasion.
So who has the momentum at this point, that as far as you can tell? And if he did step down, then what?
Well, I think the outcome right now is unclear. This government also has lost the support of the far right. Because the security forces are not anxious to go out in the mix for a government whose lifeline is unsure, the government is really allowing the parastate groups to operate
Gus
again,
confirms
or
69.
to get revved up. There was a march in La Paz where they tore the Huipala, the indigenous flag, last night. You have the Unión Juvenil Crucenista.
The indigenous flag is this one, right? In case you guys see it. I like it, even though I don't like flags, but right. That one. So you see it on the loading screen. Here, let me show it real quick.
Whipping MAS union leaders while they're giving a protest. So they're allowing the conflict to unravel and hoping that there will be violence, or at least they have no other viable strategy. So
Gus,
it's not
you
clear
spoiled on your browser some porn, man. Damn it.
Going to happen now. I mean, the government can either call a state of exception, a state of siege where they shut things down.
You saw the big titty goth girl video, right?
And they start firing, or they can just allow things to deteriorate. But on the right, Jorge Quiroga is anxious to take power. there's a lot of pressure from the U.S. and we see kind of dark figures in U.S. politics like Eric Prince, the former head of Blackwater, weighing in, the State Department weighing in,
video,
kind of rolling back into the time that you and I know well, where the U.S. really called the shots, and that's so different from how it had been for most of the last 20 years. It's not clear what's going to happen, but it's worrisome. And there's no key figure on the left that would take power, the vice president, because he is a populist, although I don't really think he's a progressive populist. My guess is that the right will not allow him to take power, and they'll either move down to the head of the Senate or the House of Deputies, or, an
Jersey. Bro, 69 Midnight Snack Energy always got that sneaky little spice. Like a goblin stealing political buttons at midnight. 6-7, just warm up number. Just the warm up number. 69, the whole wave. For real, for real. Let him cook. Gloggy poggies. That's my boy. That's my boy, girl.
Predictable but worrisome right-wing figure could come in.
And I know you got to run, so last question for you. What about Ava? What's his current status? I know he's been facing a lot of kind of sex crimes charges over the years. He's facing all sorts of attempts at prosecution. Does he have any remaining political base that could see him return to power, or is he completely kind of iced out? What's his status?
Well, that's unclear. I mean, currently there are charges brought against him for having a relationship with a girl who was apparently underage. And so there are arrest warrants out for him there. The woman, supposedly the victim and a mother of a child, says that was not the case. She didn't file a complaint. She was also persecuted and had to leave the country. They put her father in jail.
Yeah, this is very common, right? That's why, like, I'm very, very, right? Especially the fact that she's not saying anything. That's not a good sign that this sounds like corruption, right? And this is what used to happen a lot, right? Especially in countries like Bolivia.
So all of these things are unclear.
I'd be more inclined to believe it if obviously she came out and was like, yeah, but the fact that she had to leave the country, ooh.
Here.
Nice, rare.
But there's a great deal of pressure. And I think the hope on the part of this government who carry on this right-wing strategy of blaming Evo for everything, when I think the movement is much more profound than that. Evo.
Yeah, and this is why, like, I have a very, like, I try to keep a very, I try to keep it down to earth on this subject, right? Like, if there's evidence to suggest, like, Cesar Chavez or something, right? Or like, Trump and Epstein, obviously, those are more, like, I'm going to believe them more, right? But when they're done clearly for political motivations, and then the woman themselves, who has a kid by themselves, is like, no, he didn't do anything. What are you talking about, right? And I had to leave the country because of this crap. That's, like, not, right? So I think, like, we need to like tone it down a little bit, right? But I mean, this is like a clear-cut case of it. Sometimes it's not that clear-cut, guys, right? And like, they fucking hate Evo Morales, right? Because he's a commie or whatever they call him, right?
Morales does have strong support in some sectors. But the way that he has been isolated inappropriately from Bolivian politics, and a lack of representation in the Congress or a lack of national electoral opportunities has kind of generated this perverse dynamic where people don't feel that they can have a role in their government, and they have to take to the streets once again. We saw this in 2003. We saw this in 2005. We've seen this many times before. So it's not clear if Evo Morales will continue to be a key figure, but right now he's locked in the Chapari and very concerned that somebody's going to come after him, and not in a way that follows due process, and not in a way that is appropriate, and not a way where he would count on a presumption of innocence or any human rights guarantees.
Right. Well, Catherine Lederber, is there a way that people can support the work you're doing in Bolivia?
Certainly. You can look at our Twitter feed at Andean InfoNet. I'm the director of the Andean Information Network. I'm happy to have more followers.
Promotes human rights, socioeconomic justice in Bolivia, and more humane, effective, illicit drug control policies. Yeah, I think this is really important too, because remember, guys, coca is not it's not a terrible drug. We had actually talked about this. We're gonna finish this up and then watch it. But coca leaves are not bad. Which number do you prefer? 67 or 69? Oh shit! Oh shit! Gloggy's polling. We talked so much about 67 and 69. He has to ask us all. Vote right now. I want to know. Vote or die, motherfuckers. That includes you, Jersey. You never vote. God damn it. Both. Oh man, I'd love to have brunch in Iceland. That sounds amazing. It looks like 69 beats it. The GOAT, the classic. Always stick with the classics, guys. 69 won. That's a private matter. Oh God, you and your privacy. Boring.
Take donations. We're a very small grassroots organization, and we've been here since 1992. And we're really working hard to kind of get the word out on Bolivia.
Viewer discretion advised. New follower to the commune. Thank you for the veillon.
Thank you for the veillon. For the veillon young.
Elevate the voices of social movements and grassroots leaders.
Well, Catherine,
thank you
so much.
All right, and then we talked about coca leaves. Let's Vice did something on this. Let's see. Watch. They are not as bad as people say they are, right? They're not like cocaine. It's actually a stimulant, so it operates very much like coffee. But here we go, right? But the U.S. treats this like a dangerous drug, guys. And people in Bolivia chew on the leaves all the time, right? It's like oh God, it's like, I'm not gonna say like candy because I think that might be a little too much, but it's like a hobby. It's like something people do, right? It's like drinking coffee. I don't know. I don't really know what else to compare it to, right? It's fucking dangerous.
Rare.
Yeah. And there's like a way you gotta do it and shit, right? God, why are they eating dangerous cocaine? How dare they?
Nosotros para el pueblo de Bolivia representa mucho la hoja de coca porque siempre nos ha acompañado, es un miembro más de la familia de allá, porque nunca falta, en cualquiera de las casas nunca ha faltado la hoja de coca, sea como medicina.
There you go, see? She's saying like, even though we may have been poor or whatever, right? But we always had it. Why is this? Because from what my reading on this subject is, a lot of people in Bolivia, if they can't find food or something, right, they often will chew on it, and it actually helps with like cramps and stuff and grumbling stomachs, and right, it helps you feel satiated more. So yeah, that makes sense to me.
Faltado la hoja de coca, sea como medicina o sea para pistear o para hacerte mirar la suerte, ¿no?
Even politicians take it. Coca is the main ingredient in cocaine. It's also an ingredient in Coca-Cola to this day, right? I think they call it decocainated coca leaves, coca extract or something like that, right? So if you drink fucking Coke, you're a Coke addict. Press 1 if you're a Coke addict. Because you drink that Coca-Cola. The UN says most of Bolivia's coca is not traded in approved markets. Okay, what does that even fucking mean, dog? Now we're gonna listen to... This one.
So we're in La Paz right now at the Witches Market, and you can obviously buy so many different fun things here, but what's really standing out to me is the fact that there's literally coca leaves everywhere. I just flew into La Paz and I kind of feel a little sick, so I'm gonna take some for altitude sickness.
That's another reason I remember, yeah. Altitude sickness. It helps it helps with that a lot. Man, you'll see Gustex with 12 bags of these. I'll be double fisting coca leaves. What up, chat?
Basically what you just do, you take some leaves and then you just pack it.
Damn right.
Into your mouth.
No se hace así, está mal.
Oh, you don't do it like that?
No, la coca agarras hoja por hoja, se llama pichar. Entonces lo que nosotros hacemos es poner la coca porque es una hoja sagrada. La vamos a poner y siempre vamos a hacer en la señal de la cruz. Vamos a ofrecer a la Pachamama, la voy a doblar y me la voy a meter a la boca. Y la voy a chupar ahí todo el día para que salga todo el sabor. La coca nos sirve más para el cansancio. Cuando tenemos hambre mascamos coquita y siempre nos pasa, pero siempre tenemos que invocar a la Pachamama para mascar la coca.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Damn right.
A lot of people may not realize
the Incan god of creation
is that there's a legal coca industry in Bolivia that's regulated by the government. The leaves alone bring
those mountains are beautiful.
In almost $280 million a year. So right now we're heading to the Yungas region, which is about 4 hours outside of La Paz. Over 60% of coca plots are located here, and it's in the deep jungle and pretty remote. So it's been quite a bumpy ride to get here. We're on our way to a legal coca farm that's been in this farmer's family for generations. And while this farmer does everything by the book, that's really not the case for all legal coca farms. A lot of them have arrangements with drug traffickers and give them their coca kind of underneath the table. I think a lot of people kind of associate coca leaves with cocaine. Do you find that association offensive?
Realmente sí, escucho de esas noticias, ¿no? A veces nos hacen quedar mal a nosotros, que somos una producción así sanamente producimos.
So you make your livelihoods from farming this leaf. How important is coca to you?
Para nosotros es muy valioso porque no tenemos otro más que hacer, producir al menos aquí en Yungas. La tierra ya está muy cansada, ya no produce nada más que no es la coca. Tiene que ser eso nomás.
En Bolivia la coca nosotros lo utilizamos para medicina, no para otras cosas más.
Y nosotros consumimos para un dolor de estómago, para la presión alta, para muchas enfermedades.
Saber si hoja natural no hace dañino a la humanidad, ¿no? Si lo mezclas con algún químico ya te va a hacer daño. Hoja natural de la coca no hace daño.
We're walking through like a coca field or coca orchard. We're going to go see the bulk of the coca that he's going to harvest for today.
Aquí vamos a empezar a hacer el almácigo. Es el almácigo donde se obtienen los plantines. Pasamos a la otra etapa, podemos hacer trasplantes. Por demás ha crecido todavía este. Ya tiene un año de uso.
Right now the coca is shaded from the sun. What are the right conditions that coca needs to grow?
Para tener un buen cultivo tiene que ser un lugar que sea un poco cálido, ¿no? Que no sea muy alto. Si le hacen un buen mantención, te da buen resultado.
You can harvest coca any time of the year?
Claro, sí. Se puede.
Okay.
Vamos al trasplante ahora, vamos a trasplantar.
He just walks down so easily. This is a lot harder for me.
Vamos para acá. Trato de colocar un poco de sal. Para neutralizar la tierra. Después ya podemos colocar los plantines. Listo.
Before coming into this, I didn't really know what kind of went into coca farming, and it seems to be pretty taxing work and pretty precise work as well. I'm not sure I really have it down yet. Oh, no, it's coca? We'll get it out of here. But my new friend here is being really nice and supportive.
Ya, se aprendió. Ya,
bueno. It's clear that this is hard work. Do you enjoy what you do?
No me gusta a mí porque ya soy muy acostumbrado, ¿no? Eso yo lo hago desde mi juventud, ¿no? Cuando estaba niño, pues. Plantar la coca ya para mí está en mi sangre, ¿no?
So this is the final stage. The leaves are dried right now. Now I think they're putting it in this bag and then they're going to take it to the market. Normally, per day, how many pounds of leaves are you packing up and selling?
Depende, hasta 5 libras algunos cosechan, ¿no? La libra de coca vendemos a 25 a 30 bolivianos. Wow.
They normally can get around 5 pounds per day. So that's 150 Bolivianos. It's about more or less 30 US dollars. And that can go pretty far here. So it's a good cachet.
All right. And with that, guys, I'm out of here. I'm gonna go eat dinner. I'm gonna have a burger from Hamburger. Oh my God. There was a huge crash just now. Gabagool. Thanks for the stream. Thank you, Rigel, for sticking by. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate everyone who stuck by the whole night. Love you guys so much. I'll be back tomorrow. Don't do anything stupid, because I'll know. Kiki, that's you, girl. Don't do anything stupid. I'll answer you in German because my English is too bad. I don't know, but the drug unfortunately changed the person extremely and couldn't help anymore as well. That's just creepy, Gus. Okay. Thank you, all you fucking legends. Love you guys. Stay tuned for the credits. It is. I got powers, girl. Captain America got his thing. I got powers. I don't know how I got them. Thank you for all the donations. 64 biddies, 37 biddies, 67 biddies, 64, 69. What up? Been waiting all night. Yeah. Enjoy. All right, guys. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Bye now.